The DFRAG Wildcard LAN is brought to you by Logitech, Zowie, Omen, HyperX, Intel, and DFRAG Media Group.
DFRAG technology reduces ghosting in fast game scenes, minimizes screen shaking and rapid firing, and tracks speedy enemies better. This exclusive technology controls backlight and eliminates after images of moving objects, making images appear stable to the naked eye. Though there's similar motion blur reduction technologies, DFRAG stands out with this distinct panel hardware and firmware design, offering clearer visuals and enhancing controllability in-game. Furthermore, built in the monitor panel, DFRAG functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, thus not consuming any computing power to affect your gameplay performance. Additionally, Zowie adopts the fast, responsive TN panel, resulting in the best-in-class motion clarity compared to other monitors. Today, Zowie advances DFRAG technology with its latest improvements featuring dual backlight design, the DFRAG 2, which largely optimizes clarity for precision aiming and rapid firing in FPS gameplay.
For me, the perfect focus is when I don't need to think about what products I have in front of me. I don't need to worry about if the product's going to let me down. The ability to change from super sensitive to not is amazing, because there's no one that knows the feeling that I want from a mouse apart from me. I don't want to go and buy a mouse and then I have to get used to what it's already like on that said mouse. Now I have the customization choice to do whatever I want. Pro players are definitely the right people to test out your products, because they're going to first of all stress test it to the absolute end goal of where it's used, because we use it every day. We need it to be the most reliable, most responsive product on the market. It's fast and reactive. That's the only thing I think about when I think of the mouse. It's a G Pro, I've used it for 10 years, but it's now faster and more responsive. That's what I like.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the DFRAG Wildcard Invitational. It's crunch time. The playoffs are here today. Starting in, I'm here, of course, with Elfish Guy and Pilsky Guy. Great blokes joining us on the desk today. Gentlemen, how are we?
Good, yeah, feeling great.
I'm just some guy.
Pilsky's been having the best sleep of his life for the last 3 nights.
I have been.
Keeps telling me, so should be feeling good by rights.
100%. I am sleeping on Elfish Guy's couch. It took a long time to get here, but once the couch arrived, it really unlocked my true potential. And I'm ready for one of the greatest days of DFRAG that has ever been conceived.
Let me tell you, it wasn't a cheap couch, and I bought it all for you, so that's what matters.
Well, look, I'm sleeping on his floor, guys, so you can see where the relationship
where the priorities
sits, at this point in time.
Hey, I got to treat my Mitches right, right? You know what I'm saying?
I got so many bitches.
Well, listen, guys, it's been a great day, obviously, so far on Thursday and Friday. We've gone through both groups, and I think we've had some sort of exciting runs with it. So let's walk you through, obviously, what we have seen so far. This was obviously over on the Thursday. Guys, Thunder Down Under, relatively unscathed run into the event.
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely came and did what they were expected to do, and maybe more than what they were expected to do, because I still had a couple of question marks, right? They were a little bit up and down in the online stages of a couple of these tournaments. They've been dropping some maps here and there, but I think they look pretty damn good on Thursday. Getting past Time Waves, getting past Ground Zero, really no problems. There was maybe one close map in there against Ground Zero, but realistically speaking, that's a solid enough group stage for them, and obviously the road ahead will probably get a little bit more difficult when they do inevitably have to play someone like a Semperfi, but I think at least what we saw from them on Thursday gave us enough to say they're in a good spot at the moment.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Brewster, like a very, very new roster, interested to see just how far they can push it once they get a little bit more prac under their belt, but not quite able to get ready for at least this stage of the event, but maybe the second follow-up LAN, you might look at a team like Rooster to do a little bit more damage.
Yeah, no, for sure. And then obviously Group B did run through on Friday, which was a little bit closer at some points, but obviously at the end of the day, I think Semperfi was just looking really, really strong. Mind Freak, it was laboured at the start, but then in the end they managed to drag it all the way through into playoffs.
Yeah, look, again, similar kind of a story for someone like a Semperfi as what we were talking about for Thunder Down Under. Not really too much to, I guess, touch on there, but you're right, Mindfreak, bit of a up and down first game there against Arcade, got taken down on that nuke and then came back and looked much better in that lower bracket final. So again, they're another one of those teams that I think you can really look to and say they could cause a bit of damage today, particularly if they're able to lock in overnight, and hopefully that's exactly what we're going to see them come out and do this morning and have a really good test in that opening game, because I think what will make this top 4 very interesting is if Mindfreak and Ground Zero are able to hit their peak level, and then we've got 4 competitive teams instead of just the two big dogs that we've been talking about the whole event.
Yeah, I think Mindfreak will be ready. I was chatting to Crunchy outside. I watched him pump back-to-back darts, so he's 100% ready for this game. And worth mentioning as well, look, they do have double elimination here in the playoff bracket, so you get a lot of games under your belt here at DFRAG Wildcard. You get lots of chances to potentially improve. Maybe you have an off game. Maybe you need to make some adjustments, and hopefully Mindfreak have been pushed enough in the group stage and will get enough bites of the cherry here in the playoffs to be competitive. I'm hoping right off the bat in this opening series against Thunder, but if not so, they will have more chances in the lower bracket to recover.
Yeah, no, definitely right. It's always good to have that reset into the competition, right? You've done the hard yakka throughout the groups, and then you do get a bit of a chance. And for us, it's really exciting to kind of see a bit more of the eye test unfold for some of these teams where, we've mentioned obviously Thunder, yet to verse a team like Semperfi, things like that. Getting an opportunity for these guys who have been separated by waters, I suppose at that time, coming back and really going to show, because we keep talking about how important this VRS position is now. It's at the point where it's so tight that it continues to fluctuate day on day. Yeah,
and obviously we're doing that in regard to the upcoming major, obviously being the big focal point, the goal for a lot of these teams. And even having spoken to Texter on the interview yesterday, it seems like he even feels as though Mindfreak might be in that race. I've kind of been saying, look, I think Semperfi and Thunder Down Under are the 2 that are really in the conversation, but Mindfreak, if you scroll down the VRS list, they're not far off. They're not too far off.
So we got look, Thunder Down Under 980, Semperfi 990. So those are the big 2 that we're looking for from in Oceania.
That will have yesterday's games updated as well. So that's exactly as of this moment.
That's Mindfreak 930, 50 points. Yeah. So 2-3 games won by Mindfreak, and they're well and truly in the race.
That's the thing, isn't it? And we've got a lot of games left to play here, right? Yeah. We've obviously got all the matches that are still in the playoffs, and so for a team that goes through from the upper bracket, that's an extra 3 wins. If they would go win, 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 that's it. You win upper bracket round 1, you win upper bracket final, you win grand final, so that's another 3 wins on the board. Probably another 20 to 30 points per game there. And then obviously we've got the ANZC LAN starting on Monday as well, so another opportunity to pick up, I believe it's at best 5 wins if you would win your group. You go 2-0 in your group, and then in theory if you win through the playoffs straight up, another 3 wins, and then that's your 5 VRS ranked LAN games, because you can get a maximum of 10. So in theory every team possibly can get 10 LAN wins for the VRS ranking from these 2 events, and that's obviously going to be quite a big deal. And so in that context, someone like a Mindfreak sitting at 930 points right now could still make a bit of a run, although you'd expect it's going to be a bit of a tougher one than for someone like a Thunder Down Under or a Semperfi who have a couple more points already. Yeah,
well, as we know, from the recent CAC event, the teams are looking a little bit volatile,
it's
right? FlyQuest not looking good. It's up and down. So there's a real chance where we could see a few more teams in towards that major, but we'll have to let them stay where it stands, in the sense that we do have this now bracket of playoffs in front of us. Thunder Down Under versus Mindfreak, Semperfi versus Ground Zero.
Yeah, this is the upper bracket. So, as mentioned before, there is a lower bracket below this, even if the graphic just makes it look like it's 2 matchups individually. We'll have Thunder Down Under taking on Mindfreak in that B-Stream game, I believe. So that's going to be a matchup that you've seen quite a lot domestically. A lot of these teams have played each other quite often previously domestically. And Semperfi will take on Ground Zero on the A-Stream, I believe. This is a matchup that we have seen before, but it's been a little while.
Yeah, look, it's been a long while, actually. It hasn't been this year at all, really. Semperfi's been overseas for the entirety of 2026 so far. We would have to go back to the back end of last year, and even towards the back end of last year, it felt like the rivalry that had developed at the top was Ground Zero versus Thunder, and Semperfi took a bit of an earlier holiday. I suppose they took a bit of a break at the end of the last year. I don't think they played the last season of CCT, for example, and that's where we saw that grand final between Ground Zero and Thunder Down Under, which Ground Zero were able to win in that BO5. Actually, Thunder Down Under have not had a great track record in the CCTs, by the way. They also lost the most recent one to Mindfreak in a BO5 that ended up being 1 map. So anyway, that's an aside. But as far as the Semperfi versus Ground Zero matchup is concerned, look, it's historically been very one-sided for Semperfi. So I don't think we should have too many concerns about them coming into this one. Yesterday, we were kind of trying to sell the dream of, who knows what Semperfi really looks like coming back into Oceania. They've been overseas a little bit. Maybe other teams have done well and kind of caught up, but I don't know that necessarily is a storyline coming into today after how easily they dominated the group stage yesterday.
I mean, the thing is that previously they used to dominate, even before they went overseas, so I think that's kind of the reason why you're seeing a similar level of dominance, although to be fair, on at least 2 of the maps, they have been pushed a little bit by these other teams, so we've still got to suspend our disbelief. I'm hoping that you get, a little bit of a step up here from Ground Zero, and they could try to be competitive, but their head-to-head record speaks volumes, 24-3. That's I actually rate that 24-3. Sometimes I look at a team's head-to-head, I think that was a while ago, or maybe they've changed their roster quite substantially at some point, but the rosters have stayed pretty much the same. Yep. Yeah, it hasn't really changed too much, so I'm willing to pay that out, honestly. I'm going to say Semperfi is going to dominate this matchup.
And I think the other thing is that in a lot of cases, if you're looking at how those maps play out, there's maybe a couple of closer ones, but there's a lot of very one-sided, 13-3 kind of scorelines. I will say, I think since that point, since sort of mid to late last year, Ground Zero have taken a bit of a step up. I feel like their form's kind of improved a little bit at the start of 2026. So I'd hope that maybe we're going to get a bit more of a competitive outfit out of Ground Zero today in this game against Semperfi. But yeah, historically speaking, this is a 2-0 and an easy 2-0 for Semperfi.
Well, that's it, right? When you've got a team that's been spending most of their time in Europe, last couple of events coming off the back of EPL versus a team Ground Zero that has been strong domestically. So let's introduce our 2 teams.
I think Semperfi, they've just come off the boot camp in Europe, so they've definitely the most practiced team. I'd put them at a 9 out of 10.
The amount of pain I've put on that team last season before we went to Europe, we've played them probably 12 times in a row and won like 11 out of fucking 12, so...
without a doubt, biggest challenge is Semperfi. I mean, just going off our historical record, which is atrocious. Ground Zero shithouse. I would love to say that we will win 2-1, but it's so hard to tell without having seen them play an Australian team in like 4 months or something. So I'm just going to say we're going to 2-1 them and hope that I don't look like a moron.
Wouldn't be a new one for us. I think we know how they play.
I think we for sure have a chance against Semperfi. I think we've had super close series before. We know how they play.
Somehow they just don't shoot straight, and when they do, they can actually be scary. They just somehow just don't most of the time.
They're definitely beatable, and I think the pressure's on them. This is a big tourney, like in regards to qualifying for the major, so a lot of pressure is going to be on them.
I feel like it should be easy game for us as well.
Semperfi, the boys, I love Semperfi. They're a bunch of good lads, but they've been playing well. They've been going to Europe. They've done a bunch of work, and they've won nothing. So they've come to DFRAG, and I think they're going to do the exact same thing again, win nothing.
They need to train like both in CS and gym.
Haven't gone through a gym mark since Semperfi. A little bit, been grinding here and there, trying to balance it. Definitely had some consistency, but yeah, hopefully you can tell. Hopefully they can tell.
Okay, Shady, getting a little bit of flame there, better in the server, better in the gym. I mean, look, that's kind of a bit of a flex on them if you want to run it that way. But it's good to hear back and forth. I think there's an acknowledgement, obviously, of the strength of Semperfi. But when GZ is on, they can be really, really on.
Yeah, I mean, I think Omichello had some fire there.
Yeah.
They've been overseas, they've been to Europe, they haven't done much. They didn't win many games. They had a negative record and they went up in the VRS. So, look, I think fair dinkum there. At the same time, though, we've seen Australian teams with scarier names on paper than Semperfi go over into Tier 2, 3 Europe as well and also do horse shit.
Yeah,
so,
correct.
It's a rough day to be going over there as an Aussie.
Yeah, I don't know that there's really much more to kind of like add on to that. Obviously, Semperfi, they did what they could, but I don't think any other team, you send Ground Zero over there, I'm pretty sure it would have gone worse for Ground Zero. So,
Send Bentet, the son of, bloody Indonesia himself to Europe, and he gets absolutely shit on.
As they say, those in glass houses should not throw stones.
Okay.
Let's just see how Ground Zero goes in a couple of T2 tournaments.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, look, I'm hoping that we do see some real fight in both of these series this morning, but obviously, again, we're going to be taking our focus towards Semperfi and Ground Zero. The vetoes are going to be ready now, so let's dive in. I want to pick your guys' brains. It's looking similar to what we've obviously obviously been having here, but it's going to be Anubis
Well-
Mirage Dust 2, Pilly.
There you go. You get Anubis early on. It's not a map that these two teams have played against each other. Historically, it's been a long time since we've seen them, and Anubis has just come back into the map pool. So already Ground Zero, being the underdog team that has been dominated in this matchup, are wanting to try it on a map that hasn't been played between the two teams before.
Yeah, one of the big things, obviously, for Ground Zero in more recent times is that they've kind of pivoted their primary pick away from the Inferno and towards the Anubis. That's something that's kind of come in, I feel like, only really in the last couple of weeks. So if you were to look back at the history of this matchup, you'd see a lot of Mirages, a lot of Infernos. Mirage obviously being the pick through from Semperfi, and then the Inferno from Ground Zero. And traditionally, we don't even go into a third map in a lot of cases. But yeah, the fact that now we've sort of brought a little bit of a change up here for Ground Zero is going to be something to take note of with that Anubis, but it's not unfamiliar territory necessarily for Semperfi. I don't know that it really changes the formula all that much for me. I still look at this one and just say I think Semperfi is probably going to have them pretty comfortably, unless, like was said in the interview there as well, if Ground Zero show up, if all their individuals are actually shooting straight, as Keen said, sometimes they don't, but if they are, you know, they're a scary team. Like, there's a lot of firepower on that lineup when it's on, but it's just a case of it's not always on, and Semperfi are that team that you kind of get that consistent force from. Like I spoke about Shady and Addict, obviously, but Hazard and Savage are certainly no slouches when it comes to that rifling prowess either. And so I think they just bring a lot more to the table on a much more consistent basis than that of which we've got from Ground Zero. But in terms of like a peak level, if we add peak Ground Zero rifler versus peak Semperfi rifler, I think they can kind of go toe for toe for the most part. So again, it just comes down to Ground Zero needing to really be switched on today.
Yeah, I think we've seen Apoc Dud have some good series. We saw Vision had a bloody belter of a series to close out the group stage there, and he's the player that I don't even have any expectations from. I'm looking at most of the rest of the roster to do a lot of the heavy lifting. So if the floor of the team is putting up crazy numbers, then you could see a revitalized Ground Zero. I'm really interested to see how this first map is going to go, because it doesn't really look like Semperfi's played it at all. They've got 0 reps on Anubis. Ground Zero have got 9. 33% win rate, though, doesn't fill you with a whole lot of confidence, but at least they got the reps. They're at least playing them. They're not playing it well, but they're playing the map.
They're playing some games. And look, I'm just excited given the fact that it's the penultimate moment for some of these players, in the sense of back on LAN, back rubbing shoulders with each other. It's downstairs with the teams, and that's where I feel like some real good form does start to sort of shine through. You're hearing obviously everyone shouting through the bloody floors downstairs.
I think it will get louder this weekend.
And we've got 4 games going. Well, no, 2 games, 4 teams going at the exact same time, so it's going to be bloody chaos down there.
This is the thing, though. This is where I think an event like DFRAG Wildcard is just a leveled up nationals kind of event, because before, you're playing for bragging rights, you're playing for prize money. We used to have these old rivalries domestically. This is like the bloody Asia Minor in bloody, where are we? Where are we? Queensland.
Somewhere in
Banyo in Queensland. We're playing the Asia Minor right now against a bunch of the
Play
boys.
Play a game, then Banyo Ban me around the corner.
They better get fucking loud downstairs, bro. They're going to be screaming their head off, because this is about VRS qualification, bro.
Yeah.
We're racing against the Mongolians and the Chinese right now.
This is on the scale of some of those Asia events. Like, for example, we go back a little while. I mean, one of your first events, I think, actually was the Zen League final.
Oh my God, Jesus!
And, like, you could like copy paste this event and be like, yeah, that's almost the same level as the Zen League, apart from the fact that we just don't have Asian teams here. But in terms of like production quality and I mean, the PCs are much better nowadays, aren't they, than what we had back then. Shout out to our sponsors, Omen and Intel, obviously, for helping out in that respect. But look, you go back to those kinds of events, and you think, you could very easily just sort of say this is a like for like in terms of quality of the tournament, which is something that I think a lot of people take for granted in the current day and age. That it's a lot of effort to put on an event like this. Takes a lot of money, takes a lot of people, and it's really nice to kind of have these kinds of things, even if it is only like maybe once or twice a year, to kind of be able to watch some quality Counter-Strike.
We all know, the three of us, in the sense that we've been here for a long, long time, and the fact that we are still having something like this almost feels a little bit surreal, right?
Yeah,
it's like, what are you doing this weekend? Local LAN.
Yeah.
Dexter's playing. There's just all these kind of things that Tux Texter, all these people that have been around for a long, long time, and the fact that we are still able to have that is brilliant, and I think that sort of gives a life to some of those players. Texter come up here, he's like, man, I'm doing my masters. It's like, this is still something that's important to them.
That's insane to me, by the way. Having remembered the the dawn of Tex's career and how he acted in
Yeah.
Pugs.
Yeah.
And he's doing his masters. Like,
Yeah.
I would never have guessed that.
He's a genius.
Based on the face at Pugs that I witnessed with my own eyes.
Look, the man's biohacking, getting his body as best as it can be. But overall, like, it's just brilliant that we still obviously have this, and yeah, can't be done without obviously DFRAG and our sponsors in Logitech G and Omen, Zowie. It's awesome. So massive shout out to obviously everyone there and everyone doing their bits and pieces. But as you guys can see on the screen, Semperfi and Ground Zero are loading in, so we shouldn't be too far away. But yeah, man, I don't know. Let's roll in predictions. What do you think? Both series, by the way.
Both series.
I would love to say that I think there's going to be a contest here today from Ground Zero, but they're just too inconsistent for me to really put a whole lot of stock in them. I think if Ground Zero's like really on the money, if they're hitting their peak, they can take them out for sure. But I just don't see them taking a series here at all. I really do think Semperfi, even if there's that little bit of a curveball coming through from Anubis, like I said, look, Anubis, it hasn't changed that much from when it was in the pool previously, that I think Semperfi is still going to roll into this one and be like, we're kind of okay on this map, and as long as we shoot straight, we should get this one done. Probably 2-0, if not 2-0, certainly 2-1 here for Semperfi would be my take.
Yep.
Thunder Mind Freak, I feel there may be a little bit more upset potential there, just because of the historical precedent being that, Mind Freak, in their most recent match play, the very last game that they played, were actually able to beat Thunder Down Under.
Smash them.
That was obviously extenuating circumstances.
Yes, for sure.
There's a lot going on in the back end there for Thunder Down Under. But they were able to take that best of 5, aka BO1, grand final. But what makes it more interesting to me was, like, it's not just, they fell over the line 13-11 and they got the 2 forfeit wins. Like, they'd smashed them 13-6 on that map, and so obviously the precedent is there that it's possible. Again, I'll still obviously favour Thunder Down Under in that matchup. I think that one's more than sure, but realistically speaking, if there's going to be an upset in either of these two matches, I'd probably say it will come from the Mind Freak side of things rather than from the Ground Zero side of things. So I guess, again, 2-1 Thunder Down Under, 2-0 Semperfi would be my ultimate predictions.
I'm going to go 2-0 both series. I think they're both dominant matchups, to be honest. I think their head-to-head record says everything about both of those matchups.
Yep.
There's one team absolutely obliterating the other team. And now we're on LAN, where I expect the teams that were good online to get even better. So I'm thinking there's no chance for either Mind Freak or Ground Zero, but I want there to be. I would love this to be a competitive LAN where, each team is pushing each other very, very close. And as mentioned before, I do think Thunder is more upsettable than Semperfi is, and also worth mentioning, Mind Freak is a lot closer in the VRS race than Ground Zero. So if there's going to be a team to actually make an upset here and go on a bit of a run across these two events, Mind Freak is it.
I will say the thing about Mind Freak and their VRS, so you have to be a little bit careful with, is that they do still have some LAN points from the last ANZC LAN, which Ground Zero did not partake in. So they got about five LAN wins, which just don't exist for Ground Zero. And by the end of this tournament, that should equalize out to around 8 to 10 wins for both of those teams.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, there you go. So, guys, we are loading into it. I'm just going to say I think it's going to be 2-1 Thunder, and then Semperfi should be able to pull it out 2-0. But for the time being, the guys are just getting some issues loaded out. So as soon as we're ready to rock and roll, we'll send you to our casters.
I'm gonna name this banana Paul.
Big Bill. Big Bill looks good.
I call it Greg.
Aaron, Night Raid. I think you know why.
I will name this Jack, and I'll make sure to remember him in bed tonight.
I have to name him Garrett, and I'm gonna take him back out later, and I'm gonna eat him.
I'm gonna go with Fred the banana.
Omicella.
Dick. Richard.
The cock. Non-binary banana. What about Dave? Bumbleclap.
Jeremy.
Looks like a Tyson, probably last name Patterson, I reckon.
I think I thought Stinky straight away, and then I thought Stonky because I saw Conky.
I like Terry.
Mitch.
Looks like Vision a little bit, no? These stupid fucking glasses on.
He's looking like a Pedro, I reckon.
This is Banana, aka Ryan.
Clutch player.
He looks like a bit of a Daryl. I don't know. He feels like a Daryl. He really feels like a Daryl. There's something about him. I don't know. I'm getting Daryl vibes from this big fella. Big, but large fella. Large. Unbelievably big. Jeez.
Been using Zoe monitor for so long. I can change the settings on the monitor with closed eyes, but when you have to change to something new, the difference is very visible. When you're transitioning your crosshair to a certain area, pre-aim the opponent, or you want to spray transfer quickly, the Zoe's motion clarity is the best right now in the market. When I want to pre-aim the corner, or I want to spray transfer to another opponent, when I transition my crosshair to the opponent is way more clearer to see on the screen. I have always been a big fan of color vibrance and also Blick Equalizer. I want to make sure that my opponents are also very visible. With the old monitor in CS2, the colors have been a bit too colorful at times. The colors have pulled in a lot. On the new monitor, especially when it comes to identifying the opponents in CS2, I think the Zoe brand is something that really look for perfection when it comes to monitors. I like that you guys always ask the feedback from us as well on what do we think can be improved on the monitors. I would say the Zoe monitor has been my top priority ever since I started playing professionally.
Hi, I'm PZ. I'm the Oppo for Ground Zero.
I'm Vision. I play for Ground Zero, and I am the Lurker wing player.
I'm Demio. I'm a rifler for Ground Zero.
I am Omicella. I play for Ground Zero, and I'm the entry fragger or the anchor.
My name is Apoc. I'm from Ground Zero, and I'm the IGL.
I think the win condition is just keeping calm. I think if we keep calm, we'll be able to win against anyone.
We're definitely looking for a top 3, at least, and definitely a possibility of winning the whole thing if we play well.
Our biggest weakness as a team at the moment, we have this really high ceiling, but our floor can be pretty low.
I think sometimes in the important matchups we can sort of get ahead of ourselves, but I think when we keep calm, I think we're a top team.
I reckon the best player in our team is probably Damio or Vision. They're the sharp boys.
Damio's looking pretty good right now. Good consistency, but at the end of last year I think we were all pretty pretty even.
The worst player on our team is probably Damio as well. He's got highs and he's got lows. Oh, I'm talking bad. I'm talking desk slammed, whiffing everything. He struggles sometimes.
I think the best player on Ground Zero, I think we all put in a good effort, to be honest.
Outside of Counter-Strike, I work. So I work 9 to 5.
Most of us work, so I work in IT.
I'm studying computer science.
So I do that, come home, CS. So that's my life.
Yeah, we practice every day.
If we won this DFRAG and then placed highly in the second DFRAG LAN, there's definitely a high chance that we could make it for the major.
I think there's a chance a lot of teams here go to the major.
Honestly, that's kind of everyone's dream, getting the sticker in the game.
That's been the dream since I first started playing CS, so I mean, it would mean the world to me.
If we came last, I think I would find the nearest beach and probably fucking go out to sea.
No, I don't think we're really scared of anybody at this tournament.
Jai Richardson, mate, this DFRAG win is for you, brother. Don't even stress.
To the fans of Ground Zero, we love you. We know that everyone watching is a fan of Ground Zero, so we need you to get in the chat, get typing, get the boys hyped, and I can't wait to get some dubs for you.
I'm Keen, I'm from Semperfi, and I'm the AWP of the team.
Hey, my name's Hazza. I'm from Semperfi, and I'm a rifler.
My name is Christian, otherwise known as Addict, and I play for Semperfi as Rifler.
My nickname is Shady, I play for Semperfi, my role is Rifler.
Here at DFRAG Wildcard LAN, I expect to win, but practically speaking, I take one game at a time.
Expectations are to win. Can't really settle for anything less, to be honest.
We are expecting to win this tournament.
We've put in a lot of work in the last 3 months over in Europe.
We've learned so much.
It's actually extremely important for us to win both of the LANs here and catapult us into the major. So,
if we make it to the major, I couldn't even say I'd be so emotional.
Every player's dream. There's so much to experience over there as well.
It would mean everything to me to get into the major and just get that Keen sticker and just forever be part of the game.
There's a lot of factors that goes into playing well as a team. Can be the energy of the day.
I think some teams have a chance against us because I think game's 50-50 and you can't take it for granted. You could put in so much work and then you lose 2 pistol rounds. It just spirals out of control. So people do have, if you shoot back, you have a chance.
The easiest teams is fucking everyone who we're gonna play. It's not like one team.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the DFRAG Wildcard LAN. We'll be moments away from our first game of the day, Semperfi versus Ground Zero, and we had a lot to listen to there, a lot of kind words. Keen said it's a little bit 50-50, depends on the day that some of these players show up, and yeah, for GZ, I definitely feel like they need to show up today. This is their moment to prove themselves here.
That it is. We're now in playoff season. A double elimination bracket, so there is a lifeline should one of these teams fall to the wayside here, but it's always better if you have a clear path to victory here. I mean, GZ, a very, very capable team in their own right as well, but I mean, Semperfi spent quite a lot of time over in Europe as well, have really shown what they're made of, going up against the not even tier 2 or tier 3 European talent, going up against tier 1 talent. Namely Paravision, of course, 13-11 on Dust, very, very close.
Good start.
And taking a map off of Liquid on Mirage as well. That's pretty big.
Yeah, I was going to say, I imagine the reps that they've been getting probably a lot more better than what we get here in the local scene. You face the same 4 teams, same 5 teams in scrims, and sometimes you can only practice so much, you can only get so many hours against the top Australian talent before you start to look elsewhere. As well, I was going to say Semperfi, even before they went over to that European trip, sometimes they were based in Perth, they could scrim overseas to some of the Asia teams as well. So Semperfi has been doing a lot right since, coming together as a roster. Before they had the likes of Addict and Hazza, we had, Valiant's Alistair in there, and they were getting a lot of reps in against overseas talent. So it's really good to see Semperfi putting in the hours. GC, they've been putting in the hours recently. They've been playing a lot of tournaments, a lot of online qualifiers and such, and it's like, you can only do so much preparation for an event like this, and I feel like for GZ and Semperfi both, we haven't seen the full potential from them.
Yeah, not quite yet. We haven't really seen the full final form just yet. I mean, GZ, we're also a team with international experience as well. Most recently, the Samsung Odyssey LAN, I believe it was called in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, which, if memory serves me correctly, they actually won that one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, both players, not both players, both teams, a lot of prestige, a lot of experience under their belt as well. And, of course, on the side of GZ, the core of the team has been together for ages and ages and ages, going back house bets. They were together for quite a while. I believe it's definitely over a year, probably 2.
Yeah, I'd say easily 2. You know, when they had Brace in there for a bit, and then they got rid of Brace, and they were still like kind of working out who wants to start taking up the calling, and then of course APOC jumped in as the IGL. A lot of experience across both of these teams, and of course as well, if you don't count the ANZC LANs that have happened recently, you know, we've had Semperfi, the last reigning LAN champions, all the way back in the DFRAG Invitational. As well, looking at these two teams head to head, right, both of them haven't gone against each other since November of last year. That's how long it has been, and, you know, GZ might have the element of surprise here. Semperfi, as we said, overseas in Europe for ages, so maybe not used to the Australian meta as they've come back.
Yeah, I mean, it is always a bit of whiplash going from region to region here for Semperfi, but seems like we're ready to go here in our first playoff match here. First map is going to be Anubis, pick of GZ, so Semperfi going to be starting out on the T side here. Anubis, Mirage, and Dust, very, very popular mainstays of the OCE scene here, as off in the first pistol round of the day.
Yeah, off into the first pistol. GZ getting start CT. Semperfi for T. Great little molly, stopping APOC from getting too aggressive there on that flash. Semperfi looking to take up some mid control. A nice little crossfire here from GZ. Got Damio over towards camera. And of course APOC going to be falling back through to CT. And for the moment, Semperfi, they cut noise here. They show a lot of early aggression mid, and then they kind of just back off, let GZ maybe overthink it a little bit here. Somnichello just scouting towards water. Very interesting attempt here from Semperfi. Just cut noise, make GZ guess where they're going to go next here. Still a minute left on the clock, and still plenty of room to be taken up here. Of course, still plenty of util as well from Addict and Hazard. And they have to be cautious. Vision playing in a pretty good spot here. PZ got that flash to set him up for some nice pistol action here.
Ooh, Azza, you gotta be careful of the smoke. APOC done just edging around. Now, Semperfi, it looked like they were heading over towards A, but they picked right. They picked the path of least resistance there. APOC done looking to put up some resistance, but not to be. Semperfi walk straight on in to an unguarded B site there, but look. Ground zero, they've got the numbers to pull off this retake, and they sure as hell will give it a try there. PZ with the kit in hand as well, flashing towards E-Box, but Shady more than happy to oblige Vision a quick death on Michelle. Looking to tussle in towards the CT, rounding around the pillar, but Savage takes out PZ. Addict takes out Michelle one by one. GZ will fall and crumble, but not just yet. Damio and APOC Dart still holding strong, holding together, but Shady shot straight in between the eyes, a triple kill. Straight on in the hands of the Latvian rifler, Semperfi. Beautiful pistol round to get the day started.
Yeah, that was very interesting. GZ going for that A stack and left B completely open, and the fact that Semperfi was just able to stroll it in felt pretty winnable. And Damio, it was a nice double at least to find something back, but Semperfi in some pretty good post-plant positions and got the job done. MP5 here for Hazard. The rest of them going for those Galils and AK as well. Interesting to see a lot of T-sides still opt for those Galils and AKs, of course, when you can get so much cash going with these MP5s, MP7s. And for GZ, looking for an aggressive mid-take. Keen with a great flash setup there from Hazard, and Shady going to collect some ecos as well. Hazard, unfortunately, not really getting any value out of that MP5.
Hell. Happens.
He gets a Galil at least.
Yeah, that's true. It's a relatively standard anti-eco coming up from Semperfi. Nothing too crazy going on here. As GZ now going to be arming themselves to the teeth with a bunch of rifles and a nice assortment of grenades as well to boot. Semperfi, they've still got the rifles to work with as well. Going for looks like a bit of a default here. Just taking things nice and easy, nice and slow. As you all know, this is not a mad dash, it's a marathon. Marathon to reach 13 rounds here, but Semper already with the advantage.
And again, you can see that, I guess Semper are very prevalent about how this mid control is being taken. GZ have shown a little bit of that in that eco. Semper don't want to let them kind of slip through, especially with that new hole in the wall where you can get very aggressive as a CT, or you can rotate pretty easily as a T. But Semper again, just cutting noise, keeping GZ guessing. Really like this kind of methodical play from them so far. You know, it really maybe catches a lot of Australian teams off guard. Normally T-side's very aggressive, very fast. But Semper is one of those teams that's happy to slow it down. They're happy to play all the way to like the edge of the clock, right? And GZ, one of those teams that has to deal with it. As we can see, potential set up for the A site, tossing over a few flashbangs. Savage and Shady getting close.
Ooh.
Vision and APOC looking over towards mid, so this might be the right time to hit A. With GZ looking the other way, Semper have it in.
That they do, and they're charging right on in. APOC does surrounded though, but down to 10 HP. Hazard looking to cut off the mid rotates, but Vision gets his head cut off. His Hazard's going to drop back down in towards the water. Semper are crowding right all over this A side. Bomb going to go down uncontested here as GZ once again forced into the retake there. 4 players alive, but APOC done just on life support here. And it seems like GZ not even going to give this one a chance already. Postulating themselves for the save here. I mean, very, very wise decision. Economy's absolutely nowhere where they want to be. Vision on 0. APOC done on 0. They're as break can be. So saving over 4 rifles is going to give them another fighting chance here. But Semper get themselves a hat-trick very, very early on.
Yeah, no kits either for GZ, so I imagine, you know, the attempt would be a sloppy one if they were to go for it. So, yeah, smartly called. Going to be sitting in corners waiting for the round to finish. And Semper as you said, a hat-trick. 3-0 to start it here on Anubis. And, you know, I was looking at the vetoes. I was outside. I was like, ooh, Anubis first up. Very little interesting one, as we said yesterday, you know, playing with the edges of the map pool. Semper you know, not too comfortable on a map like Anubis, and GZ slipping that one through, but they're in a little bit of hot water, not the start they probably wanted to, so I'm going to be seeing a quick tactical timeout while they identify what they want to do here. Oh, technical, actually, sorry. No, technical?
What's a technical?
It's
like a technical tack?
It's what Arcade and MF were calling yesterday.
That's right, yes. I forgot they couldn't spell.
They couldn't spell, yes.
No one taught Texter how to spell.
That's
Poor
all
boy.
right.
Poor boy.
He's doing a Masters, though.
Is he?
Or is it Tugs? Might be Tugs. One of them's doing a Masters.
Better not be Texter if you can't spell.
Yeah, I'd hope not.
It's attack. There we go.
There we go. Attack.
Alrighty.
For GZ, I imagine. Yep.
Attack for GZ. I mean, Semper they are starting on the more dominant side here of the T side there. So no surprise that they'll be pretty hot out of the gates. As GZ still really yet to get warmed up here. But they've got the full rifles on board as well. Vision already straying out of the A site there. So there's a lot of space being taken by GZ to put Semper in towards a pinch. They don't know it just yet, but an entire third of the map just denied by Semper. Going up towards mid. Looks like the B split coming to fruition very, very soon.
Yeah, definitely see the potential for that B split, especially with the fact that Shady has taken up a ton of mid control. He's got so much info here. They're going to be creeping through this lurk smoke. And APOC needs to be careful. Doesn't spot Savage. And Savage is able to get out and take APOC out. Omnicello at least able to find an Addict, but great trades. Hazard and Keen immediately pounce on the opportunity to find those frags, and 7-5 bomb down. Damio Vision, the last two to try and retake here, but that's a great timed molly here, stops them from walking any bit further. And now it will go out. We still have a ton of util to throw. HE's probably not going to come out, especially with the fact that they're both coming from the same position. Semper can just batten down the hatches. Trades over the molly to Vision. He's looking for the potential of a lineup. Oh, and Keen gets taken out. No, Damio finding Keen, but Hazard will collect to have a consistent man that Hazard is in those clutch situations for Semper. It's 4-0 here. GZ not getting anything after the tactical, but still straight to the purchase, still have enough money to get those M4s out. Famous here for Vision once again, and the big green for PZ against Keen. This is a fight we haven't seen in a while. I was going to say Keen, since he's been overseas, the AWP IGL leads from the front really, whereas PZ a little bit more of a static AWPer, kind of sits around and lets picks come to him. And I feel like it's going to be a very important battle going into this series, right? Keen, one of those guys that if he's on, he's calling from the front, he's leading his troops into battle, whereas PZ, if he's feeling it, and that really sees the impact for GZ, and yeah, it's going to be a very important duel to keep note of. Omnichella here going to be swinging, but Hazza taking out PZ there. Beautiful shot. M4 too.
Yeah, very nicely done indeed to take out that AWPer, but it's been picked up in the hands of Omnichella there, so the AWP still in play here for GZ, but a minute left on the clock. And Semperfi are really, really big fans of bleeding GZ dry here. Haven't really seen anything much too aggressive until they start getting themselves right into those positions. But Savage looking to go hunting as Omnichella just can't land the flick shot. Addict just tucked in behind the staircases as Damio and one and done. He'll get it done. Addict take it out there. Oh, Damio, hello.
Keen grabbing the bomb. Damio spotted him.
I mean, they know where he is. Damio's a dead man walking. It's a 1v4 as well. Hazza just on the outside, but Hazza taken out by Damio, dispatched. So there's still an opportunity. Oh, man. I mean, it's a non-zero chance that he may be able to get away with this clutch, but not to be. It looks like he doesn't even want to give it up a chance. And honestly, don't blame him. $750 of cash. Not much left in the bank, but an AK to hold onto, which... Ooh. Shady just around the corner. Not even guaranteed the save just yet, as Damio's still holding the angle. He doesn't know it, but Shady's just right behind him.
Yep.
And shot in the back of the head. Executed. No save whatsoever. Semperfi find round number 5 there. And not much response from GZ just yet.
Yeah, this is a very strong T-side. Normally Anubis pretty T-sided as of late. But yeah, this is looking like a blowout already here. GZ just struggling to get any momentum. And it's going to be a tactical here for Semperfi. I feel like this is let's just keep it going. We've got a good lead. Let's not get complacent now. And GZ... they're looking a little bit worried. I was going to say already, it just feels like there's not a lot of hyperactivity going on here for GZ. Normally we see when they're on form, they're calling good rotates. Apox going, yeah, let's stack here, let's do this. And they get some good reads, and those are the rounds that GZ often picked up here. But for Semperfi, it's a lot of just stagnant cut. Let's not do anything crazy aggressive early. Let's not give GZ an early pick. And yeah, it seems to be working. GZ getting starved of any early potential here, and for Semperfi just looking to keep the ball rolling. Smoke going to be going over towards B here from Hazza. Molly as well towards mid, because GZ, it's an eco round. They could look to stack up mid, but they're actually going to be stacking over towards A. And Semperfi, again, this might be a pretty good read. There's only one player over at B.
Yeah, gamble stack over towards A. GZ. They've got not much left. Not much legs to stand on in this round, so I'm going to try and figure out if they can find anything, if they can lure Semperfi into a trap here, but it doesn't seem like Semperfi are going to be falling for it that easily, as they walk straight on into a B site that is completely vacant, ripe for the picking here. As Semperfi, they've gambled right, and it's paid off dividends, as they're still being a little careful. Just doing the due diligence. And taking a lot of space as well. It's Savage already pushed up in towards Museum to cut off any potential GZ rotates. Bomb goes down. And it seems like this round is all but over for GZ.
Yeah, it's I was going to say it's an eco realistically. What can they do? Maybe just eco gamble stack and nothing pays off. GZ getting farmed here, to say the word. I was going to say, I hate to say it, GZ, normally a very respectable team, but getting farmed by Semperfi right now. 6-0 to start here on their map. Pick of Anubis it's worrisome, and they need something to kick that momentum into gear. It feels like we need some sort of big play to come out from any of the members of Ground Zero to really get the ball rolling. And APOC, he might be looking for an AK here. Fast flank coming through. And Keen will take out APOC at least, so Fast Flight doesn't really do all too much. It's 6 for Semperfi, and for GZ, realistically, what do? They've got a double AWP set up now here.
I mean, double AWP setup can definitely work on Anubis. It's just that they need to be proactive in finding those openers. I mean, GZ, they're not necessarily putting up a bad CT side here. It's just a Semperfi and it's putting up an even better T side there. And with an innate advantage of the T side on this map as well. I mean, it really does seem like a pretty dominant show of force here. And, I mean, it well and truly is. It doesn't necessarily mean that GZ are putting up a terrible CT side, because CT side is quite unpalatable on Anubis, so they're making the best of what they got here. Look, a pretty big investment into this round with a double AWP setup as well. Damio down in towards E-Box, PZ holding the line in towards A main. As Omichella holding down B. So there's a sight lines taken care of. Semperfi taking this one nice and slowly. Seems like a very prominent signature there. Just bleeding out as much utility as they can. And then exploiting GZ right at the end.
Yeah, it's a very methodical way to play Counter-Strike, and I respect it out of Keen, right? That style that's come through here for Semperfi. It used to be very flashy, aggressive back when they had Alistair and Valiance, but now it's a little bit more calm, a little bit more collected, and that shows growth as an IGL from Keen and how that experience overseas has really come to Semperfi's advantage here.
Hello.
Great shot there from Omnichella, though. Vision as well, finding Savage through the smoke. Keen at least able to answer one back, but Semperfi, they might have left the clock a little bit too late this time, because Ground Zero is starting to mount a little bit of a sizable defense. It's another from Omnichella. Finding Shady. Keen smoked off. He's looking for his pick, but hiding behind the pillar there towards the backside. Forced out with the molly. Forced out by Addict, going for a nice little shot here. And PZ caught with the molly in hand. Addict looking to walk it up with Vision. A beautiful double. And GZ finally putting one on the board. It felt like it was so long before we finally see them come to life. And big round there from Omnichella. The double AWP paying off.
Yeah, basically it's kind of reminiscent of how Na'Vi like to play. I mean, I've been watching Na'Vi for quite a while. Yeah,
big fan.
It's hard to be a fan these days, but let's not talk about that right now. But yeah, I mean, the way that Alexi kind of likes to format these rounds is that they like to take their sweet time, and then in the last 30-20 seconds, then they mount the execute. But they do run the risk of GZ consolidating their defenses on the side that they do like to hit as well. I mean, you can bleed out as much utility as they can, but GZ are starting to get acclimated and holding onto it because they know that Semperfi like to take their sweet time, as Shady's not going to take a sweet time to take out APOC Dud. So good start here for GZ to get round number 1, but it seems like Semperfi is turning it back on its head.
Yeah, it's already turned tail and turning dark here for GZ. So we've just got Omnichella left. Going to be open away. He has to save it. I was going to say, very important one to keep. It's a very heavy economic investment from GZ in that last round. Did pay off, but Omichella's not going to expect Shady there on the lurk. And Semperfi at 7. And still only 1 for GZ here on the CT side of Anubis. Semperfi, they have come to play. It looked a little bit rough for them yesterday, you know, looking at their game against Mindfreak, especially on that second map of Mirage, where Mindfreak got off to a good lead, and then, you know, Semperfi finally start to work it out. So maybe a little bit of a slower start. Not today, it would seem. Semperfi, they've had their coffees, they've had their warm-up, and they're feeling good right now. And for GZ, might need to show a little bit more magic. Again, that wake-up call needs to happen. I thought it was going to start to come to fruition after that first round that they picked up, but MP7 for Damio, 5-7s for the rest of them. Semperfi, again, just stalling for time. Throwing a little bit more util early on, and Vision, he gets away from that one. The team kill coming up from Omnichella, but he's able to get a double. Hazard's taken out. APOC finds Shady, and this round's been turned completely on its head. GZ in the ecos, they get it done, but Addict, he's back with a swift vengeance. It's just left a Damio. 1 versus 2, but Addict low HP. Keen, a very stagnant player with that AWP. Damio could probably get this done.
There's a very real potential here that Damio could get it done, just looking in towards Heaven Smoke, just waiting to biding his time. The Archangel looking to strike on down. McKean, much too aware, and sometimes heaven does fall. As GZ will fall in that round, a very, very valiant effort coming up from Omichella, despite little team fragging incident there, which we'll not speak about.
We won't.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, they went into that round with not that much investment, so to bring it down to a 1v2, pretty good. But I mean, yeah, still not around yet in a decent amount of time. So 8-1. I mean, like we were talking about yesterday, it's that issue with Anubis where, sure, you do go in, if you start out on CT side. I mean, ideally you want to be reaching for that 5 if you're really, really good at it. If you get really lucky, 6-6. But then people are like, oh no, it's okay. You can just build it up when you get back onto the T side after you play CT, after you get destroyed. Yeah, but you've already hemorrhaged so many rounds that it's going to make it even harder to mount the comeback when you do go into that CT side. So it's like 8-1. I mean, realistically, the best thing that GZ can hope for now is 3 more clean rounds and 8-4. Even that is a pretty disparaging scoreline, considering the fact that pistol rounds in CSU really does seem like a complete coin flip.
Yeah.
So if you lose that one, you're already, and most likely the eco, you're already down 6 rounds. So then what then?
Yeah, it's a hard question to answer right now for GZ. A bit of a slower start in their first map here in the playoffs. And for Semperfi, looking well informed, as we heard from Keen. I was going to say anything less than a victory would probably be a disappointment for a roster like this, you know. Spending hours overseas, pracking, scrimming, getting in great competition, as you said, you know, pretty respectable maps against Paravision and Liquid over in ESL. And for GZ, haven't had that luxury yet, but they're looking to stamp their mark here, make their name known as one of Australia's premier teams. Semperfi, again, a little bit slow. Off the rocker here. Smoke as well. Flash comes out from Keen. Omnichella, though, has a gap in that one. Could look to exploit it. Smoke goes towards the front of that pillar. Molly towards the backside of the site. And GZ now need to put their foot down if they want to win this one.
That they do indeed. But not to be their foot kind of get kicked out from under them. It's Omnichella still hanging around with the AWP, but only good for the one as Hazard will find him zeroed right on in through the smoke as PZ, last man standing, 8-1 now. I don't see a world where he gets it done with the AWP. Maybe at AK, but even then, that's a bit of a pipe dream there. AWP, a bit of an unwieldy weapon to have in the clutch. So, 9-1 on the horizon here. It's just a show of force coming out from Semperfi. The GZ really just can't seem to find the missing piece of the puzzle to try and get it done here. But I mean, Semperfi, it's Semperfi. I mean, they've got a lot of experience under the belt, especially in EU, which is quite a rare opportunity, all things considered, especially for OS.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got a lot of experience playing all those tier 2, tier 3, tier 1 teams even. I mean, Semperfi, I mean, it's not every day you play against Liquid. It's not every day you take a map off of Liquid either.
Yeah.
But, I mean, yeah, they've had a lot of experience this past while. They're playing against teams like, I mean, Heroic Academy, Mouse, NXT. So, I mean, it really shows that all the preparation, all the experience that they gained overseas. I mean, despite the fact that, you know, there was a little bit lackluster in terms of actual victories, getting that experience, in all honesty, is probably a bigger victory for them than anything.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, you know, Keen and Shady coming into, I guess, like an already established core, right? Addicts, Hazard, and Savage, they used to play ages ago, back in the day, back in the COVID days, but Omnichella able to find Keen through the smoke. He's looking for a little bit more as well, fishing for something. But granted, nothing. Semperfi will retreat there to the hills, and it is going to be a strong start, but Addicts catches the flank completely. GZ are thwarted on their attempt here, and Omnichella's now going to have to go big. He's already found 2, and needs 3 more to collect this round for GZ. Semperfi, they rotate over, and Omnichella, he's also thinking about the rotate. He's got a pretty good timing here to catch them, but he's going to go slow. He's going to allow Semperfi to plant that bomb down, and smokes go out. Molly as well, stopping Omnichella from going anywhere near it. Bomb will be planted. Savage on the lurk over towards middle as well, so Omnichella if he can find this first initial pick. Addict's low as well. And strong shot. Omnicello, there we go. That's one. Smokes off camera. Addict hiding main. Savage hiding mid. And Omnicello now, he can look to go for it because it's planted behind the podium for him. So he's got cover from Savage, but a great shot from Savage. Shot landed as well from Omnicello. Another round Semperfi, and for GZ, that was, again, another good opportunity for them to close that one.
I mean, it really, really was, but I mean, it's a little bit sketchy for GZ that the closest round, I mean, bar the one they won, was a pretty impressive individual performance. I mean, at the end of the day, you could have one individual firing on all cylinders, but at the end of the day, it's a concerted team effort that wins you these rounds in Counter-Strike. And, I mean, we are seeing it, but it just seems like Semperfi are just that much better, well, on the T side at least.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 10-1. There's no saving here. As Apoc Dud going to get a freebie straight on into Savage, but stuck towards platform. He'll get out, but Damio, double kill, and okay, Omnicello just spamming people through smokes every day of the week.
Yep.
As Hazza, last man standing, flash tossed on in as well. Does dodge it, but Apoc Dud looked like he was fed to the wolves, but he'll stand proud and get themselves a second round on the board. But I mean, it goes back to what I've been saying since yesterday. We've seen Anubis play time and time again in the previous series that we saw yesterday as well. And it's just a matter of, sure, you're playing on the harder side on CT, and you, I guess, have a safety net when you do go over into the T side, but it's just a matter of how many rounds can you lose on CT to then try and make up for the deficit once you go over to that T side. 10-2, it's not looking good. I can definitely say that much.
Yeah, that's probably the most polite way to put it. It's not looking good here for GZ, but I feel like this is where they could really get the ball rolling, right? Apoc having a little bit of a slower start to this one. Normally we've seen as well Apoc putting up some respectable numbers for GZ in most of the games that they've come out on top of. Omnicello, the only one at double digits right now. PZ as well having a bit of a slower start. That's, I guess, the unfortunate burden to bear as the AWPer. If you're not hitting shots, you look a little bit lower on the kill total here as Hazza. Addict's great crossfire there, and Addict's going to poke his head from pillar. It's a double from Addicts. Hazza's looking to get involved too, and they'll farm them, or Savage losing his life in the process, but he's happy to give his life for a round over to Semperfi, and, well, 2 for 2 in the pistols. This is looking worrisome now. GZ might have to pull something out of their hat.
Oh, this is exactly what I was saying before. If, sure, you have less rounds, you have a deficit to make up for once you do go over into the T side. But if you lose that pistol, it's, I wouldn't say wraps, but it just makes that job infinitely more harder. Especially if you have a deficit like 10-2. I mean, 8 rounds, incredibly difficult, not impossible, but doable. But, I mean, you let slip the pistol round, and now you're forced onto what's essentially an eco with diddly squat money, 11-2. I mean, unless Semperfi just colossally messes up, this should be free for the taking, but not quite just yet. But Omnicello a whittled down as Addict gets chased on down, so... Okay, this gets a little bit interesting vision. Last man standing, Keen, and Savage just around the corner as Keen not going to let that one slip. A little bit expensive for Semperfi, but yet again, it's still another round. And honestly, that really seemed like a final Hail Mary from GZ there. 12-2. I mean, can they make up 10 rounds? They are on the T side, but it's a tall ask.
It's a very big ask for them. But GZ, much like Mind Freak, I was going to say, both those teams very similar. And if it gets late and they're down a deficit, they can still kind of pull themselves out. I don't know how possible it is at 12-2, though. For Semperfi, this should be a pretty easy closeout. Keen, he's already getting aggressive through water. M4 here, holding up on that high ground towards carpet. Gonna be a smoke off as well. Vision can't get any sort of info here. This is very aggressive positioning from Semperfi. This is the Semperfi we expected to see. You know, Keen not having the flashiest of games, but he's still leading from the front. Everybody's getting involved. Now, they've spotted a few players towards stairs. They need to be careful. They've done a ton of damage already. They could just back off and let Ground Zero take up control of water and then fight them on the side.
Yeah, a lot of noise down on towards A water. There's blood in the water. As Simplify can smell it. 5 more kills is all they need to wrap up what has been a dominant show of force here on Anubis. Simplify, 50 seconds left on the clock. Addict already making a foray out on towards B, so they don't know it just yet. Addict could potentially get jumped here if he needs to turn around, which doesn't seem like he's interested in turning around. Vision. Oh, he's going to let them pass. Ooh. Oh.
Oh, no. Never mind. PC scout shot there to Keen as well. Yeah, very interesting position there if you let him pass. Shady. Find PZ though, back in return. Hazard and Shady now to attempt this 2 versus 4 retake. GZ have found themselves a little bit of a reprieve here. Shady, he'll probably just have to keep that M4. Hazard, could look to go for some exits here, get some cash from that MP5, but he's nowhere near this site right now, so GZ playing this one very interestingly there and forcing, I guess, a little bit of a mistake out of Semplify when they get too aggressive. That's why we've seen them play slow that T side. And GZ happy to pick this one up because that means they get to play a little bit more Counter-Strike here on Anubis.
Yeah, they do indeed. Shady taken out as well, but has got to clean up. And it is another round for GZ off of a couple of Tech 9s, and they do get a Galil for the troubles as well. So, pretty successful round coming up from GZ, but I mean, that's really at this point just a blip on the radar. But they still have so many rounds, so many gun rounds as well to make up for. Sure, you can win an eco. Can you win out the gun rounds? So that is a big question. Top to thread's a pretty condemning scoreline there. Semplify by looking a little bit sketchy there, but I mean, MP9's in the right positions, in the right spots. Can honestly be even better, even scarier than the rifles. Shady down towards mid. Apoc Dud creeping right on up.
Keen, a very aggressive position through water too, using that hole in the wall to a Semplify CT advantage. Apoc though through camera, able to get one on towards Savage. The sights open up for GZ with the rest of Semplify on the other side. They're probably just going to have to save these SMGs. They can't really get into this one. Ground zero, just 1 kill, all that's necessary to secure a round here in Vision. Just holding down the back line here. Plant down here for GZ. And for Semplify, MP5s, MP9s, sketchy buy. And forcing all their cash out. Not too worried though, still, tons of rounds to play with. 8. GZ would have to pull off here to take us to OT. So, yeah, Semplify, one of those rounds that they're happy to give up. Just, fold it, call it a day. GZ, still fighting for life here at the end of the day.
Yeah, that they are indeed. And, GZ have won 2 rounds in a row, the previous one being an eco, of course, but still economy, not where they want it to be. So, it really seems like they're sitting on thin ice, essentially. 12-4. There's something back, but I think at this point they just might be delaying the inevitable there. Semplify, just 1 more needed to get them over the line. And taking their opponent's map pick there, but attack coming out, coach, giving them a little bit of insight.
Yeah, coach, Zippy? Zip? Zippy.
I actually did a little bit of research into this guy.
Yeah, he used to coach Godsend back in the day.
Yes, he did.
So, respectable coach in his own regard has definitely, I guess, picked it up tactically here for Semplify, where it's been a lot of, Keen kind of putting ideas out there to the rest of Semplify, and Semplify going, yeah, that works, yeah, maybe not that. And, maybe somebody at the helm of the coach role here for Semplify is what they needed. I believe it was Kingfisher before then, last LAN here. That's back in the Invitational, of course, speaking. And, I was going to say a much-needed coach upgrade here for Semplify. They're looking to take up some mid-control. Molly there, dodge out there, and Apoc is going to be taken. Shady pushes in with the MP9 and pushes the issue. Semplify now up a kill in the round. Ton of damage done to Damio and Omnicella as well. This is a bad look for GZ.
Yeah, it's looking rough around the edges there. A lot of aggression in towards mid. Just trying to spearhead an assault right on in. And they managed to find one and a lot of collateral damage dealt onto GZ. So this might just be the straw that breaks the camel's back there. Keen goes exploring towards mid as well, but Damio going to catch him completely off guard. So there it is. Man advantage taken out of their hands though. Still, a lot of damage dealt on towards GZ. Need to be careful, very, very careful indeed if they want to keep extending play here on Anubis.
Yeah, have to be very cautious. 40 seconds here. GZ have to deal with still a ton of utility here for Semperfi, right? We've got still 2 mollies for Hazard and Savage. Shady as well has a molly. Great HE from Addict would be timing, but PZ, perfect shot there on the Hazard. As they'll walk out, Addict's still lurking about here in E-Box, though. They still have to deal with him. No molly goes his direction. Vision's just going to face it head on. Bomb drops here, and Damio is the least able to trade it back. And down to the 2 versus 1. It's Shady, though, in such a good spot. He's got the wrap on B main. GZ's got no idea. He's going to wait for one, but he can't get the second. Damio at least able to breathe some more life into GZ's lungs. Semperfi almost pulling it off there, and PZ, a little bit of smile on the dial there. GZ know that they've still got a long road ahead of them.
Oh my god, that would have been quite the ending there. Stabbed in the back by Semperfi, but there's on life support right now. They're slowly but surely being resuscitated here. Semperfi by looking ever so sketchy there. One hero rifle in the hands of Shady, a couple of deagles on their hips. Can these big irons ring out? Addicts, big iron not going to be ringing out as PZ's got even bigger iron. Taking him out with AWP as GZ looking to find themselves round number 6.
Oh, Shady's go for an aggressive peek through that hole in the wall. And, well, PZ's looking for it. GZ still being cautious, right? You know, it's Semperfi, it's pistols, it's Australian Counter-Strike. You can always be on your guard. Double nade stack doesn't take out Savage there, so great little tuck-in position. GZ going to... Oh, Keen has found one over towards middle. That's APOC. That's a gun dropped here for Semperfi. And now a doable round here. GZ a little bit over-aggressive. Omnichella, though. He'll grab that AK. All is good in the day here for GZ. But for Semperfi, looking to stack over towards the other side of the site. And GZ, they're looking to go that way. Keen's looking to go aggressive too.
Not again.
The gun's not there. He's like, oh, no, there it is. It's been tossed away. That's Omnichella's Galil, actually. He'll grab it, and he's going to go for the flank piece. He's not looking his way. And
that's a bomb.
That's bomb to Omnichella. Needs to find this kill on a Keen to make this round doable for GZ.
Oh my god, no way. GZ on the verge of getting eco'd there. What a terrible, terrible way to go out. Should this happen there? But Vision brings it right on the back. Straight out from the jaws of death. Oh my goodness, GZ look like they're staring down the gun barrel. But they'll dodge and weave through all those bullets. Doing the best Neo impression. And somehow, some way, they've presented a lifeline here, and they will hold onto it for dear life. 12-6, we go again here, and again, and again. GZ just won't stay down at all.
GZ, remarkable play so far here. After losing the pistol too, you thought that's like heartbreak. That really sets in stone that Semperfi were going to close Anubis, but GZ... they're slowly picking the pieces together. Damio starting to pick up kills we don't normally see. It's a double again from Damio. And Shady and Keen are out of fruition here for Semperfi. GZ now, the healthier members. Hazard needs to be very cautious. Attic over towards E-Box. And still poking and prodding in mid. Savage is looking for some information. GZ are starving them of it right now. Damio gets those 2 picks and then it goes completely quiet. Spot up there. APOC hasn't been seen yet by Savage, but both of them are aware of each other and the potential of this hole drop here from GZ, or the potential hole drop here from Semperfi. And now, bomb goes over to water. Damio finding the shots. He finds Addicts will take out Damio and PZ. And now Semperfi have man advantage, and GZ, what do?
They squander it. That's what they do. They squander it. They had it in their hands and they clapped and they completely smushed their chances there, but don't discount it just yet. It's not over just yet. Addict on 13 points of health on life support here. Omnichella and Vision still healthy. A lot of utility, a full belt. In fact, in the hands of Omnichella there. Vision making his way in towards A main. No one actually on the site itself to deny As Savage just tucked back in towards beach there, but Omichella might be going for a dive here unless he can clear him out, but they've avoided each other like ships in the night. A little bit too deep there, Mr. Savage as Omichella can take his rightful position up in towards heaven. The Merciless God looking to strike down a Savage on the jump up as well. Addict just hiding around the corner. Omichella going for the swing. It doesn't even matter. It's peak or be peaked here as Omichella will peak 100 times out of 100, leaving Hazza in a dire situation there. I mean, GZ, this is exactly what they needed. They're not in the clear just yet, but this round got to put wind back in the sails. Omichella and Vision get it done. And they are the saviors of GZ that rose up in the finest hour there. Semperfi looking a little bit flat now.
Yeah, this is starting to look worrisome. Semperfi, we've seen this story so many times in Australian Counter-Strike. They come up big, they come out showing, and then it gets to 12, and everybody struggles to convert at 12. But we're seeing here, Semperfi, once again, a little bit of a broken play. M4s for 2, MP9 for Shady, and they're getting aggressive. Addict's had enough. He wants to take the fights, but APOC coming up huge for 3, and this is now GZ's moment to shine as they've taken out a few quick picks. Shady will smoke off that molly. He'll grab himself an AK, but GZ still room to work with. APOC's up through mid here, and they can look to just split on towards that A site.
Yeah, that they are indeed. GZ looking to completely destroy, but Hazza, that's a good pick though. It really does seem inconsequential there, taking one out. Does leave Shady in a 1v3, but even then, it's still a dire situation there. 3 plays to get through, and Vision just around the corner. Taking a lot of flight damage. Shady position revealed as well, just relegated back in towards a save there. As GZ, they've hit the magical 8. I mean, 6. I mean, 5. 7, but then once you get to 8, this starts to arise some questions there. Can GZ actually manage to bring this back from a 12-2 deficit? I mean, Semperfi have had so many map points completely squandered, and GZ have well and truly turned the tables around to deliver retribution to Semperfi, who've essentially just brushed them to the side there. 12-2 now, 12-8. We are in the realm of a comeback now. But it's just a matter of, can they keep this momentum going? Because it well and truly seems like Semperfi have stalled and flatlined there, but GZ are rising up to the occasion.
Yeah, GZ definitely one of those teams that I guess blossoms late, right? As we said, a little bit of a slower start from majority of the members, but you can see Vision start to get loud. You can see APOC starting to find multis that we expect of APOC in positions of his caliber. And as well, PVZ's starting to find some momentum. I was going to say he's starting to get a little bit more aggressive with that AWP. He's less stagnant. GZ's starting to really work out how Semperfi have been playing here. And for Semperfi, it's just about one. It's still that magic number of 13 eludes them for the moment. And for GZ, another attack, into a tech, sorry. And, you know, they just need 4 more rounds. We go to OT here on Anubis. Their map pick, remind you. And Semperfi were looking to take it in dominant fashion, but that was in the past. Current present here is 8-12.
Yeah, I mean, these past few rounds, Semperfi have been getting really, really aggressive, especially down towards mid. It seems like GZ are more than prepared to meet them head on. It's an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Right here, right now is GZ. They're the immovable object and looking to stop Semperfi right where they stand. This complete inertia. Really, it seems as it's just been the GZ show here. Semperfi, they've got the AWP in the hands of Key down towards E-Box there, but the smoke. Obscure vision, but Addict. Like a expeditionary force down on in, supported by Shady up towards a window. So Semperfi taking some forward positions. Choke GZ out. It's still waiting, taking this one nice and slowly this time around.
Yeah, that early E-Box smoke is a great one from GZ. Will wind up denying Semperfi vision early. But they're starting to group up here. Over towards B. Hazza, Molly, Addicts here to help him out. Keen finding one already on the PZ. He almost gets caught there, but he's able to retreat to Temple. And GZ, now the momentum shifts into Semperfi's favor with that opening pick. And Omnichella needs to make something happen now. 50 seconds, GZ stall the clock here. They're trying to bait out a swing. Damio with the AWP, taking out Keen. Sempify now, 2 only remaining here on B. 1 will be flushed out by the Molly. HE combo. Hazard's getting bombarded with Util 2. Addict forced to swing. Hazard has to peek from Pillar. And APOC will be found by Shady, but Damio again with this AWP. All of a sudden has come alive here. 30 seconds for GZ. Still trying to get the bomb down. Rotations come from Savage to E-Box. And Vision, this is his moment to shine. Shady behind Pillar, gets stinked up. Trade doesn't happen there. No damage dealt back. He's caught on the reload. Vision gets taken out. Damio versus Savage. Flash comes out there. Damio takes the shot blind. And Damio, 1 bullet left in the chamber. He crosses to Pillar. He's trying to get the bomb down, and Savage will find it. Damio's taken, and what almost happened, what was almost a comeback, GZ will fall, and Sempify close it at 13 on Anubis.
My god, GZ, just when it looked like they were charging up, when they were going nuclear, they fizzle out, and the reactor cools down there. Sempify managed to squeeze out just one more to seize that map point that has eluded them for so long. But, yeah, what a game. We need to cool off a little bit here, get some cool-headed analysis straight from the desk.
Yeah, well, I mean, that took a little bit longer than it should have, a little bit longer than anticipated. I mean, realistically, Pilsky, that was looking like it was going to be a clean win for Sempify, but in the end it wasn't. So, I don't know, maybe something in there to say positive for Ground Zero, or was it just more negatives for Sempify? Where do you sit on that one?
No, I think Ground Zero was making a really good comeback there. I was honestly getting pretty hyped up. I wanted to see them bring it all the way back on the T side, but just far too slow to start, unfortunately. I think it's the same story in the other matchup that we have at the moment. Mindfreak very slow to start, Thunder off to a very, very quick lead, and it seems like they might close this out unless Mindfreak can also complete a T-side comeback on Anubis themselves over on the B stream.
Fuck.
Oh, I thought you'd gone home.
I was
thought
looking
you couldn't
for
even
Sempify's CT side. I just couldn't find it in the end. But we got it there in the end, I suppose. But yeah, look, at least it turned around, I guess, at the end of the day.
Jesus. I mean, really, I don't know. I felt there was plenty of opportunities actually for Sempify to close that one out. You know, the Addict 3K and E-Box, that looked like it should be around. But yeah, I actually do give some credit to Ground Zero, I think, alongside Pilsky there, that it wasn't so much Sempify shitting the bed, although they, you know, kind of were slowing down a little bit, but more so Ground Zero coming up with some plays, doing well for themselves. But this is the problem with Ground Zero, is like they never really seem to be able to string together like a full series, first of all, but even map to map, it's kind of
half to half.
You can have a great half, exactly, and then the next half can kind of just go a bit pear-shaped, or vice versa. You can have a horrendous first half, 2 rounds on CT side, certainly not enough. But if they would have got 3 or 4, that's a really competitive map. It's just that they really let the ball down on that CT side. So it is unfortunate. You know, they've lost their map pick now, so going forward, obviously the series gets a little bit tougher. Sempify going to go on to Mirage, and they'll feel really comfortable there. So I think it's an opportunity missed for Ground Zero with that first half.
But that's the thing. I feel like, you know, we're only early days. This is a double elimination playoff bracket. Like, you just need to get enough consistency, enough belief to where they work their way back into that Anubis game. It feels like they can actually play their way into a series. It makes Sempify feel more mortal to them now that we're here on LAN in Queensland. So I'm hoping that next map they maybe start a little bit stronger. Maybe they can get a pistol, fortunate clutch or something like that. Maybe they can get an eco win and ride a little bit of momentum. And if not, even if they go down 0-2 here, I need them to channel what was happening on that T-side comeback there on Anubis and bring it into their next couple of series.
Yeah, no, 100% right. That's the thing about LAN. You need that energy, you need that drive and momentum, and all I could see on the other side for Sempify is they were quiet, right? Towards the end of that, they definitely let it close a little bit too late, and I think potentially we could see, especially going into a very aggressive map like Mirage, there is a possibility, but we're going to need to take a bit of a break to load into that one. We'll see you guys after.
we're here, and we're present. Is Ground Zero going to be present here on Mirage, or will this be a swift 2-0 from Semper Fi? A lot of unanswered questions here. But now we're here. Don't know how we got here, but somehow, someway we did. Semper Fi, this is a map pick of Mirage. GZ going to be starting out on the CT side here. As well for the pistol, and a lot of presence down towards mid, and Semper Fi more than happy to oblige and just take those peaks every single day of the week as Damio and Omicella faces flat on the ground. Apoc Dud looking to go for a DAC, does spot one, sending some shots straight on in. And no GZ members at all whatsoever down towards B side. Semper Fi, plant should go down undisturbed.
Yeah, just completely not bothering with the mid-window smoke. Normally we see a lot of teams, you know, they've got spawn for it or somebody has some instant lineup, but yeah, Semper Fi just opting to throw that smoke to Con and just cross up through short for free with the fights that they took. GZ, well, they've got one flash, no kits available. Pretty hard to retake, so they might just have to save and pistol. This would make a unfortunate start. Semper Fi, that would put them on 3 pistol rounds in this series overall, and if you're winning 3 pistol rounds, yeah, normally you win the series, but
normally, but anything can happen. But Mirage, this is Semper Fi's strong suit here. He's got a very, very impressive track record, taking down Liquid here. And if my memory does serve me correctly, it was a 9-3 half to Semper Fi on this CT side against Liquid. I mean, despite Liquid being a shadow of their former selves, it's still Liquid. They're still miles ahead of talent here in OS. So the fact that Semper Fi took a map off of them, and 9-3 as well to boot, that's pretty insane. So GZ really need to be on the A game here to go nuclear against Semper Fi, and this is also Semper Fi that took this map to full regulation. 24 rounds against Paravision as well.
An impressive resume from Semper Fi, but Vision at least able to trade one out there onto Addict. Another shot back immediately, lightning quick from Keen. And for Semper Fi, entry picks once again going to their favor. GZ opting to rotate over towards A. We're sending Damio to deal with his former teammate. It was ages ago. Damio and Savage used to play together. I believe, I'm talking like 2019. Those guys used to play together. I was talking to Savage even before this series. Me and him have kind of grown up in Counter-Strike together, really. You know, he's a little bit younger than me, but I got my start casting Savage ages ago, back in like CGA 2019, 2018 even. So Savage has come a long way. I've unfortunately not got as long as the way as him, but you know, we're here.
2019 was 7 years ago.
Yeah. Savage was like 15 when he started playing.
2019 was 7 years ago, Tony.
Yeah.
We're old.
We old, gang. And we're still here casting
7 years ago.
Counter-Strike 2, not Counter-Strike Go.
7 years.
7 whole years.
It's kind of scary to think about it, but Apoc not going to be doing much thinking as he's got an MP5 bullet straight into his head, and so is Damio onto Shady, but really does seem inconsequential. And every single kill that they do get, extra cash in the bank. 2-0 to Semper Fi as GZ money not quite there enough to warrant a buy, so pistols shared all around there. A couple of deagles, one in the hands of Damio, one in the hands of Vision, and the USBs for the rest. So yeah, this one should be a pretty easy cleanup for Semper Fi. MP7, oh no, Mac 10 coming on the hands of Addict. He wants that extra cash, but I'm a huge advocate for the MP7. That thing is crazy good.
Dude, I think I played the day after they made the Keen already funny PZ. I found that the MP7 double dink at a range goes absolutely silly, and that is just in my 8K Premier game, so I imagine at the top it's probably a pretty nasty one to deal with, but yeah, Semper Fi only opting for that Mac 10 on Addicts. He will at least find Vision. A little bit quicker of a run and gun up through Con. Semper Fi also looking to split up the shot. Omicella spotted one there, doesn't find the pick, and Shady will promptly deal with him. Damio as well taken and dealt with. And just left Apoc. He's stuck on A. There's a smoke in his way. Semper Fi potentially looking to just take him out before they even get that bombed out. Of course, they probably want the cash first. Addicts, he'll take him out. They'll get the bomb down too. Just crossing their T's, dotting their I's. Semperfi with another strong start here on their map pick of Mirage.
Actually, big letting Addict get most of the kills there. 3 kills found on the MAC-10 as well. Of course, the kill reward much higher on the SMGs compared to the rifles. So Addict got a pretty nice bank account set up here. It's still got to be running it back on the MAC-10 as well. How's it bringing the MP5 as well? Interesting decision. Did get buffed, of course, alongside the MP7, but I still feel like the MP7 is better, in my opinion. But maybe he knows something we don't.
Yeah, might have a little bit of information that we don't know about. Shady gonna be over towards top mid again. Semperfi, one of those teams that doesn't opt for this mid smoke, it would seem, and can't really blame them. You know, they hit their shots. They know how to get out mid without the cover of that mid smoke. Just one good flash, smoke towards Con, and split's pretty doable here for the likes of GZ though. Good APOC jump spotting. Michela as well there to back him up from short side. And Semperfi, again, this is textbook Semperfi T side. Slow it down, cut all noise, make GZ burn some utility, and then try to take up some space here. But Vision, he gets Keen before that smoke blossom, so a little bit too hasty there for Keen. And Semperfi now down a member, trying to still take on towards this B side.
Oh, they're still stuck towards the apps. A lot of hesitation, a lot of inertia. Omachilla up towards short. APOC Dud comes screaming around there. As GZ will hold them back. Semperfi, yeah, just a stall up towards the apartments. Will cost them their lives as GZ are able to reconsolidate the efforts and stamp out Semperfi there. So that's first round on the board, and the AWP's coming out in the hands of Keen. PZ as well, got the mid spawn as well, so he's going to be bounding right on in to see if he can get an early pick in towards mid. Smoke toss on in, but PZ, ooh, fancy footwork, makes his way up in towards short there. It's Keen opting for a different position here, up in towards Palace. Default coming up from Semperfi, taking this one nice and easy.
Yeah, smoke top mid, doused there by PZ. Just wants something of a little bit of information, but Semperfi not giving it to him. Shady just on the outside of top mid, holding for potential of CT aggression here from GZ, but GZ is one of those teams that hasn't been showing a whole lot of CT aggression. They normally play very calm, very relaxed, play back, let Semperfi walk to them. Great nade there on the Savage, dishing up a handful of damage. Now Semperfi, mid control gained from PZ, falling back to short, so they can now look to take up through connector. They'll have to deal with Damio holding on the outskirts of things. Great flash there, forces Damio off of the line. He'll throw a flash in return, he'll pop through it, and he's able to find Addict at least. But traded back from Semperfi, and now up onto the A side here. One good smoke to CT, and all of GZ can't see a damn thing.
Oh, APOC just catches the timing, and the triple. Looking for more as well. Keen on the AWP. Bomb gone. APOC Dud. Reign of Terror over though. 1v2. Very possible indeed. PZ with the AWP just trained on in. Window jump right on in. Keen decides to take a different approach there with 20 seconds left on the clock. Still trying to figure out what the best course of action here. Yeah. And he retreats. Tactical retreat, live to fight another day, carry over the AWP into a round where economy is going to be essentially nullified. There's GZ, very nicely done. I mean, Semperfi, they did have the smokes up, but GZ were already in position to mount the retake. But APOC Dud catches a beautiful timing in a 3-piece for his efforts. Bomb not even planted as well, so there's a big cash denial and a lot of implications. Not for that bomb not going down into this round. Money going to be absolutely terrible.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's absolutely terrible here. GZ, that was a really smart call there from APOC to go for that immediate swing after Semperfi have already taken out the problem that was Damio flashing himself through. Sometimes it works. Sometimes you just have to dry swing a smoke after your teammates flashed himself through, and it's that element of surprise that Semperfi weren't expecting, and APOC a nice conversion onto the third there on the triple box. just made that round all so costly here for Semperfi, but they've still got that open play, and Keen, he's poking and prodding for a little bit of early information, but again, GZ is one of those teams that plays back, plays out of lines of sight on their CT side. Semperfi, this time, we got more members taking up mid-control here. Damio, of course, not smoked off, but doesn't dare to peek because everybody from Semperfi is staring directly at that window.
Yeah, but they are. It's a Gunga line down towards mid. Shady to open up the count. Damio taken out there. So, not essentially not a half, a bit of a half buy going on here. 2 pistols. So not full gun round there, but if Semperfi can make this one work. Oh, hello, Omicella.
Oh,
goodbye, Savage. Omicella still alive and well up in towards the ladder room. As GZ will clamp right on down. Addict does make his way in towards Connector. Apog Dud looking to hunt him down as Addict goes down. Keen once again left. What? Oh, really? Oh, okay, alright. A lot of noise downstairs.
Yeah. Is that GZ getting loud?
Sounds like it. I mean, they were getting pretty loud yesterday.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels like they've been a little bit quiet today, but, you know, quiet achievers doesn't do too bad here. Semperfi, they've also been quiet. I feel like GZ and Semperfi are both, like, very mirror-imaged. Like, they're very, both, like, calm, more strategical kind of teams. They're not the ones that get loud. And unless like a really, really big play happens.
Oh, Omicella to find Hazza. So Semperfi on the rafters here in this round. These Deagles, I mean, they can do some serious damage, but just need to get into the right positions to do so. And has already taken out as well. Very, very adept on the pistols, but nowhere to be seen in this round. As GZ, now they're starting to build up a really, really solid economy there. 2 AKs as well to boot. So sitting really, really well on the CT side there. Semperfi. Oh, hello.
Oh.
Little bit faster. As Damio could have got taken down, but Vision comes right on in as well, as GZ are amping themselves up here. A lot of noise, a lot of rockets, and a smile on Vision's face as well. All is well on the GZ camp as Semperfi let's slip the advantage now as GZ now up on the CT side, 4-3, 4 in a row to boot as well. But Semperfi looking to strike right on the back while the iron is hot. 5 AKs in tow. And to dish out some justice up against Ground Zero.
Yeah, that was a great round from GZ against the Eco. Semperfi though, they're back to guns. Can't count them out here. Again, Shady taking up that top mid control just with that top mid smoke. As well, one went to Windsor early on here. Vision just going to be jiggling with that molly. Semperfi again. It's structured play. And slow take here. Shady allowed to walk up short this time around here, but nobody from GZ's paying any attention to it. I was going to say they're so invested in this A main hold here that they let Addict walk up here through jungle. Savage is looking towards main. They now know that they've got them pinched at PZ. Able to find Addict at least, so a trade happens here, and Damio's found himself between a rock and a hard place and a smoke and Hazza in his face. He'll take him out here, and now it's a man advantage here for Semperfi trying to get on towards their site. Smoke will blossom CT here. Nades coming out as well from Semperfi because they've got the full clip. Caught with a flash in hand, King just tosses it at his toes. GZ still can deny this plant. Shady's still lurking about short here. Semperfi bombed down, but now they have to get out.
That they do indeed. It's GZ, they've got a bit of a prog smoke set up. Omicella down towards Ninja. Surely Keen has seen this. Omicella, they've seen each other. Not a clean kill found. Hazza and Savage net them up as PZ. Gonna opt for the save, but even this one's not guaranteed. Shady in the prime position to take out PZ there. Ever so cautious, but he walks straight in towards a loving embrace of death here. 4-4 now. Semperfi will break the momentum as GZ. Money still available, so gun round 2 come out here, but the economy not what it used to be now. Broken as GZ, rightfully so, will take a tack timeout here to consolidate the efforts in the remaining rounds of this half. As Semperfi got to bring out the double AWP setup. Keen and Shady, the Latvian rifle now AWPing as well.
AWPing duo.
Two Latvians going big on the big green.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen it. I feel like this is something new here from Semperfi. I don't know if Shady's normally their secondary AWPer. Normally, sometimes they give it a spin. So I believe, Hazard Addict maybe sometimes give it a whirl. But yeah, the fact that I was going to say this speaks back to the Semperfi of old when they did have two AWPers. You had Alistair, you had Keen. So you could float that double AWP setup, especially on that CT side where it's pretty good at holding down sides. But for Semperfi, it seems that Shady's learnt some new tricks here. GZ. Around they unfortunately dropped there. I feel like it was all to the lurker Shady, right? He was up through short. They couldn't retake there from that jungle con side if you're GZ, because Shady's just there stopping them from moving anywhere. So well played around there. A little bit of game of chess there from Semperfi in that one. And for GZ now, opting away from that aggressive A main hold there. There's the gap that you're not really watching Palace all too heavily. And of course, you're not watching mid as much as you probably would like. AWP line here for PZ on apps. And, well, Hazard might give him one if he continues to swing too aggressively like that.
Oh, the jiggle and the bait. PZ takes it. As Hazard gonna fall off the angle there. And a nade bounced off of APOC Dud's head. And Savage more than happy to oblige a swift death. His vision taken out as well, just terminating down on towards A side. 2-for-1 trade deal though. As Damio looking to find another onto Addict. But taken out. Oh, PZ. Okay, what a beautiful crack of a shot straight on in, but down to 14 points of health. Addict already making home in the side connector. GZ might just be high time to save here as you're locked out of the A side here. Omnichella too far removed from the action as well. Looks like it's just going to be a save.
Yeah, I can't really blame GZ in this situation. Only one flash in PZ's hands. Omnichella nor PZ have a kit. Time pretty too far gone to go for it. So Semperfi, they'll pick up another round here, and this game a little bit closer than the last. I was going to say GZ having some signs of life after, getting absolutely rolled first half of Anubis. Then started to mount a comeback. It started to look a little bit likely, but Semperfi were able to close it. 4-5, a little bit more even this time around here, but Semperfi with the 5 means that, going into these future fewer eyes on GZ here, the economy's not the best, but they're still going to be bringing out some M4s. APOC with 2.6, maybe a Famus. No, he gets dropped at M4 actually. They've got just enough cash for everybody, but this is a very desperate buy right now for GZ. Semperfi, they're sitting pretty, I was going to say Keen, about 5k, Addict about 4. Yeah, Semperfi, tons of cash to experiment a little bit here. Keen not going to go ahead of that smoke, and well, it might have been to his advantage here. There's only one player on that A site here. And Shady, he's lurked up through short. He's able to find one at least, but APOC a great trade back. And GZ, though, in the meantime as well, Vision was able to find a player over at A. So Semperfi losing 2 members down early. Keen still trying to make some magic happen here. Aggressive angle here on this AWP. See if it pays off.
There's a DAC that comes on in. So Semperfi got to have a bit of a safety net and info about PZ's whereabouts and the AWP ringing out. APOC Dud in prime position to strike. But he's been spotted out as Keen just gets a sliver as the smoke blooms. And just looking for more. Addict joining on the scrap as well. Omnichella trying his best to find something. It turns up with just one. As Semperfi will just barrel roll straight on in to the A site there. That's very, very nicely done from Semperfi. But I guess in this instance, GZ, 4 rounds. That's the same amount of rounds that Liquid actually got on their CT side against Semperfi. So, if you're GZ, you could say, yeah, we're as good as Liquid.
Yeah. They probably want the win, though, so they can send it better than Liquid.
Oh, true.
But Semperfi, I was going to say, very much liking how they're playing these post plants, right? Very good crossfires, very heads-up aggressive play. Omnichella out through lower tunnel, able to find Shady caught lacking. Wasn't expecting that one. GZ on the pistol, so you need to expect some crazy shenanigans to happen. Semperfi, though, quickly deal with him. Probably looking to take on to B with no worries at all. Molly into the close corner there on balcony. As I knows that PZ's been playing that position. AK retrieve by Damio. This, if you're GZ, you could go for this, right? You got plenty of money. Just let Damio save that AK. Or you can send him in.
GZ. Now, bit of an interesting decision here. AK in the hands of Damio. Boosted up in towards short, doesn't find an easy frag, so the time already ticked down. No kit available and just 3 pistols to boot. As Apoc Dud catches a straight in towards the shins. So GZ just going to be the safer Vision and PZ sticking around in towards market to look for some potential exit frags to come their way. Addict might be happy to oblige. Hazza also much of the same as well, but cleared out. Vision does manage to net one. One is all they would get, but Damio does land himself another, so a pretty expensive round for Semper Fi. But it really does just seem negligible at this point. Addict on 10.5k, Keen knocking on the door of 11k. So GZ don't do the economic damage that they'd so hoped for, but now, end of the line in this half there. 7-4, potential for 7-5 here, but Semper Fi with 4 rounds in a row. Responding back in kind, band for band against GZ. 8-4, a very real possibility here as well.
Again, it's Semper Fi taking these T rounds very slow, very calculated here, forcing GZ to expend a lot of utility early. And then when the hit finally does come in, GZ, one of his teams, it's run out of tricks in their playbook. But now, they're playing more of a passive setup. We've got at least 4 members around A here, and Semper Fi are trying to get up through that con smoke. PZ reads it. He finds the shot on the Keen. That's vintage PZ now showing up. Molly owed a firebox here, and Hazard's under fire. He's going to burn down. Vision's going to find him. And this is more like the GZ we expect to see. Omnichella now in a firefight against Addicts. And smoke comes out here. Addict's able to cross and get a little bit closer. Molly isn't going to burn Addict out either. He's safe in this corner for the moment. Omnichella needs to be careful. Does have the backing of Apoc just behind him over in window. And Addict, he's going to go try and poke for a prod of info. But Omnichella will pick up Addicts. Great round conversion there from a GZ to close out the first half. 5-7, a little bit more even than our first one on Anubis, I'd say.
Yeah, that's definitely true, but I mean, mind you, GZ was on the CT side, and of course Mirage being CT-sided map, 5 rounds does get a little bit dicey knowing that Semper Fi do now go in towards the CT side, and this was the side that Semper Fi were on to essentially dominate Liquid 9-3. It's not every day you can do that. So GZ need well and truly to lock in and pump up the ante here to stave off a Semper Fi that's now on the CT side.
Yeah, this is interesting situation. This is GZ really needing to, again, find that life that was brought in that second half of Anubis, and well, you can see Keen getting very aggressive here. He's going to be going scouting. Damio's taken, but at least there's a trade. Savage goes poking for a little bit more. He's prodding for something. And Semper Fi, he's going to continue. Savage doesn't let go of the pressure he's trying to put on. And he will be found there. Apoc, great read there. Great awareness to know that, Semper Fi might try something risky. It is CT pistol. And it is 50-50 at the best of times here, as we've heard from Keen. And Shady, he's getting aggressive. He's got PZ pinned now next to this door. He's going to take him out with the help of Hazza. So Semper Fi now man advantage. For the moment, though, they don't have anyone on A. And GZ, they just drop down, plant that bomb for free. Potentially Hazza spawning towards Palace.
A lot of utility coming right on in. Shady looking to try and open up the account, but beautiful reaction coming up from GZ. They know there's 2 players mid, only 1, so they're going to fancy their chances to head over towards A side there. But Addict going to take out Hazza in the meantime, but 2 kills found. And one of the biggest teammate, though, makes this a little bit more antsy. Shady on 9 points of health. Addict not that far behind at 29. Addict last man standing there. Apoc Data Vision holding their ground, holding steady. This is a lifeline that's been presented to them to build up this T side that they were looking for, and they're playing with their food as Addicts. Okay, a beautiful, beautiful shot, and this has just become more doable. 6 points of health as APOC Dunn will stay alive. And it's not just a BG song staying alive. It's APOC Dunn here on the server to deliver greatness and justice on the pistol round.
I feel like APOC could bust down a boogie to stay alive.
Yeah,
I feel like he's a guy to hit the D4 sometimes. But yeah, big round for GZ to pick up there. That was very doable, and I was gonna, look at Addict as a player. He's always been a very clutch guy. In when he was back here locally in Australia playing with Australian teams, he's looked a little bit different on this Semperfi roster, but he's still putting up numbers for them. And for GZ, now slowly starting to close that gap here on the eco against Semperfi.
GZ. No, excuse me, the HUD's wrong.
Yeah, the HUD's wrong.
HUD's wrong. Unbelievable. Well, they're working on the HUD, so for the time being, we'll just have to make do with what we got here. Semperfi, actually, now on the pistol by here. So close. And they really could have gone potentially for a force buy, but in this instance, probably ill-advised to do so, so they'll just make do with his pistols. Hazard zoned in on Apex right here, just waiting for a skull to cross right on by, but not to be. Hazard deleted out of the server there, so Semper ground zero.
Ground zero.
Should be able to get the digits punched in real soon, but GZ, the HUD keeps messing with me. Semperfi.
Yep.
They've got nothing to lose here, so a bit of a conga line. The train rolling in from CT, looking to try and find anything and everything they can.
Vision poking over the top. He's taken out Savage with a beautiful head tap there to Vision's dome. That guy's been putting in the hours in Kovacs, it would seem, as we see now Semperfi looking to approach here with just pistols. Going for this retake is absolutely insane. GZ, we've got Omnichella, we've got PZ, we've got everybody on the cross, but Addicts also able to find another. Keen's found Omnichella, so this is more and more doable by the second here for Semperfi as they walk up. Savage has a Galil to play with now. PZ's tagged up, taken low. He needs to tuck into the corner of jungle. Damio's able to bail him out. And Semperfi don't get that one. That one goes to GZ. But so much economic damage done and almost a round that Semperfi pull out of nowhere.
Very costly. Incredibly costly even. So GZ, they do win that one out, but honestly, it seems like they've lost more than they've gained here. Not very ideal in the slider, so very expensive anti-eco, but at least 7-7 now. They equalize this one up. So Kino try to go for a quick snipe straight on in, but PZ will get it done on the rifle. He does not need an AWP. He is much fine on the AK right now. So an early man advantage for ground zero.
Yeah, that's a little bit of I guess a confidence kill for PZ, right? Going against Keen, AWP to AK, and the AK getting the better of it. And maybe it's a humbling as well to Semperfi. Keen, we've seen him go for timeless peak like that time and time again. And normally it pays off. Semperfi find a first pick, Keen backs off short, and it looks good for them in the round, but GZ, great answer. Starting to show a little bit more dexterity here. Omnichella getting a little bit of a tag there on a shady as Semperfi now need to be cautious. GZ walkout Palace. APOC finding shady. Addicts forced off with the molly. Damage dealt though. Savage at least able to trade it back. Bomb not down here yet for GZ, but they're still taking fights. APOC attempts to plant the bomb. Has got an AWP, and he'll let that thing sing. 2 versus 3 now on the retake. Still Semperfi going for it. Bomb's still not down. Addict snuck out triple. PZ is at least able to get revenge on his former teammate. Bomb's dropped though. GZ need to get that one, and they need to get it down now. Hazard is firing away with this AWP. He's got a few shots left in the chamber, 2 to do it. And he walks up triple. He does the same thing
God.
that Addington.
Oh my God.
He finds PZ. Damio now spotted behind the lengths of default box, and Damio will deliver Dome, and GZ, they'll take a round lead now.
Oh my god, that one came down to the wire there. Hazza showing off his prowess on the AWP, but just fell short of the line. Damio standing his ground. And much like the name, Ground Zero, nuclear fallout starts to befall upon Semperfi here. As GZ now have the advantage. And yet again, Keen, AWP going to be coming out here. Needs to find some serious impact. As these Deagles, I mean, they can do some serious work, but it's really going to be the AWP to be the workhorse of this round here. Semperfi, a little bit of a sketchy buy here, but Keen needs to shine bright like a diamond right now. They won round number 8.
Yeah, this is a very important one for Semperfi, right? If they can break this one open, GZ, they're broke going into the next, and we could really start to see Semperfi amp up here. But for GZ, again, an important round to break away here from this close scoreline, get themselves at 9, get themselves some breathing room here. And of course, shout out to our production there. Finally, HUD isn't fixed.
Oh.
I thought it was. I actually got fooled there for a second.
You seeing things?
Yeah. GZ, T side, of course, Semperfi CT, and GZ, they're grouping up here over towards main. Looking for a little bit of a later hit towards A. And for Semperfi, they might have read it wrong. Savage is rotating out, but Smoke's come. Now Savage rotates back to CT, and he's been pretty good on that Deagle and that line as a whole.
That he has. There we go. Savage, with a double kill coming right on in, and is looking for more. He's hungry. He's looking for heads to rip off, but not to be. But Keen finally activates on the AWP, piggybacking off of Savage's efforts as Keen Vision jumps up. But Keen will strike it right on down. And with the jump pick as well, Damio caught, position reveal, Keen is running all around him, running around in circles. And there we go, that's the impact we were looking for. But it was in fact Savage to open things up and Keen to close it right on out. A beautiful triple kill found. And that's going to be a big morale booster for Semperfi. But honestly, it should not be this close. 8-8 is really much too close for a Semperfi that really showed what they can do on this map against tier 1 talent as well. So 8-8. And there's something, but Semperfi should be winning this one out pretty comfortably. But, I mean, definitely huge kudos to Ground Zero. They're making Semperfi work for it.
Yeah, definitely making him work for it on Mirage, as did Mindfreak yesterday for a little bit. Hazza, Savage already collecting a quick double there over towards A. And PZ, though, the silent achiever sometimes he has been, able to find one back on the Shady. PZ still trying to get them out onto A. They're just forcing this A angle every time. Semperfi happy to give it up to them, and of course playing for the retake. Savage finding PZ through that smoke. Now it's APOC. Deagle 1 versus 4. Not the most likely of situations, but we've seen that pistol do work already in this game. Keen goes for a shot, attempts there onto APOC. A minute still to play with, and Semperfi getting aggressive. Don't know if they want to be giving him ones like this. The damage comes out. APOC finding Savage. He finds another one. Hazza, but Addict shuts it down. Superhero no more. APOC will fall. And 9 rounds Semperfi to the 8 of GZ. And this is the unfortunate situation GZ have found themselves in after losing to a half force in here from Semperfi.
Oh, 2 remaining after that one. A little bit too close for comfort there for Semperfi. Not really sure if jumping right on into a Deagle was a well-advised decision, considering that APOC managed to get out with 2. But Semperfi now with the advantage. 9-8 as GZ down on their luck. Full eco, and ooh, beautiful nade. Omicello Vision down pretty low as well, so it's just a matter of lining up the shots and cleaning them up. Shady, more than happy to oblige. APOC dart once again, last man standing, but with a Glock this time. Don't think it's his Rari. He's going to go that far.
Nope.
He's got a Glock in it, but looks like this might stall out pretty soon, as APOC dart looks to wander straight in towards Hazard's domain.
Yeah, this is just chilling up on the balcony. He'll find it pretty freely. Semperfi out 10, and knocking on the door of the potential 2-0, but we saw what happens when Semperfi got to match point in that last one. They faltered a little bit, they got a little bit complacent. That's to as well credit GZ. They started to mount a sizable comeback, and now we'll see tactical timeout in a very important round number 19 here.
That we will. That we will indeed. Tech was a pretty interesting state of affairs we found. Semperfi, once again, with the advantage, 3 rounds in a row here. But GZ looking to respond now with a buy of their own. So Semperfi, this hasn't been an easy journey, despite what we may have thought and what statistically we've seen so far here. 10 to 8. Keen, I don't think that's supposed to go there. Was it supposed to go there?
I don't think so.
Sure?
I'm pretty sure it's supposed to go into apps to stop
Is it?
GZ from taking
Could be some new EU tech we haven't discovered yet.
Yeah, fake molly to
Wait, yeah, true.
because then they hear the sound cue of the molly.
So if you molly the van,
Yeah.
the T's can't get in the van and then drive away.
True, they can't run away with the round.
Exactly.
Yeah, makes sense. Keen coming up with new strategies we've never seen before. Tamio though will be able to find one under the addicts.
Oh,
they now have to deal with Keen though. Back at the side, great shot there, great isolation of the fight. Keen, he's whipping it out for one more. Damio though able to shut him down at least. But Semperfi, they're already through to market here, and Vision, he's looking to push the issue. Shady's out through short, and nobody's checking for him. He's going to get the sprayed out of a century. Semperfi, that's 11. And Shady, you can always count on him to lurk it up through somewhere. It was either apps or short. It was just a moment of time there. GZ, an unfortunate take to B just doesn't pay off.
that it was. The Latvians coming up big here. Kane holding his ground on the AWP, and of course Shady coming in to clean things up, clean up the mess that GZ have left on the aisle there. It's now once again back in a familiar state of affairs. Pistols online here for ground zero. As Vision looking to go deep in towards apps, catches a fat nade instead. 58 points of health left. So a bit of a fake coming right on out. Vision already taken out, but a hit already discovered. PZ only good for one. Apoc done once again. Last man standing, looking to get something done on the Tech 9, not to be 12 to 8. Semperfi 12 to 8. I mean, pretty interesting scoreline here. So GZ put up a lot more of a stiff resistance than Semperfi had maybe anticipated. Still, it's a 4-round advantage, and of course a map point and a series point here as well. 5 off the trot here. It's Keen once again on the AWP, going to be making his way over towards mid window. As GZ consolidating the efforts over towards A. Looks like they're going to go for a good A execute here.
Yeah, good old-fashioned A exec. Something you see in your pugs, and something you'll also see in professional play. Omni Sheller fast out through. GZ getting, we see much a wealth of space. The dash up through the smoke, and Shady spamming away. Omni Sheller's tagged quite low. Keen, very safe line here on CT. Will receive a molly and a HE, so Keen's forced off the ankle. A flash too. PZ finding Shady through the smoke. Re-smoke goes to Con. GZ, you can see how many members committed to this CT fight that, you know, Semperfi have to win out. Keen finding Damio. He'll fall back. Hazard finding PC too, so Semperfi slowly breaking this one down piece by piece. Apoc though on triple taking default. Now it's Vision. 1 versus 3, and I don't know if he's got it in him. He's found the first least on the addicts, but he can't stifle Keen. Quick and precise from Keen, and 13 to 8 once again. Semperfi close it 2 to 0, and you know, a little bit worrisome for a little bit there from Semperfi, but you know, still 2-0's a 2-0 at the end of the day.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, honestly, I feel like there's a lot of unanswered questions here about how Semperfi let it get that close, especially towards the middle of the game. I mean, it looked like GZ were well and truly on their way to something magical perhaps on Mirage, but Semperfi at the end of the day, they'll lock in towards the end and bring GZ back down to earth. But yeah, we'll let the analysts dissect that series. Over to them.
Thank you very much. The second map, we saw some moments. It was pretty close to run on through, but in the end, Semperfi too strong. They've read up to the script.
Yeah, I think there was... Look, it wasn't a perfect game of Counter-Strike from Semperfi. Definitely a couple of minor situations that they kind of overlooked things. In particular, you know, that Apoc.3K coming in from jungle was where you were like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know, maybe there's something here, like Ground Zero hitting their shots and Semperfi making a couple of missteps maybe, but, you know, again, ultimately on a longer, more consistent basis, Semperfi still kind of walking away with it. Addict had a really good series. Was good on map 1. He was good here again on map 2. You know, I think we can give some credit to Ground Zero. They at least make a couple of those maps close, but ultimately, yeah, expected Victor walks away with the win. What is there really to say?
Yeah, there's not much to say, unfortunately. Like, I don't know, man. I really want Ground Zero to be able to take a map. I really want them to be a competitive team. You start to feel good for them. You start to get excited when they pick up a couple of rounds, and you can kind of see where their strengths lie. But at the end of the day, exactly like you said, not consistent enough across series when they play Semperfi. You know, they're just usually bigger, faster.
Well, it's not even just playing against them. It's like literally anyone. I feel like when you see Ground Zero, the consistency is just so up here, and then it's down here on a half-to-half basis, and it doesn't matter whether you're against Semperfi or you're against Mindfreak or you're against, you know, anybody. The issue obviously being that when you're against Semperfi, you are especially going to get punished for that.
Additionally to that, I just feel like Ground Zero, it's hard to rely on their team sides. I feel like every time they have to close a game on the team side, I can't trust them to do it. If they're on CT, I'm like, yeah, okay, they could win in the second half here, but when I see them have like a close half, I was like, I saw them win the T pistol, and I was like, okay, maybe we're on for one, but with how close it was, like the second half, you just saw them like peter out a little bit. Like you got the pistol. You can see here 7-5 at the half, actually in favour of Semperfi because the HUD was the wrong way around. But then you get this pistol win from Ground Zero, and they're actually up 8-7 here, and that's all they get. Once Semperfi gets the CT gun round going, Ground Zero just got schmacked.
And that's the issue, you know, like I always sort of have a bit of an issue with some of these players in the sense like, you know, PZ not showing up as consistently as you sort of want him to, you know, Vision in the same sort of boat. Like, I think the 5 individuals on the team are really, really solid prospects, but it never seems that they're all having a good game at the same time, and that's when we can really see the fire from Ground Zero.
Said the same. Like, when we interviewed him, he's like, yeah, we're just all very inconsistent up and down, you know, and, you know, if certain people are on or if we're all on, it's very, very good, but it's not consistent.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I guess, you know, walk me through Semperfi a little bit in that sense. You know, what do you think are some good things that they've shown, or like anything that they need to kind of tighten up before they move into that next upper bracket final?
I mean, they're just kind of cruising along nicely. To be honest, they got the 2-0. You can't really put any negative points against them in that regard. I think most of the time when we see them play, it's not one player carrying. They're all kind of performing across the board. They seem to have really good game plans. Their T sides have been pretty solid. Their CTs have been good too. So yeah, I think they're doing very well for themselves, and it looks like they're on a collision course between them and Thunder Down Under for the first match time we're ever going to see this matchup in the upper bracket of DFRAG here. We can see over on the B stream, Thunder are up 11-5 against Mindfreak, and it looks like they're going to get themselves a 2-0 as well. So the expected outcome, it looks like it's going to come to pass, and we've got a very juicy upper bracket final on our hands.
Yeah, I think it has just been that slow progression for both of these teams, you know, kind of like warming up in the LAN. Thunder Down Under have been tested, but not really. Semperfi have been tested, but not really, and we're kind of getting to that point now where it's like, all right, the chips are about to be down. You know, we can't just get by on being our 7 out of 10 selves. We're going to get past the Mindfreaks and the Ground Zeros of the world by just being a little bit better across the board. Now we actually have to kind of lock in and actually perform to a level, because we're going to be tested by one another, Thunder Down Under and Semperfi, I imagine. So I think that upcoming match, well, again, it's not confirmed just yet, but scoreline's now 12-5 for Thunder Down Under. So we're definitely heading in that direction. So
this is literally normally where I'd sort of say, guys, whoever's watching the A stream, go watch the B stream for now, but you might only have about a round. So that's what we'll recommend you do anyway. Otherwise, go refresh, go get a snack, because we're going to come back with the upper bracket final in just a little bit.
Hi, I'm Busy. I'm the All Prefer Ground Zero.
I'm Vision. I play for Ground Zero, and I am the lurker wing player.
I'm Demio. I'm a rifler for Ground Zero.
I am Omicella. I play for Ground Zero, and I'm the entry fragger or the anchor.
My name is Apoc. I'm from Ground Zero, and I'm the IGL.
I think the win condition is just keeping calm. If we keep calm, we'll be able to win against anyone.
We're definitely looking for a top 3, at least, and definitely a possibility of winning the whole thing if we play well.
Our biggest weakness as a team at the moment, we have this really high ceiling, but our floor can be pretty low.
I think sometimes in the important matchups we can sort of get ahead of ourselves, but I think when we keep calm, I think we're a top team.
I reckon the best player in our team is probably Damio or Vision. They're the sharp boys.
Damio's looking pretty good right now. Good consistency, but at the end of last year I think we were all pretty even.
The worst player in our team is probably Damio as well. He's got highs and he's got lows. Oh, I'm talking bad. I'm talking desk slammed, whiffing everything. He struggles sometimes.
I think the best player on Ground Zero, I think we all put in a good effort, to be honest.
Outside of Counter-Strike, I work. So I work 9 to 5.
Most of us work, so I work in IT.
I'm studying computer science.
So I do that, come home, CS. So that's my life.
Yeah, we practice every day.
If we won this DFRAG and then placed highly in the second DFRAG LAN, there's definitely a high chance that we could make it for the major.
I think there's a chance a lot of teams here go to the major.
Honestly, that's kind of everyone's dream, getting the sticker in the game.
That's been the dream since I first started playing CS, so I mean, it would mean the world to me.
If we came last, I think I would find the nearest beach and probably fucking go out to sea.
No, I don't think we're really scared of anybody at this tournament.
Jai Richardson, mate, this DFRAG win is for you, brother. Don't even stress.
To the fans of Ground Zero, we love you. We know that everyone watching is a fan of Ground Zero, so we need you to get in the chat, get typing, get the boys hyped, and I can't wait to get some dubs for you.
I'm Keen, I'm from Semperfi, and I'm the AWP IGL of the team.
Hey, my name's Hazza. I'm from Semperfi, and I'm a rifler.
My name is Christian, otherwise known as Addict, and I play for Semperfi as Rifler.
My nickname is Shady, I play for Semperfi, my role is Rifler.
Here at DFRAG WILDCARD LAN I expect to win, but practically speaking I take one game at a time.
Expectations are to win. Can't really settle for anything less, to be honest.
We are expecting to win this tournament.
We've put in a lot of work in the last 3 months over in Europe.
We've learnt so much.
It's actually extremely important for us to win both of the LANs here and catapult us into the major. So,
if we make it to the major, I couldn't even say I'd be so emotional.
Every player's dream. There's so much to experience over there as well.
It would mean everything to me to get into the major and just get that Keen sticker and just forever be part of the game.
There's a lot of factors that goes into playing well as a team. Can be the energy of the day.
I think some teams have a chance against us because I think games 50-50, you can't take it for granted. You could put in so much work and then you lose 2 pistol rounds. It just spirals out of control. So people do have, if you shoot back, you have a chance.
The easiest teams is fucking everyone who we're gonna play. It's not like one team.
My name is Banana Paul.
Big Bill looks good.
I call it Greg.
Aaron, Night Raid.
I think you know why.
I will name this Jack, and I will make sure to remember him in bed tonight.
I have to name him Garrett, and I'm gonna take him back out later, and I'm gonna eat him.
I'm gonna go with Fred the banana.
Omicella.
Dick. Richard.
The cock. Non-binary banana. What about Dave? Bumbleclap.
Jeremy.
Looks like a Tyson, probably last name Patterson, I reckon.
I think I thought Stinky straight away, and then I thought Stonky because I saw Conky.
I like Terry. Mitch.
Looks like Vision a little bit, no? These stupid fucking glasses on.
He's looking like a Pedro, I reckon.
This is Banana, aka Ryan. Clutch player.
He looks like a bit of a Daryl. I don't know. He feels like a Daryl. He really feels like a Daryl. There's something about him. I don't know. I'm getting Daryl vibes from this big fella. Big, but large fella. Large. Unbelievably big. Jeez.
For me, the perfect focus is when I don't need to think about what products I have in front of me. I don't need to worry about if the product's going to let me down. The ability to change from super sensitive to like not is amazing, because there's no one that knows the feeling that I want from a mouse apart from me. I don't want to go and buy a mouse and then I have to get used to what it's already like on that said mouse. Now I have the customization choice to do whatever I want. Pro players are definitely the right people to test out your product, because they're going to first of all stress test it to the absolute end goal of where it's used, because we use it every day. We need it to be the most reliable, most responsive product on the market. It's fast and reactive. That's the only thing I think about when I think of the mouse. Like, it's a G Pro, I've used it for 10 years, but it's now faster and more responsive. That's what I like.
DFRAG technology reduces ghosting in fast-game scenes, minimizes screen shaking in rapid firing, and tracks speedy enemies better. This exclusive technology controls backlight and eliminates after images of moving objects, making images appear stable to the naked eye. Though there's similar motion blur reduction technologies, DFRAG stands out with this distinct panel hardware and firmware design, offering clearer visuals and enhancing controllability in-game. Furthermore, built in the monitor panel, DFRAG functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, thus not consuming any computing power to affect your gameplay performance. Additionally, Zowie adopts the fast, responsive TN panel, resulting in the best-in-class motion clarity compared to other monitors. Today, Zowie advances DFRAG technology with its latest improvements featuring dual backlight design, the DFRAG 2, which largely optimizes clarity for precision aiming and rapid firing in FPS gameplay.
The DFRAG Wildcard LAN is brought to you by Logitech, Zowie, Omen, HyperX, Intel, and DFRAG Media Group.
He's done it! He's held on! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the DFRAG Wildcard LAN presented by Logitech G. And speaking of Logitech G, guys, we've actually got some G equipment right here. I want you guys to have a little bit of a look through this bad boy and walk me through the Super Strike.
Well, you know what? I'll just start this segment by saying I'm actually happy to be doing this because I really hate shilling products that I actually don't believe in, but I actually use Logitech as a mouse at home, so I'm very happy with this one. I actually haven't had the chance to try the Super Strike yet, but I do have a Superlight, so I'm quite keen to suss it, Conky.
Yeah.
What should I be keeping an eye on?
So, look, we'll quickly turn it on so that we can have a little bit of a listen to the clicks.
A little bit of a play.
You probably can't hear them.
Oh! That sounds.
It's very quiet.
That sounds clean. That sounds real clean.
Yeah.
But
you don't want to be able to hear it.
Quiet. You don't want to be able to. You don't want to be waking Mum up. She'll get in there and she'll let you know.
I think PZ's got one downstairs.
Okay.
So I had a little bit of a play with it. I clicked it basically.
Yep, sure.
And it feels different. Like you can feel that it feels a little bit different. So that was kind of the first thing I noticed. It's not like a super clicky click.
Yep.
Does that make sense? But it's like a bit more of a softer click. So. Yep. If that's something you like, then that's
very good.
That's good.
Because what have they got here? So it's 30 milliseconds faster than a normal sort of click, and then a mechanical trigger instead of a mechanical switch now. So the other way around. The other way around.
Switch now. They've replaced the mechanical trigger with a magnetic switch. So yeah, that's why you've got the nice black buttons there. And it's very clean. I want one very badly. I also use the Superlight. Superlight.
Yep.
Superlight
now. Super Strike.
It actually goes back even further than that for me because I used I think it was a G502. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
I had a G502. Then I had a Superlight.
Don't even G502 me. I had an MX518.
Damn,
I had an MX518, buddy.
I had the one that you had to put the weights in at the bottom. Like that was a long
time ago.
One of the OGs for the bloody League of Legends days, man.
Anyway, so we've basically been around as long as Logitech. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but anyway.
Obviously, massive shout out to the Logitech for getting involved in stuff like this. As we were constantly talking about, having the partners involved in an event like this is the only way we kind of keep it going. And esports is still well and truly alive in Oceania. So guys, obviously we're down to really getting into the meat and potatoes of the competition now. We're going to be moving through with some further games. Obviously, as we saw, it was Semperfi and Thunder Down Under that did look really, really strong. So as we move into the rest of the competition, sort of what are you guys expecting for the rest of it?
Gee, that's a question, Conky. I don't even know if there's an answer for that one, to be quite honest with you. That is, you're asking to rub the genie in the bottle and sort of produce something out of that. I think both teams have had a very similar run into this position. Obviously, they both went through their group stage really, really comfortably. They both, I think, more or less went through their opening match in the playoffs here pretty comfortably. Obviously, 2-0. Some of those maps got a little close, I suppose, for both Semperfi and for Thunder Down Under. But at the end of the day, they were never so close that you were actually worried that they were going to lose a map. And it really does feel like both teams coming in very, very confident into this game. I was, I had the opportunity just in that break there to have a bit of a chat. I was talking to ASAP, and he was saying they're feeling really good. They think they can get this one done. And I had a quick chat to Keen as well, and he said that they're also thinking that this should be a very winnable match for them. And so I think both teams are really, really locked in. They understand the importance of this matchup, and obviously not just this match, but also what would probably be the grand final match as well in terms of their ability to gain VRS and qualify for these upcoming tournaments, even internationally as well. So a lot resting on the shoulders of this game, but both teams definitely coming in feeling very confident, that's for sure.
Yeah, you also got Mindfreak and Ground Zero playing each other in the lower bracket there. That's going to be an elimination game. Definitely don't miss this game. This game is one of the biggest games that we've been looking forward to in this matchup in particular. But keep an eye on the other game at the same time as well. You've got two really big contenders fighting for their life in this competition and wanting to have another crack at whoever falls down into that lower bracket. And as mentioned before, look, these teams haven't necessarily been super competitive with the big dogs just yet, but maybe given enough bites of the cherry, they'll do a little bit better in that lower bracket match.
Yeah, 100%. And this is the thing about the second chance, right? You're not going straight out. You do have another opportunity to really fight through. And as I said, we might even see a preparation match in this upper bracket final final if it leads to being the same as the grand final. But again, you know, that lower bracket obviously ready to go too. But we are going to be focusing on the upper bracket match on this stream. It's going to be Semper versus Thunder Down Under, and we've got a bit of a content piece to roll into to bring it in.
I say we have a really good chance of winning this LAN. I would imagine that we are top 3 right now.
Hopefully we can get a win over Thunder Down Under or Semper. That would definitely be the goal.
I don't think we're rated as high as we should be at the moment.
Still a chance to make the major if we can just win all of our games, so we've definitely still got a lot to play for as a team.
This tournament actually means a lot. It's probably the most anticipated LAN probably ever in Australian CS for 10 plus years.
I really enjoy playing like the more difficult opponents. I think it's the funnest games. I think everything means more.
Thank you very much for backing us, and DFRAG, thank you for everything you do for the Australian scene. Without you, we would be up shit creek without a paddle.
If we won this DFRAG, there's definitely a high chance we could make it for the major.
That's kind of everyone's dream, getting a sticker in the game.
That's been the dream since I first started playing CS, so I mean, it would mean the world to me.
No, I don't think we're really scared of anybody at this tournament.
We know that everyone watching is a fan of Ground Zero, so we need you to get in the chat, get typing, get the boys hyped, and I can't wait to get some dubs for you.
Here at DFRAG Wildcard LAN, I expect to win. But practically speaking, I take one game at a time.
Expectations are to win. Can't really settle for anything less.
It's actually extremely important for us to win and catapult us into the major.
We've put in a lot of work over in Europe.
We've learned so much. We make it to the major. I couldn't even say I'd be so emotional.
I think some teams have a chance against us because I think game's 50-50. You can't take it for granted.
So not to say we want to win it.
For Thunder Down Under not to win it, we'd probably lose a couple games of Counter-Strike.
Shackles are definitely much more relaxing and I can play my own game.
I think as long as you focus on yourselves, focus on your mental, like, it doesn't really matter, it's just noise.
We're all putting in 110%.
I don't know how do you expect to win the game playing like that?
Listen, I couldn't have said it much better than what Tux did, right? You know, one of the most anticipated LANs in about 10 years' time, and I think he's actually spot on, right? We haven't had this level of competition domestically in a while where it's on LAN in the same facility and with this kind of hype leading into it. And the top 4 that is left in this competition is, you know, kind of a mix of some of the old and some of the new, even if you think about it.
Yeah, and look, this isn't the grand final, but it is a grand final prelude, I suppose. Yeah. And so I would feel pretty safe in saying this has been, you know, not only the most anticipated LAN for quite a long time, but this is certainly the most anticipated match of the year.
Yeah.
It is the most important game for these two teams, I would say, in the history of the two teams, actually.
Sure.
Semper and Thunder Down Under. I mean, you think about how important it is, even maybe more so for a team like Semper that has been together for now a couple of years' time. They have failed to qualify for the major up to this point, but you have to wonder how much longer do they really have if they continue to fail to qualify for the major. And that is what this tournament is all about for both Semper and, of course, Thunder Down Under, who maybe have a little bit more rope because they're a bit of a newer team. So it's not the end of the world, I suppose, for them, but a very, very big opportunity for both of these two teams here in this game and then obviously going forward.
Yeah, it's a storyline we've seen before as well. In the past, we've had these teams that go abroad, that go to these overseas tournaments to gather more experience, to come home and then potentially dominate, but usually those have been the bigger name teams that go to the big events, that get invites, that play their way through qualifiers and dominate domestically. This time it's a matchup where these teams are not even familiar with each other. They haven't ever played before, so this is a very, very hotly anticipated anticipated match, and it's really going to inform how the rest of this event goes, as well as the upcoming LAN and who's going to head to the major.
100%. With major tickets on the line, obviously it's something that Semperfi has been chasing for a long time, and what I'm sure a lot of the Thunder Down Under guys would want to relive as well. So let's dive into the head-to-head, because I want you guys to get ready for this one.
I think the hardest team that we will face here is probably Thunder Down Under.
I think our toughest opponent here would have to be Semper. Obviously, they've had a big European tour these past few months.
I personally want to beat Thunder Down Under, I think they would be considered our best opponents and our rivals, even though we haven't versed each other. We're the two front runners.
I think they're kind of, what you're going to get with Semperfi. They're very straightforward. I think pretty easy to kind of read, know what's going on. So, but it'll be an interesting match for sure.
They have good players. They have good experience. We've never played them as well, so it's a bit of a question mark there.
I'd be surprised if they didn't have a deep book and weren't feeling good coming into this, because they've been playing non-stop in Europe while we've been here playing with Australia.
Because they have so much experience in that team. I feel like they don't need that much practice to bring back core memories of them fragging out against better players.
Their players maybe don't mesh together in terms of roles perfectly, but they have 5 very talented individuals.
We have our own way we play, and we're going to focus on ourselves.
You look too hard at other teams, you worry about the wrong things, you don't worry about what you're doing. I think if you make sure you're not making the silly mistakes and you're playing together, you're playing tight, the results follow.
I feel like they have good players. We haven't played against them, so yeah, I'll see what they got.
In my opinion, from the outside, I think they have too many people in that team that want to be the star of the team. If you want to be a professional and you're from Australia, it's to buy into the system, because we just don't have enough players that buy into a system. Everyone wants to stand out, everyone wants to have the highest rating. Maybe not. The Semperfi guys can do that, maybe a player or two can do that on their team, but I don't know. I think that they have the potential to be good. I think they just got to make it work.
It doesn't matter, I'm a good guy, just best of luck to him. I'll show you Sedward.
I'm sure they think they have a lot of experience from the little trip over there, but I did at least 3 to 5 years in overseas Europe at tier 1 level, so that's a bit different.
Better watch out, mates. It's going to be a barn burner of a match.
Oh man, that was glorious. Fighting words from Big Red. You absolutely love to see it. But no, I think even just a little bit of a statement there from Dexter towards the end, right? He's been the man who has made top 4 at a major with Mouse, right? With IM Rio and things like that. Yeah. So the experience and the justification between the two, there's respect, but there's also weaknesses that they've been able to identify.
I actually love the contrast in this match. I think it's very easy on the surface to kind of just look at it and go, oh, it's Semperfi versus Thunder Down Under, the 2 best teams in ANZ, and that's kind of really all that it is. But when we actually look at it and break it down player by player and individual by individual, Semperfi, you could almost say this is kind of like a rookie team, even though they might be the favourites in this matchup. None of these players have ever qualified to a major. None of them have ever played in a major. A couple of minors there, certainly for Hazard, somebody that we saw having quite a bit of success back in the old days on the likes of Avant and those Direwolves rosters and whatnot. But Thunder Down Under have got Liaz, they've got Dexter, and they've got Alistair, and those guys have played major after major after major after major. So it's not really a big deal for them anymore. The contrast being, though, that yes, there's that experience factor for Thunder Down Under, but now they're kind of in a little bit of a different role as well. Alistair obviously has only just come into that in-game leadership role, so even for him, he's still going through this learning process, and you're also still trying to integrate TJP and ASAP into that system as well. So there's a lot kind of going on under the surface here, but I think it's just really interesting to see where these two teams are at in terms of their progression, and obviously how much this is going to mean for both of them to potentially make it all the way.
Yeah, I think they have that flexibility in Thunder Down Under. You do have TJ who's done a little bit of in-game leadership, the same for Dexter, so I don't think it's a one-man system by any stretch of the imagination. I think they're going to be pitching in together. I like what Liaz said as well. I mean, he is the perennial player that in that order roster in the past, he was a star player. He was dropping 40 at bloody IEM Sydney, and now he really has taken a step back in the later editions of Greyhound and going into FlyQuest and now into this team as well. He's quite happy to anchor, he's quite happy to take a little bit more of a backseat, but occasionally he can heat up and he can put some crazy clutches together, and that could maybe be a bit of a difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely. Even for his transition, right, joining Renegades immediately, can't take the starring shine away from JKS. These players have so much tenure, and I think that's the most important thing that they can sort of break apart with Semperfi, is that, they do have cracks, and they haven't got that experience at the real top stage. So anyway, we're going to dive into the vetoes. I think that's going to be the most important thing to talk about leading into this competition. It's been a very sort of similar play, but as we see a bit of a change up here now, Ancient Inferno, Dust 2, walking through it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the big thing to kind of touch on here is that Mirage is kind of the permaban for Thunder Down Under, which works out perfectly because that is very much a go-to map for Semperfi. So it's almost two birds with one stone. It's like a little tiny advantage coming into this series that is on the side of Thunder Down Under. Semperfi obviously have a bit of a bigger map pool than just the Mirage, but it's something of note. No surprises to see the Inferno pick coming out from Thunder Down Under. That's what they've been going towards pretty much throughout the entire tenure that they've been a lineup. So there's no big surprise in that respect, I'd say. But I think Dust 2 is going to be a very interesting one because for both of these two teams, it is a map that they go towards. Obviously, Thunder Down Under have been tested against Australian competition. They've been doing fantastically on Dust 2. It's not really been a concern for them at all. Whereas you see Semperfi go overseas and they play that map internationally. And obviously, they've been struggling a little bit. But that doesn't necessarily equate to them being bad on that map in an Australian context. So I'm very intrigued to see if we do get to this third map, Thunder Down Under, again, they might be losing another 100% map pick.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the map picks, if you look at the win rates for both of these teams, are incredibly misleading. Thunder Down Under is farming Australian teams. You've got Semperfi playing European opposition. So if you're going strictly by win rate, it's not going to give you a good indication of how the map pool actually looks. I'm really keen for Ancient to be the opening map as well. I think you've got great aggressive riflers on both of these teams that can really set the tempo. I'm looking at some of those fights around Shelf, the mid-round aggressions and things like that, some of those brawly rounds in mid as well, to really early on show which one of these teams are going to be the big dogs in the server.
I think a big talking point here for me will be Dexter on the CT side. You talk about aggressive riflers, and he's someone that can, I feel, really dictate how a game plays out, particularly in that first half. I imagine, obviously, if we're going into Ancient, that at that point, Thunder Down Under are going to get the choice of side, potentially choosing that CT side, see what they can do to let Dexter unleash. You know, he's someone that likes to get aggressive, he likes to be pushing, and he likes to take the fight to his opponent. And if he can actually take that natural style and run with it, then that becomes quite problematic for Semperfi. They'll get constricted a little bit and their T-side will be disrupted.
He can just topple the game on his head.
Exactly.
You know, you're thinking about playing Thunder Down Under, but once Dexter gets going and he starts to be that little niggling thorn in your side, you're suddenly trying to counter Dexter and you can't necessarily think about what the rest of the team is going to do, and that's going to really kind of throw you off balance a bit.
Yeah, well, you think about the role he used to play, right? As in-game leader, he liked to get space, he liked to be a little bit of a lurk around, and, you know, that can bring so much impact. Like, if you've got all these pieces together, I think another point that Leah sort of had is their team dynamic seems to fit a lot stronger when it comes to Semperfi. You know, individually, very, very powerful, but at the end of the day, he's sort of sitting there thinking, is like, is it going together as well as it potentially could have? And we do see some of those holes, obviously, when we see them play internationally against some European teams. But, guys, for the time being on that, I think we're going to be ready to rock and roll into this series. So, gentlemen, are you ready to rock and roll?
Well, there's no answer there, but we'll find out at some point.
I hope we find out. Because we asked Conky a question and he just didn't answer us and just deadpanned the camera. All right, fair enough. Big dog us, why don't you? It's ridiculous.
What a lead-in to the biggest series in 10 years, according to most, on the Australian side of the servers. Thunder Down Under, Semperfi, winner of this one goes to the grand final. Loser, well, they're still in it, but they have to play that lower bracket granny before they could possibly meet again. And Leaz is straight into the action here. They're doubling up. He finds it with Alistair. Oh, hello, Thunder Down Under, putting it all together early on. Shady gets one back, but Savage and himself have a lot of work to do to try and get back into this pistol.
What a start here for Thunder Down Under. It's a commanding sort of presence that they've got in through A main already in this pistol. Because usually in these pistol rounds we see heavy B stacks, we see a single person left towards A. Thunder Down Under, they've just made the right read. They've been able to 3-stack that A side, that A main area. They're able to get rewarded for it. So fair bit of work here for Savage and Shady. But I don't mind this play of sending one out through B, sending a bit of mid-presence and seeing exactly what's going to happen here. For Semperfi, if they're able to take a bit of space, if they're able to take some significant control and cut off a lot of these rotations for Thunder Down Under, this is doable.
And the thing was there, Savage did have the bomb, so it's sort of a second guess in a sense of how much you want to send towards the other side here, and does seem like they've correctly got this one looking towards B. Shady, an opportunity there as he gets a shoulder look in, but Dexter doesn't give him that chance. Savage can only find the one, and it's Thunder Down Under to get us started. Headphones are on for us, but I'm pretty sure I can still hear some cheers from downstairs, and I'm assuming that's going to keep happening for most of this series.
You've got headphones on?
Don't you?
No.
We're not in the same room, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah. Anyway. I do love how Thunder Down Under have been able to double up in that position as well, right? They didn't sort of give Semperfi too much space to work with. They doubled up. They said, hey, if you're going to fight one of us, you're fighting two. And in those situations, right, it's just about finding your trades, being able to find your kills. They're going to come in with, 3 rifles carried through, 2 SMGs. I'd ideally like to see these SMGs be able to farm up some of these kills. I mean, you're going to have Liaz to be your first point of contact here on 8. But for Semperfi, right, getting one down, being able to get the bomb downs there, big key.
As Liaz, he's got some aim training early on, will find himself 3 nicely. TJP to join it in. Shady desperately looking to try and get that bomb down for a bit of extra cash. Does not happen. And Thunder Down Under convert that pistol nicely. Quickly out to little 2-0 lead. But now for the first time we will see Semperfi on their first full buy. Although we did say this yesterday, or I did, and you said for their third round, it wasn't really a full buy.
Well, it's not. They don't have full sets of util. We're seeing a Galil come out. It does sort of affect the way that you do play when you don't have these AKs coming out on that T side. When you don't have those full belts of util, you're not able to sort of get yourself into these consistent positions. As a T side, you're not able to take effective amounts of space. You're not able to, consistently fight for mid where you're actually going to have that pressure coming through. But Shady and Hazza somehow convert it. Dexter's going to be next up on the chopping block. Can only get the one, but does fall.
Messy, but it's worked out perfectly there as Keen will shut down ASAP, and just like that, Alistair, all that remains. He's going to manage his way through A main here, but this round should be done. Possibly could pick up the AK here, but he depends on the timing and where he's looking, and it will be Shady to shut it down. So Semperfi, their first buy-in, and they're on the board. We sit now 2-1.
Yeah, I think it's a bit more of an interesting round here for Semperfi, right? They've got, as we said on the analyst test, they've got very good aggressive riflers. Shady, when he wants to get aggressive, will get aggressive. He will punish you for existing. Hazza's fairly similar, right? They are very, very aggressive. They love to get into your face. They love to put pressure on you in those little 5 to 10 second fights. That's exactly what they do there. They come out with a very, very good set out through mid. Shady being able to find the opener. A bit of a missed flash coming through for Thunder Down Under. And another mid take coming through. These pistols, they'd like to make some magic happen, but for Semperfi, it's just holding on to these guns.
And it's an interesting one here from Thunder Down Under because they haven't really gone the investment, but the USPs will find themselves a free AK there. Savage in the meantime's got Dexter, and the B site is open. Plant should go down. Hazza clears out ASAP, and he might have another one coming his way very shortly as Liaz is just waiting around the corner. But Attic will strike first, and now it is just left on Ali and TJP. Try and save that AK across, but I think interesting because a lot of situations CT sides will usually invest when they've got that money there. A few of the guys around 4,000 instead. Complete save, make sure you've got absolutely everything set for the next round. Number 5, that's when we get this real battle started.
Yeah, I mean, being able to keep the money for Dexter when he's on 4K does allow that AWP to get online fairly early. That's how Thunder Down Under like to operate. They want to be getting Ali that AWP. They want him to be, sort of activating as early as they can. They want to believe in their AWP, but they want to believe in their IGL. For Thunder Down Under, it's one of those styles that they play which is very much, I don't want to say a throwback, but it's very much a very stock standard style of Counter-Strike for them. They will play around your AWPer. Your AWPer commands a lot of control. Your AWPer commands certain positions, and everyone else has to filter through around the gaps, right? And that's how they like to play. I think for a lot of those boys, that's how they're very familiar with playing, and that's why they've been able to do so well in such a short period of time. For Semperfi at the moment, I think they're in this weird little period where we don't necessarily see Keen commanding so much space with that AWP when he is bringing it out. He's more willing to sort of play in a lot of these dirtier roles with that AWP. But this mid fight, it needs to be something that Shady's going to be able to improve on, because for a lot of him personally, his aggression is going to be the main difference maker in this series.
Dexter's nade going to land close to Shady, not copping any damage there. He's down to 51 HP, and you mentioned Keen on that AWP. He's yet to put an investment in, so it is just Ali who has his currently, and it'll be interesting to see how he does manage to get that going on the T side as the ramp positioning push here from Thunder Down Under, getting a lot of information here. You can see that rotation from Dexter is starting to head across to that A site. No commitment yet here from Semperfi, and TJP playing that pixel peek at the moment just to get ready to get that smoke down. Stop any push that might come in. The flash is there, the smoke will follow, but they might just go through this one here. Shady's got the lead and he's going to try and take it.
Yeah, the side he's going to have to come in. TJP has a lot of dancing to do, but just does get his feet in the right spot. Keen, Shady, the two Latvians are absolutely destroying this A site now. Dexter to fall to nades. And as soon as Semperfi have entered the site, Thunder Down Under have crumbled. It'll just leave Sap. It'll just leave Alistair. And for Semperfi, that is a clinical round for them to have some major control in as that bomb ticks down.
Ali and ASAP, but now just Ali remaining on that AWP, and you have to feel like he's got to get out, but he's in such an awkward position, but he might not have that opportunity. Starts to run. Savage has heard it. He's not going to be after him in time, so will just be the save there, but credit there to Semperfi. I mean, Thunder Down Under got the information they needed. They went ramp control early. They found all they could, and they might even take away this AWP. Ali's living, though. Knocks down Savage. Desperately trying to control this one here. He reads Shady coming towards him, and he might just get through this one here. Keen not willing to peek. So that might just be a pivotal weapon to keep around. As we'll look to see what kind of buy that Thunder Down Under will get here. But really nice stuff there from Semperfi. Again, it did look like they'd sort of been found out. The players, everyone from Thunder Down Under, they read it perfectly. They had the three men ready at that A side waiting. But they just lost the fights. The gunfights went the way of Semperfi.
Yeah, I think as well, you know, we saw TJP in a really uncomfortable position. We also saw Liaz, my apologies, in a really uncomfortable position as well, right? They were just sort of stuck in these angles where they couldn't really go anywhere. TJP especially just couldn't escape from Donut at all, and when that swing did come through, you know, Semperfi take advantage of the poor positioning that we had from Thunder Down Under in that setup. Does that happen often for Thunder Down Under? No. Credit to Semperfi for being able to take control and take advantage of that, because, you know, it's very rare that we see these boys any of these boys in this server make a mistake. You've got to be able to capitalise and punish on that.
And this is the one game that if you make mistakes, it's really going to be emphasised, or it's going to become way more obvious because you're playing against two teams that are, well, we're thinking around the same skill level when it comes to both the teams meshing. Maybe you lean a bit more towards Semperfi because they've been together longer, but then you just think about that international experience. Of course, the desk went through that for the guys over on Thunder Down Under. So it's a hard one to sort of pick, as we are in now just a technical pause. I think we started with attack, but
it started as attack.
It started as attack. It turned into a tech, and half an hour later, who knows what it could be.
Maybe we find like the third T pause that we get. What comes after technical? Like tragic pause? Tragedy pause?
That's just if all the Zowie equipment just shuts down.
But it won't, because it's Zowie and it's the greatest brand ever made, alongside Logitech,
Intel,
and HyperX,
and maybe even Omen.
Well, obviously Omen.
Yeah, obviously.
Obviously Omen.
Starts with
What
O.
do you mean, maybe? What a stupid thing to say, maybe.
Okay, not really too sure. I think that's Savage there. The banana peel sitting next to the mouse is an interesting area. I mean, we have bins.
Bins.
I'm just not sure if that's like, if he's not completely eaten it, I can understand, because you do need a snack at some point.
Bins don't exist in Brisbane. No. It reminds me of Jordan Elfish Guy Mays.
He does love a good banana.
Do you remember when he told us that for breakfast he has half a banana and puts the other half in the fridge?
Yeah.
Do you know how psychotic that is? That's despicable.
Sometimes you only need like a half banana kind of day, though. Well, as, we do have a Mr. Conk who is sneakily taking a...
You guys are very cute.
taking a big bag.
I hope he was talking
He's
to me.
almost knocked apart every single piece of equipment, but none of it has broken because, of course, it's all from our sponsors, so it's absolutely durable for that kind of thing.
Well, obviously. Conky can't even break a Logitech mouse.
Which is surprising because, again,
that man climbs rocks for a living.
Can't even do it.
He climbs boulders.
This doesn't look like it's going away anytime soon, because now we've got multiple people fixing... I don't know, well, I'm assuming there's something to the PC, but they could also be fixing the sign here.
If it's the sign that's caused this tech pause, I might crash out.
Better you crash out than the sign crashes on the players.
No, that'd be funny, dude. Imagine having to explain to Valve that we have to reset around because a sign has fallen onto 5 players and a coach. I think it's an issue with the coach headset, actually. Might be an issue with the coach mic that we have.
Yeah, possibly.
I love speculating and just randomly having no information and saying it like it's fact.
Yeah. That's how most things work.
Yeah. Dude. Wanda's so cute.
Wanda's given a thumbs up, so that is a good sign.
He also gave a thumbs up to JL when he took his headband off at IEM
He
Sydney.
did, yes. Classical JL headband. That's known throughout the region and perhaps for even further beyond.
I hope it's known further beyond because, it's a pretty bad look. Pretty bad look for him. Pretty bad look for young Wanda.
What, the headband or the...
No, him making JL take it off. It's a pretty bad look for him.
I mean, JL never really recovered from that.
Yeah, ever since... he won a major. He did slowly.
Andrew awoke a fire within him.
Wanda was the main reason JL got dropped from Navi.
The catalyst. It always comes back to Andrew. And wow, we've got the cameras above the scoreboard now for this round. I think
if that was what the tech pause was for, I'm not happy.
I think the boys just had time to get going and do a bit more there. But here we are, round number 6. And you can see for Thunder Down Under, it is just Alistair on that AWP that was saved from the previous round. Everyone else just on a couple of upgraded pistols, lots of 5.7s, which have been doing a lot of work. And Dexter might have a chance for this one here, but looking the wrong direction. Attic will shut that one down. ASAP up close, doesn't have that opportunity to try and refrag. Shady already up through top mid as well, so it looks like they should deal with this round pretty easily here. Semperfire grouping up nicely here towards B ramp as, all the other players. Over on the A site here for Thunder Down Under, Alistair takes down Shady, who will relay the rest of the information that you should be able to get to the other site on B, boys, because that is ours, and they should be taking it forward.
They should be. I mean, if that AK can get recovered for Thunder Down Under, small wins, you take them. But yeah, I mean, it's just...
He's trying.
He's trying to go grab it.
Oh, what did he get? Lears, the tie. Oh, you cheeky boy.
Mate, I tell you. He's been a little cheekster this event.
Cheeky 1.3 rating on HLTV as of late, getting a couple of kills here or there.
I misheard you and I thought you just meant 0.3. I was like, that's insane. That's insane to say. But no, he's been playing well. I think we touched upon it on the analyst desk as well for Liaz. I'm a big Liaz fan. I think because he's been so content being in a lot of the crappy roles. Oh no, he might lose the AK here.
No.
Jesus Christ.
You're really just talking him up there.
Thank you, Liaz. Appreciate you, Jay. Appreciate you, man. Big fan, actually.
As you were saying, yeah, I mean, he has been in a lot of roles that, of course, the dirty ones, you don't really want to have them. You almost have him sort of here as the star rifler on this team, because he can find a lot of impact. I mean, he's playing at least one or two close, I'd say. But, frag-wise, he's been absolutely going off the last few months.
You talk about star roles. He's playing the A anchor on Ancient. That's just no fun for anybody. It's retake simulator 90% of the time. But no, I think what Liaz has done his entire career, he's very much been a guy who's about the vibes. He's not necessarily a guy who cares about his own personal performance, and I think there's something fairly, noble in that. It's someone who doesn't care if they play well as long as the team gets a good job done. And I think that's been Liaz, since he did join Renegades, and he was sort of forced into that similar role because JKS was the star. He was the big-time talent. And Liaz just sort of had to sit in the corner and be like, okay, as long as Justin wins, we're good.
Oh, different team. A different way of doing things, possibly. I mean, if he's still on that A ramp, you never know. As Shady going down early means that Semperfy find themselves at that man disadvantage, and it could be getting worse. But Hank does actually pick up a nice one there, but it's ASAP on the double. Beautiful couple of kills, and now Savage and Keen with a lot of work to do. Ali's pushed forward as well, so probably has one for free. There's no way they're thinking he's already got this far forward. Savage falls, Keen, all that remains. And he's realising pretty quickly here this round is absolutely done. Does have the bomb at the very least, but would need just some massive misplays from the TDU boys and need to hit a couple of crazy shots.
I can't hit my shots. We'll see, Kane. Well, he's hitting his first one, so I may have lied. Finds himself the first. Is he ready for SAP? He is ready for SAP.
Oh, hang on.
This could be dangerous here. We've seen some miracles out of Keen previously. But it's TJP to shut him down. And for Semperfy, they maintain the lead here by a single round, but Thunder Down Under, they're slowly creeping in. I'm pretty sure Viridian, who is their coach, is going to be a very, very happy chappy after that round. They've played that as close to perfection as you can get. It was so perfect, I'm stumbling over my words here, Harry.
Almost lost for them, mate.
It's like when you ever seen like a beautiful like woman and you just lose the English language. It's like I met Oni for the first time.
Leave you with that one there, mate. As 5v5 to start round number 8 here. The buy still there for Semperfi. Had plenty of cash on the side, and Ali's managed to get that AWP back after TJP picks it up, and for the second time, he's knocked Shady down in the first 30 seconds, which means Sadie, once again, is left on a bit of a, well, retake simulator. Not retake simulator, he just gets to watch all the things. Meantime, there's a lot of presence over towards that A side. Attic grabs ASAP. It's just Dexter Allsby lonesome. There could be a little bit of danger here.
He really could. I mean, we've just seen the entire Thunderdown Under CT side shift towards A main after we had that push through B ramp and through cave, sort of confirmed there was nobody shelf. And then off that opening pick, that single pick where Sap's gone down, Semperfi have started to move back in towards this B site. They're trying to play mind games with each other, and we're slowly seeing Thunderdown Under get back. My question is, Harry, are they going to be able to get themselves into set positions to defend this B site before the hit comes through? And with smokes going down, it's not looking likely.
They're here, but they need to just absolutely lock in when it comes to aim. Dexter with the first, he gets flashed, and Addict and Hazard will get those ones across. Leaz gets Addict, and now it's left in a 2v2. Bomb being planted. A pivotal round for both of these teams. Money, a problem on both ends. Hazard gets down towards ramp. Savage will play around that bomb. The nade comes in. He'll cop a bit of damage. Ali, position trained towards that ramp side. Looking for this first one here if he can find it. Slowly making his way forward, but Hazard, the swing is perfect, and Savage backs it up. And Semperfi might have just opened up a little bit of a gap here. 5-3 the scoreline reads, and TDU, the money's not looking fantastic.
My word, that's an incredible round out of Semperfi. That is an insane round. They lose that opening pick in towards mid. They stack up towards A, wanting to fight that. TDU read that perfectly, said everything towards A. Semperfi get a single pick over towards B. From Addict, out of sorry, was it from Addict? It was from Shady. My apologies. Out of absolutely nowhere.
That was Addict. Shady died
Addict.
again.
My apologies.
He's been dead for the last 2 minutes.
My apologies. Hey, rest in peace. Rest in peace, big dog. Addict gets himself that single pick as the shelf lurk. Everything comes back. That's a beautiful round from both of these teams. That's sort of the high-level gameplay that we're seeing out of both of them. They're making reads on each other. They're making these preemptive reads. They're making these preemptive strikes. 9 times out of 10, they've been correct. Semperfi have just had the sort of luck of the draw with poor positioning from Thunderdown Under, them not being able to get the reads in and be able to be set quick enough, because they are trying to be silent about this. They are trying to be a little cheeky about this. As Leaz is going aggressive in through shelf and opening up, Semperfi will take 2, and I think it's both the B players now just gone.
That's done. Kane's got the AWP for what seems the first time in this map, and he is already providing an impact. Leaz, Ali and TJP are nowhere near this. I mean, the round's done. 30 seconds in, you've already lost all presence, and you just have to save.
Yeah, they lost the hero rifle they brought in too. That was one of the 2 hero rifles they brought in, because that was on Dexter. So the money for Thunderdown Under's just not great right now. They've got to have to save another. They'll give up 6. Most likely they give up 7. And, you know, they're going to be fighting on this T side to try and make a bit of a comeback.
Shady's looking just to see if maybe he can knock down one more. As it stands, Thunderdown Under just going to hold around on the A site here. And for Semperfi, you lost the first couple. Managed to bounce back when you get guns in your hand, and they have looked the good so far here in the gun rounds when they've needed to, and especially what I like here for both of these squads, and Semperfi especially, is to change up the tactics on the fly, which I think a lot of Aussie teams, you just keep going in and try and complete the hit even if you lose things early on.
Yep.
The ability to be able to just reset, take your time, and then pre-plan or replan things, it is a skill, because it becomes very difficult to keep everything calm, to keep everything coordinated. But we've seen it so far from Semperfi. They've got 6. How many more can they add in these last 3 rounds of the first half?
I mean, a minute 50 is a long time when you think about it. It's like a really long amount of time. And for Semperfi, right, they've just made, not necessarily correct reads, but they've made reads where they're just convinced they will work, and they will work because they've got the confidence, right? How many times we've seen Shady just go out and swing mid? He's not going positive right now, but he's being successful in it as Addict finds himself 1, make it 2, why not? Semperfi should be looking to pick up 7 because that's the 2 main guns that we saw TDU bring into this one.
Yeah, tried for that mid-aggression. Does not work out, and as you said, that is the rifle. And then MP9 was available, completely gone. Addict will delete Dexter. And all of a sudden it is just Ali looking to see if he can find some pot shots here with the Deagle. Mrs. Savage, who's gotten on the run now, doesn't even want to give him the opportunity there. Keen will get shut down though. Ali proving he's just as capable on the Deagle as he is the AWP, and a nice little thing to pick up and possibly save here. The problem he has no idea that Shady has gotten all the way through A main and probably will get the better of him as he's looking in towards mid. Bomb will go down, so Semperfi will get 7. Can Ali survive with the AWP though?
Yeah, I mean, this will be a big save. Very, very big save. If he could do it. If he could save it, it'd be great. You know?
You sounded like a really disappointed dad there.
It's just, you know, I take the kid out to footy every week. He gets stuck in the back pocket.
He leaves the AWP in the change rooms every single time.
And it's like, what's the point? I drive 20 minutes, drop him off at LAN, and he just continues to leave his keyboard at home.
I think that's just what Ben says all the time, actually.
We're just monologuing Ben the Legend now.
The monologue. Well, if I am Ben right now, I'd be pretty happy with what I'm seeing. 7-3, 2 rounds left in the first half here. On your map pick, it is looking absolutely the goods here. Thunder Down Under, a strong start, but they aren't able to shut things down. They've had one shining light pointing through, and it is Ali at the moment on that AWP, is keeping them in a lot of these rounds, but Dexter just decided to join him. Massive double. Addict and Savage are all that remaining. Possibly here he spotted ASAP. He should get this kill. He does. They know Dexter's inside here, but Dexter will not be moved. A massive 3K. Savage is chasing, but there's surely no chance now on a 1v3.
That's such a massive hold from Dexter there. As you said, there's only been the single shining light of Thunder Down Under, and that's been their IGL. That's been their AWP. It's about time we've had some rifle impact start to come through for TDU, and Dexter is going to be the man to do it. You know, we're talking about how he placed top 4 at a major with Mouse. This arguably might be a bigger game for him than anything in his career. I'd make that argument comfortably.
Yeah.
Because this is one of those games where, you know, the VRS scaling for this map, for this series, gets one of these teams into stage 1 of a major. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, currently as it sits, both of these teams are actually in the qualification in the top 6. So, I mean, yeah, it is absolutely massive. Both this one, if they play each other again in the grand final, just winning as much as possible. That chance to play in a major for... And a lot of these players, they haven't had that opportunity. Yes, Thunder Down Under, across the board, for most of them, they've had a chance to be there. But for Semperfi, maybe that drives there a little more because they haven't had that opportunity. They desperately want this. They absolutely want to be there. And so far, at least on map number 1, they're showing the signs of it. Ali is going to be called upon. Can he deliver with the AWP?
Well, we're going to have to see. He does at least hit his opening mark. That's Keen dropped away. Shady to recover the AWP and look to potentially see if he can find a line with it. Everything slows here. And for Semperfi, they're just going to leave A main again. They want to hang out with Addict. They like Addict. I've realised they're a big fan of young Christian.
I mean, look at those eyes.
How could
you wouldn't say no to this man just pushing up ramp and getting a couple.
God forbid. God forbid a man goes up B ramp and gets himself 2, gets himself a cheeky little shot. I think as well for Thunder Down Under, they've cleared shelf. They think this is clear. They think this is clean. Sap's just here as a just in case. As Addict and Shady find themselves 1 apiece. That's the B side. It's under pressure. It's all going to be down to TJP. Finds himself 1. Make it 2. TJP, you could be the hero for Thunder Down Under. 3 so far. It'll all be down to Shady. TJP. Oh, but Shady! My word! It was on! TJP's had a hero effort. Shady had looked to overshow it. But Alistair comes up big when the pistols are needed for both of the AWPers.
What a crazy sequence of events just to end the first half. The first map, we're only halfway through, and it has been, as the boys in the desk put it, a barn burner so far. Absolutely stunning plays across the board as now we switch sides. Simplify onto the CT side. I think out of that, you're pretty happy with 7. Ancient T side. Yeah. Possibly a bit more that could have been available there for them, but overall, you've still got that chance here to really push the envelope. If they can take pistol, you've got the chance at least to make it that 9-5 to try and take this away from Thunder Down Under before they can really lock into their own T side. And I'm interested to see what the TDU boys have as they get ready to start this one up, and it might just be a quick play straight on towards B here.
If I'm TDU, I'm happy with 5 on that CT side as well. Like, let's not get this twisted. But we are going to see a quick, oh my days, Liaz. A quick B pop comes through. It's all going the way of TDU at the moment. A 3-for-2 trade on this side is Keen Clinical. Taps the head of TJP. It'll just be down to this 2v2. Hazard to start rotating over as Thunder Down Under double up over towards their Keen swing. As that bomb just to be tapped. They're trying to draw out Young Hazard. Thunder Down Under, they're getting loud. They're letting people know.
And when they get loud, rounds start to fall in their favour. TJP's been a little silent, especially early on in that first half, but we saw that last round at the end of the first half up and about already in the pistol as well. And Semper Fight, that lead they had has just been reduced to 1, and they will, I would imagine, save into this one here, and it is just USPs across the board. A couple of pieces of utility, but that is all that they have. And look, you just try and group up. Maybe you get a rifle here or there if you're lucky. Thunder Down Under, great opportunity to get this equalised, to work their way into this second half. And again, I mean, this is not their map pick. Inferno's next. Very strong team on there. If they can take Ancient away, especially after they banned out Mirage, which has been Semper Fi's bread and butter so far in this tournament, that is going to give them massive confidence and just belief that they can get this done in a 2-0 fashion.
Something that the analyst desk didn't bring up about Ancient, just quickly, is that FlyQuest and Rooster both played this map a hell of a lot when all of these guys were on those rosters. You know, it's a map they're comfortable with. For the Semper Fi at the moment, these pistols will just have a bit of pressure put on by Dexter as the bomb will go down on B. Kane gets himself 1, but no more than that. My apologies, as Addict will end up just falling and Thunder Down Under level the score 7-7. But yeah, for Thunder Down Under, this is a team that has so much experience on Ancient, whether it be Rooster, whether it be FlyQuest, whether it be whatever iteration of roster that Dexter, Alistair, Liaz have played on, because I think they've been together on teams since, you know, I was a child.
Since I was just a wee lad.
Since I was a boy, I've seen Alistair hopping. It's been fantastic. I've grown up with the greats. But no, like, Ancient is a map they're comfortable on. How many times have you booted up TJP's stream, clicked in, because you got to check in, right? You got to check in. You got to check in with TJP. And he's just pugging Ancient.
Seems to be that map that just always ends up in the vetoes when you're clearing all. It's just like everyone sort of just likes it enough that you're like, okay, I'm comfortable enough playing some Ancient right now.
It's like us with Oni. Tolerate him. He's not top 2, top 3.
He's copping a lot of flack from us, Oni. We're only into map 1 here. Just over halfway.
Dude, if you heard what he did when he got back to Airbnb last night, you'd be upset at him too. He was meowing out our front door for about half an hour before coming in.
Well, we do love the man. And we love this series. We love this DFRAG event.
We also love Logitech, G.
We do love Logitech. And all of our sponsors.
Including HyperX. And Omen. Especially Omen. Because Mr. Intel trying to make a play through the smoke right now.
That they are. Shady holding this one outside here, and he's got himself the double. The flash just did not work out at all. Presence in mid. Solid from Semper Fi. They've absolutely taken control there. And I believe the bomb's also fallen with that as well, so that is incredibly difficult to recover, but they might even just allow it. Everyone's left. Starting to reposition towards site. So now Liaz, ASAP and TJP, what do you have to try and get yourself back into this one? Liaz is the first one forward, needs a couple, he gets one, not the second. Keen and Shady shut it down. And Semper Fi, they get the rifles out for the first time on the CT side, and it is clean. And now They've thrown the ball right back here to Thunder Down Under, saying, all right, boys, what have you got?
Yeah, I mean, for Semperfy right now, this is where they want to be, right? This is a position where fair bit of stress in the game. We've seen these boys, they continue to be calm in these situations. You know, against a team like Thunder Down Under, who might be a little sort of less drilled compared to Semperfy. They haven't necessarily had those European reps as a 5. It's going to be busy, especially as the B hit comes in quick.
Straight onto the side, and the Tech 9 up in the face there. Shady shut down, and now this becomes a little bit awkward, especially Ali, the Glock jumping through, knocks down Savage. Keen with that nade, does the job, and he will only be able to find the one to follow. Dexter now left alone with TJP. They've both got rifles. Smoke goes down forward. This is not a round Semperfy can afford to drop here. Has a Addict slowly creeping forward. Dexter's found another, and you can see what's happening behind. TJP snuck through. Hazard's got absolutely no clue. He's looking the opposite direction. TJP should shut this down. Smoke goes towards the bomb, and he will. TJP finds it, and he's up and about, and they're loud now.
Let him know, Ali. Let him know, TJP.
I don't think they heard that.
I love how Zips is just sitting there, just laughing.
I don't know if this happens on the European side of things too often.
I don't think Europeans know how to yell at each other. You know what I mean? I feel like they get into the server, like, yes, you got, your Apexes.
It's a 9 to 5 for them.
Yeah, it's their 9 to 5, and they don't know, the anguish and pain of working 60-hour weeks to be able to come to LAN and get shit stomped.
Well, I don't know if they'll be getting up this round here, because for the first time, Keen's got that AWP out on the CT side, knocks one down, and Dexter's also gone as well. So Semperfy wouldn't be feeling too comfortable with what happened in the previous round, but they've absolutely put the right foot forward immediately here. 2 kills within the first 15 seconds. So now what do TDU have? Addict waiting in the wings here. He's about to have a lot of people around his crosshair, depending on the timing. Keen, the jump spot. I don't know if he actually quite spotted that. Addict's fallen, and the side over at A is relatively open.
Yeah, it's going to have to be Keen's AWP to do a fair bit of heavy lifting here. TJP can only get the one before falling in through shelf, so Shady now has a rifle. That man continues to be a menace to society with anything containing more than 12 bullets. But for Ali and ASAP, they've just got to find their fights. With Ali falling, smokes to go down for Sap to be able to recover the bomb and at least get the plant. If he's able to get the plant, it's a bit of money. Like, it'd be nice. That's all they necessarily need out of this round. But Sap can do this. He's got the fights. He'll find one, but no more than that.
Semperfy, good response, straight back there. So now we just look at Thunder Down. It's a bit quieter now for some reason.
I have no idea why.
Yeah.
No idea why at all.
Well, Ali's consulting the big book.
Did you hear about the big book?
The big book, yeah.
You've heard about the big book.
It's got plenty of tactics.
I'm scared of the big book.
I think scared of the big book.
I think the big book has government secrets in it.
Oh, dear.
Viridian's big book knows too much.
It's actually all of the big book includes all the members who are allowed in the Ivory Tower. It's like a list. Everyone else who's attempting to get in as well.
Oh no. Everyone who's attempting to get in? Damn, that's a lot of names in the attempting to get in list.
Red lines through most of them.
You think we're there yet?
Well, we're casting a pretty good game here. Well, and as I say, that prod has told us no with some...
That was Jordan, actually. That was actually him in the roof.
Oh, that was him there, yeah.
Because he's upstairs.
Oh, that's true. I mean, he's above us. We're technically the lobby, if that.
Yeah. Well, you might be the lobby. I'm like the guy outside with a metal cup asking for change. We'll see TJP. Cleaning up Addict. Nice little start for him as he's finally gone positive for the first time this game.
Danger around here again for Semperfy, because this is exactly what happened last time with Thunder Down Under. Not much of a buy-in, a couple of upgrades, and TJP is that hero rifle. They've already found the opener. You cannot allow this to happen again if you're in Semperfy's shoes. Have to hold this down, try and get out without losing too many players. As the ramp setups and hit towards his B site about to come through. They've got the presence on the CT numbers, but that might not mean anything if they don't get the kills to follow it up. But Savage knocks down 2 just as he's required to. And Hazard and Shady doing the work. Dexter all that remains, and down he goes. Semperfi into double digits. They regain a little bit more of an advantage here. As Thunder Down Under, their full buy will come back in. But they can ill afford to make mistakes.
I think for Semperfi at the moment, they're in this weird period where they just have this little nervous stage between the end of the first half and getting to double digits. Because we saw it yesterday with Mind Freak, where they just looked... They looked like... I don't know how to explain it.
It was all very solid, and then it was just like a couple of mistakes creep in, and they started to lose that momentum, and it took a bit to recover.
Yeah,
but they got there in the end. This time around, you're up against an opponent who is not going to allow you to get away with that too many times. Once maybe, and it's kind of happened to you where they've been able to get back on top, but they know, I mean, money-wise, they drop another one here. All of a sudden, they're still in that awkward position where this can get out of hand for them.
Yeah, and I think that's why it's a bit of a riskier investment to have Keen on that AWP, especially now in the game. You could be having the rifle coming in, you've got a bit of money, and Keen, you've got to be hitting that, son. He knows he has to be hitting that.
AWP shots fly out, and they don't find anything to connect to, though. Thunder Down Under, they have middle presence here, and now they start to hit towards this B side. Savage saw the jumping head. He gets a lineup, not quite the kills he was hoping for, though. And that should be a plant, but Shady, waiting in the wings on the other side, is able to shut down one. The spam through as well, but Hazard will fall 3v3. The bomb seemingly this time goes down, and this is a massive retake. Semperfi need to get through.
Alistair's got a massive kill in through CT, but I don't think he's aware that Addict is coming after him. It'll be backstab over backstab. Alistair versus Addict. That's a massive kill, because it just leaves Shadley by himself. 1v2. Has to clear 2 angles and can't even clear the first. Liaz gets to be the hero, but Alistair's done so much work on that post-plant lurk. Not only being able to find the early CT pick, isolating and taking down Addict as well. Just leaving, you know, the 2 fellas on that B side to deal with Shady, who has been a problem. He has been an absolute menace today.
And the 2 imports doing the works. As we do have a little bit of a technical pause here. Everyone just gets a chance to rest for a second.
Do we get to rest?
No. We can never switch off, mate.
Oh, I've never switched off in my life.
Always on 100% of the time.
Mate, day off sounds good, but just can't afford one.
Banana Watch still hasn't moved. So I'm beginning to think that might be appeal.
I'm beginning to think that Savage is just so locked in. He's waiting for someone to walk over to shake hands so they can slip on the banana.
There's also a chance that could be his second. I mean, we haven't seen the cameras 100% of the time.
Savage has hit a second banana.
Yep. He might just have done. Extra bit of energy, which they need right now.
Bit of potassium.
As well. Pushing towards the A main side here. Dexter. Oh,
Clinical.
Hello.
Clinical.
Well, he's got 3 kills. And the round is done. Well, seemingly.
Well, not yet, mate. Not yet.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch.
You're not allowed to count your chooks. What's the other one of them?
Don't... I was going to say something with rabbits, but that doesn't sound right. I'm actually really annoyed because I did the same thing. Thank you, Mother, for the chickens. And I had a lot of raised eyebrows around that one. I actually have been saying that incorrectly.
What's the saying?
It's thank you, Mother, for the rabbits. I don't know why I had chickens as it. I think it sounds better, to be honest, but it really doesn't mean anything.
That's why the chicken crossed the road. Because your mother gave me the rabbit.
Yes.
I understand.
We're linking and building.
Speaking of linking and building, KissTony.com. Go kiss Tony. Go kiss him.
And that has been bleeped out in the vault, I'm sure.
I can't wait for it. It's so funny.
It's just over the top. It's just Mab saying DFRAG.
DFRAG TV. Check out DFRAG.com too. Pretty good site. You don't get to kiss Tony on that website though.
Flam, mate. Yeah, mate. We are in the perfect position here. Map 1, the best series we've had in a very long time in OCE. for Counter-Strike in general, not for just this tournament for major placements. We sit at 10-10, map 1, and we are in a position where this could still go absolutely anywhere.
Yeah, and I think for both of these teams right now, it's about that composure. Because this is a very nerve-wracking time if you're Semperfi. Your map pick, you've had yourselves significant amount of pressure put into this map to win it, to be able to take that to a 3 if you do get there. And you've got Keen on a pistol, right? That's the AWP investment that we saw last round that hasn't worked out.
You picked it perfectly.
Told you, mate. Never wrong.
Just on that pistol. Never wrong.
Never wrong.
Flamboyant. Never been wrong in his life as the boost comes maybe just a fraction too late in the end. I was going to say, Ali's lucky to get out alive, and imagine if Keen had more than a pistol there. He probably gets that kill. In the end, only 50 damage, and the T's have always got into this site on B. Savage in the corner. He's going to be backed up in a decent spray here with Shady, and they should stop this bomb plant. The tap coming through. Savage finds it. A dink as well. Shady backs it up, and all of a sudden, ASAP and Ali separated. They'll start to group up together, but the bomb is down. There's just the two of them. Limited utility. Semperfi, all the cards in their favour. Can they close this round out?
It's a silly mistake. You haven't cleared out anything in that B site. You think you're
just
able to
rush.
Yeah, it was rushed for no reason as well, right? You see the two that are on A. You've got to assume you got two on B, one playing mid, right? That's usually how these setups go on Ancient. And they didn't even clear out anything. And with a resmoke coming up, 20 seconds. Yeah, this unless ASAP has a miracle,
you just call it.
You're calling it here. We're seeing 11 picked up for Semperfi.
I mean, they've got cash realistically to maybe go for this, but you just can't at this point. Has it? That smoke. Perfect timing, and just like that, Semperfi retake the lead. 11-10, the score line will read. As we are starting to get into the final bit of this first half. I definitely heard that from downstairs. That came over the broadcast.
I want to know who said that.
There were some words we cannot repeat.
Why do I feel like it was Viridian?
He does get very angry sometimes. When that man rages, it is kind of like the Hulk.
Yeah. He's like Ted Bundy in a bit of a weird way. He goes from being the nicest guy you've met to a serial killer. And I don't know how I feel about it. But it'll be a quick beep-up here. There's Thunder Down Under. They're looking to at least try and get themselves back into Viridian's good books as Alistair gets himself a nice little opener.
TJP falling. But this time it is the rush that actually works. They get them out of position, but Savage, that nade perfect. AWP out of position, gone. And now Semperfi, player advantage, has it coming. Takes down Dexter. They can almost taste that 12th now. Leas and ASAP, what have you got to try and keep this one going? ASAP finds Keen. Time halfway done here. Shady holding from the other side here. They've got utility. The smokes go out, flashes as well. Leas is waiting, hoping. He wants to hear that one there, but he's off on the defuse spray. ASAP with another. The defuse is going through though, and it might just be done. It is. ASAP desperately trying to get out, and it doesn't happen at all. Savage is up and about, and Semperfi have 2 map points to close out the first.
I don't know if you noticed, but the loud yelling just before the defuse starts almost baits Leas into the fight for the defusal. This is how meta we've gone with Counter-Strike. The yelling that's happened just as the defuse starts to get Leas to bait into it, use the audio cues from the other team that's sitting across from him to sort of read the game and read the positioning. We're getting to levels of meta I've never seen before here, Harry. I've never seen this sort of level of mind games and, mental trickery and doohickery.
It's that LAN diff. We don't see it too much.
It's the LAN buff.
But when you have that opportunity to get into your opponent's head, usually they could be hundreds of kilometres away, but in this instance they are 50 metres in front of you, and you can absolutely point them out. And Thunder Down Under desperately trying to stay in this. The economy is absolutely almost kaput. 3 rifles, 2 of them Galils. ASAP needs to come out. He hasn't had the kills so far in this series, but right now he's locked in. 2 massive ones in mid. Breaks apart Semperfi's attempt to get any control there. They're now going in towards this A side. Leas gets the spot. Keen needs to hit them. It ain't happening. And I reckon we're going all rounds of regulation now. And overtime very well could be on the cards.
You're not allowed to say the O word, Harry. You damn well know it. But
I'm getting excited, mate. I do apologise.
I understand you're getting...
Hey, knock on wood. It won't happen. We've got the wood table.
I don't think... Is that wood?
Is it? It looks like wood.
It smells like wood.
Well, Mav's done enough for the old bottle open, just bang on the side of the side there. So if he does it on the wood desk, we should get an idea if it is actually wood.
Yeah,
get the smell.
Good shout. Let's talk about the game now instead of beer. But I think as well for Thunder Down Under right now, that's a massive round for them to not only win, but also a massive round for ASAP. Being able to go into a... Oh no. Oh, that's not good, ja. That's not good, man.
I was going to say, the analysts have joined us now. Jordan.
Jordan is even in despair with us.
Yeah. As a man who speaks fluent German, his eyes lit up there when you said that, yeah.
He thought he was in the homeland.
Oh, tack pause. A bit of a chat. The last round here before we head to that dreaded O word.
It's gone to a tech pause as well, which is a bit interesting. We're going to get a bit of an extended break. But just to touch on what I was saying, ASAP had 8 kills in 22 rounds of Counter-Strike. That 2K for him, in my eyes, is going to be the spark that gets him back into the series.
Impact frags.
Very much impact frags. Let's not downplay the fact that numbers don't matter and numbers aren't real. But I'm saying that
you can
for ASAP, this is a very uncharacteristic performance for him. Say, the amount of entry rifling that he does for this side, the amount of times he's second in towards that pack, and the amount of trades he's able to produce as a player. He was doing it on Rooster, he's doing it on TDU. This is a very uncharacteristic game for him right now. That 2K is massive for him. That's going to boost his confidence up. He's probably going to take that in towards that next map, potentially even further into the series, potentially even further into the competition, because he hasn't been playing to the level that we sort of expect for ASAP, which has been a little disappointing, but I'm happy he's gotten that 2K.
He's kept them alive. Now can Thunder Down Under take this all the way here. Semperfi, one opportunity is lost. And now their bite is exactly what we saw on the other end from last round for Thunder Down Under. Ali finds one, but only that. And there's no chance for a follow-up, and Keen, the timing perfect. TJP will shut him down. But 3v3, the side on B is completely clear right now of CTs. They don't know that yet. And there is the flank. Shady is coming round the back here. He could decimate them. They've got no idea. ASAP walks into him. Bomb is down. Molly goes forward. Savage as well. Leas, what can you do? 1v3 has the util. We'll be able to get this clear out with the Molotov up close. But there's so many things to worry about here. We've seen magic out of him before, but surely there's no way he can do it, and no, he can't! Semperfi, get it done! We go the distance, but 13-11 is where we ended. They take the 1-0 series lead.
My word, what a map. What a map. You know what's something that's even more impressive than that Semperfi performance?
And what would that be?
Pilski. I want to throw in this just to see Pilski. Can we see Pilski, man? I want to see Pilski.
Yo. What's good?
I can't believe you didn't give us more than that, mate. They were asking for everything there.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Look, that was a.
I just feel like there was a lot of other stuff going on.
Yeah, no, to be fair,
Save it for later, Flam.
No, exactly right. But that was Counter-Strike that tasted like real Counter-Strike, right?
Yeah,
it was a brilliant game for us. As I said, we've been doing this for a long time, and to see the names in the server with the experience behind them, a little bit of tenure and storyline, first time playing against each other, and it delivered, right? It was looking a little lackluster at the start on the side of Thunder, but then they started coming back, and we ended up where we did.
Man, that's a map that could have gone either way.
Yeah.
A real captain's knock, obviously, from Alistair. Not quite able to get it over the line in the end, but if you're getting pushed that close on your map pick, surely that's got to be a bit of a cause for concern.
Yeah, and you have potentially so many more maps to play between these two teams in the rest of this tournament. This is only the upper bracket finals, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what the rest of it that we're going to get is going to be looking like. But Thunder Down Under, I mean, that was a very, very tight game. I felt like they really could have got overtime there, but there was a lot of those weird kind of tentative rounds where you have a weird bye. There was actually a kind of a classic Greyhound round, the round where they went to plant up on B and no one was actually covering the planter that put them in a cooked position. That was a classic, like, I'm watching Greyhound play at an international event and, like, this is the most important round of the game.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because in a lot of those older iterations of Greyhound, what we used to really praise them for when they were playing, particularly against ANZ-based teams, was the mid-round calling. And I wonder if is that something that we're kind of seeing let Thunder Down Under a little bit down in some of these rounds. Even that final round, you know, you saw that they were set up at the bottom of B ramp. There was nobody on the B site at all for Semperfi, but Thunder Down Under don't make that call. They just pause, they slow things down. Semperfi then make that play in the mid-round and catch Thunder Down Under out. Otherwise, it could have well been OT, because they could have just walked their way onto B and planted the bomb. So there's a few of these little things, and I don't know, do you put that down to Alistair being the in-game leader? Obviously, kind of fresh, kind of new. Is that even his responsibility to be calling it in that moment, or should it be Dexter or TJP or what?
It's just a lack of cohesion, unfortunately, and it comes down to, you know, the pressure of the match, maybe not necessarily having as many reps or as much practice as Semperfi might have, but still came down all the way to the end. Great game from Dex. He had some great impact on the CT side, a little bit hit or miss on Shelf, but when he was on, he was on. I think on the other side of things, exactly as we expected, the aggressive riflers really had a lot of impact. I think Shady and Dexter respectively having great games. ASAP had a bit of a quiet one. I think you're looking at him to potentially step up next map for Thunder Down Under as we head deeper into this series, but I think Alistair had a fantastic game for himself. He was a player I was definitely keeping my eye on. I think early on in that first half, he maybe didn't have as much impact. He was saving a lot. He was on the wrong side of the map a lot, but he was hitting his shots all game long.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like, I think it was a little reminiscent in some moments of that old classic, like, ESL Challenger coming down from 9 to 15 for overtime when Greyhound lost against bloody Bad News Eagles. You know, that's sort of some of the moments that you see and things like that, right? It comes back and haunts you. But look, I think overall that was a really, really exciting start to the series. We've still got more around the bend as well. So we're going to take a short break to rev our engines and get back into it.
out.
Map number 2, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the DFRAG Wildcard LAN, of course presented by the one and only Logitech G. We had an incredible map number 1 here. Inferno is going to be where we do take our eyes to next. Do you see us going to Dust 2, or do you reckon Semplify have this?
I mean, TDU, they love Inferno. They were at 100% actually coming into this weekend, then dropped one. Because you can't keep things exactly accurate. Actually, was it this weekend or was it I think it might be the qualifiers coming in from the other side. Meantime, though, in the actual game starting here, Keen's knocked down ASAP. Didn't have a great opening map. He had some moments. TJP will equalise to bring it back to a 4v4. So action early on in the first 30 seconds. As it looks like Thunder Down Under going to continue into this hit. Shady on the other side, though, delivering with those dualies.
Yeah, we're going to have to start to see this take coming in. Shady's done a fantastic job to maintain a lot of control through apartments. Thunder Down Under, they will have to best hazard. That's going to have to be the big test here. Just dance around a little bit. There won't necessarily be a kill, but the cutoff in through CT is going to have to be clinical from Dexter, and it is. We'll start to see that mid push coming through, but Savage has gotten himself one. Is there anything more? No, there is not. That B side open for business. Semplify now here in the 2v2. They've got to retake B.
What a start to kick off this second map. Bomb will be planted. Shady up close though, TJP. Most likely the first fight, or maybe it's Dexter. Playing around that pillar. Flash goes forward, no one forward off it. Zadik will start to join him. He's got that defuse kit if it comes to it here, but Dexter knocks down one. Can he find the second as well? As Zadik needs to get this done. Time continues to tick. He's looking back and forth. They throw out together, and they do it perfectly. Dexter with 4, and Thunder Down Under take the opener. Pistol is up. They'll get the cash with it. And Semplify, it's close, but no cigar.
For Thunder Down Under there, that's fantastic mid-round calling and fantastic discipline, right? We see that player in apps go down. We see him fall. Thunder Down Under, they'll start to wrap long. They'll go through CT, try to hit that B site. They don't have that support there, so they want to try and get to a site where they're able to set themselves up. Finding that kill onto Hazard, finding that kill onto Savage gives them B. Great discipline in that post-plant situation too. They don't swing, they don't take risky fights. They make Semplify come to them. And that's what's mainly gotten them that pistol here, and by extension, the rifles that are coming through here.
And you wonder, does Hazard maybe not take that fight in the library? Does he just stay on the A side and then they look to take the retake from there? It's those little things. But again, we've got movement, we've got action in apartments early here. ASAP with the molly down. Keen deciding he doesn't want to stick around and Semplify. The investment into this round, there's a lot there. 3 players weighing banana side. Ali spotted one, but will they swing off this now? Attic will find a couple, and it will be Ali to back it up as well. In the end, it ends in a 3v3. And now, everything just settles down a little bit here. Bomb picked up by Dexter. He'll start to look like he's going to join the rest of his teammates at this A site. The 2 CT players are waiting there for it, but Savage has to be careful as that smoke will dissipate from B. He will put that one down, and now it sort of almost forces TDU to play into this A side.
Man, I love how we've seen Thunder Down Under just slow everything here. They're not giving too much away. They don't want to give too much away. but they have lost banana control, which means they're going to be funneled into this A site with seeing Semperfi start to have themselves a bit of a cheeky 3-stack here, but the mid push is going to get caught out. ASAP, he's found one. Util will be pulled out instead of the gun. That's going to cost him his life. But the acceleration over towards that side coming through for Liaz does allow Dexter to be able to find himself that kill over towards Shady. 15 seconds now as the clock does start to tick.
He's got to get down. This is such an awkward situation. He misses the jump initially, but will be able to get that bomb planned in the end. Keen could stop it. They're both low, but Liaz, trained in on the angle, gets the kill. And Thunder Down Under, they convert the pistol, and Semperfi, they went all in on that one with the cash. It doesn't work out, so they'll have to save, and allows TDU just to get on a bit of a roll here.
This is what we saw on Ancient as well for TDU. They were making the correct reads. Semperfi now here on Inferno, making the correct reads. We see that 3-stack coming in towards that A site. The mid-aggression, in my eyes, for Semperfi, that's fine. I don't mind that at all. ASAP getting caught off guard there, they've got to be able to capitalize, take a little bit of effective space. If you're taking apps there, you're just sort of wasting away a gun, wasting away an opportunity for kills. And I mean, that acceleration up through B for Alistair, right, that's going to get him a little bit of information, especially with the 3 nades that did come out. They'll know there's at least 3 here over on B. I wouldn't be shocked if we see a little bit more of an aggressive lurk coming through for either ASAP or for Liaz, but only time's going to tell.
A few players here on the TDU side have copped a fair bit of damage, so it's just a little bit of a danger round for them here. They don't want to allow Semperfi to even get a look in here. Got a double boost. It is a double boost USP side, so they'll see that one there. Denali will go down. They don't have to commit to this though, TDU. You can see the presence on the other side of Liaz, who's been lurking towards A. Addict is waiting on the other side there. And they'll start to rotate across. Semperfi have read this pretty well so far. They have actually still got a great opportunity to take this round here.
Do they know that Addict is on this side at the moment? I don't think they do. Shady's already tucked in towards A as well. That's going to be trades. The pistols are playing off each other. It's a 2 for 2. It's a bit sloppy here for Thunder Down Under, but the plant will go down. Man advantage for Semperfi at the moment. They've got that mid presence, they've got that long presence, a little bit of library presence, especially as that moto smoke is going down. This is going to be a crucial retake here. Thunder Down Under, they need to keep these guns.
Keep the guns, but just win the round. There's no kit, but they have the weaponry to take down these players now if they need to. Dexter's so low, this needs to be Liaz. He needs the couple here to keep them around. If they check him and clear him out, they'll have this done, but time is starting to tick, and this is where not having a kit is an issue. Liaz misses the initial spray. They get down towards him. Keen will get Dexter. Oh, Liaz is gone as well. They're going to get on the defuse. Do they have time for this one here? It's going to be close. I think they might just miss it, unfortunately. Hazza, no, it's not there. A great try from Semperfi. It almost pays off, and at the very least, they force TDU into a full rebuy of weaponry. And, well, man, Thunder Down Under, breathe a sigh of relief. They almost stuffed that one up.
They really did. I mean, Addict and Shady on that side have done such a fantastic job to be able to get themselves 2 kills. Right, they had that man advantage going into the side take. They keep the man advantage in that post-plant situation. That's the main reason they've been able to find a lot of their kills. Bear in mind a little bit of a misspray from Liaz. That's okay. You know, stuff happens. We can't always be perfect. But for Thunder Down Under, they're lucky to get away with that one. That felt like a round that should have been Semperfi's. And now they've got the rifles out. We're going to have to start seeing if Semperfi are actually going to be able to put these rounds together and start stringing a few rounds to get further into this piece.
And you see how much it affects them just with the money as well. Leia's just on a Galil. So if they lose this round, considering they won't have a loss bonus, this just allows Semperfi to immediately claw these rounds back very easily. At the same time, though, they'll know that if they can't get this one done here early on here, all of a sudden, Thunder Down Under up to 4. We've seen a few of these games on Inferno so far. They do become save simulators. If I remember correctly, you had some choice words to say in the group stages about this sort of thing, but...
Me having opinions? No.
Perhaps not this time around, as so far into this round, 60 seconds, there's really been no signing from the CTs. All the Ts of themselves... Utility out. That one's a delay to A, and they have actually done this perfectly, TDU. It is just Hazza, and he is so low over at B. This should be TDU, at the very least, getting the bomb plan. It's going to force Semperfi into a retake. They're getting over now, but they're going to be too late to stop this.
Hazza has to at least hold down. He needs to just stay alive, potentially take one with him. That's the first that he needs. Will fall, but the rotations are here at least. And for Semperfi now, they won't be able to prevent the plant, but they will be able to have themselves a good shout in this retake, especially as Keen is so aggressive into Church.
start to join up here. They've only got one flash to work with back into this side, so it's going to come down to a lot of aim duels here, at least early on. Keen on that AWP. Savage going to lead forward with the M4A1S. Sleaz smoking just late from CTs, which forces them to play this coffin side. Ali misses that first one though, and now the CTs will start to get on site. Liaz finds one, a second is needed, it's not there. Dexter would need to pull off something miraculous. Time becomes a little bit of an enemy here. He swings out for the first fight, doesn't happen. And this time the defuse comes through because they have the kit available, and Semperfi, they're first on the board, CT side wise, and TDU at the very least it's a bomb plan, but they have got no money now into this next round.
Yeah, for Semperfi, that's a massive round for them to pick up. Not only does it sort of establish their economy, they get to keep 3 rifles going into this next round. You'll be able to have a drop over towards Hazard. You'll be able to have a drop over towards Addict, which they do just get the regular M4s. You know, they're not going extra bougie with it. But for Thunder Down Under, right, this pistol buy, if they're able to take 1 or 2 guns away, be able to keep 1 or 2 guns going through, if they're able to get a plant, those have to be their goals, right? Get a plant, get a gun, take some space. That's what they have to do.
It's also, in essence, a good little time to do just a... You can also make this just an extra timeout. We've seen this a lot of the time where you've just got nothing to really work with into the round, so you can do a bit of that talking. Well, Dexter's going to be doing a bit of watching. Keen's already dropped him early on here. As the rest of Thunder Down Under mostly gathering around App's side, seeing if maybe Semperfi get a bit aggressive, go searching. Something in this round they don't particularly need to do. Play longer angles. Don't allow these Glocks to get up in their face and cause any sort of damage. As ASAP starts to walk his way forward, and yeah, it's just one of those rounds, really.
I like this setup from Semperfi. I do like this setup. They double up in through long at the moment. They've got that AWP line holding through top mid. Then they've got that player in cutout along with that pit presence. But as this hit's about to come in, Shady, he's got his work cut out for him. He doesn't have the help.
He doesn't have the help, so that's the one issue with having those players long, but Shady is locking it in. Bomb plant, maybe. It won't happen, though. As Shady does his job to perfection, Semperfi get that second in a row. And no extra cash coming through there from Thunder Down Under as the bomb plant is denied. Should be a full buy into this one, though, I'd imagine. Or maybe they have to sacrifice possibly on the Galils, and I don't think there's enough there for the AWP to come out for Ali yet. And considering Keen's got, especially CT side Inferno, such a pivotal weapon, can change so many rounds. We see it usually with a lot of CT sides as well. If you're not finding things early on, a lot of double AWP presence becomes available.
Look at this aggression that we're seeing from Semperfi. As they've just pushed straight down Banana, these smokes have gone up. Hazard is taking liberties with the fact that he's shrouded. This Keen, you were talking about how pivotal that AWP is. Finds himself that opening pick. That's ASAP. Someone who's been such a menace to the rest of this region on Inferno, who's no longer going to have a part in what's essentially a very crucial round. Thunder Down Under, they drop this. There's a good chance we see Semperfi picking up 4, but Addict, clinical, gets himself a double. Dexter and Ali both to fall. And that's the bomb dropped as well. This is a brutal position here for Semperfi. Oh, sorry, this is a brutal position here for TDU. Semperfi dominating at the moment.
Addict's got another Addict. Hello, welcome into the server. 4 massive kills, shuts down Thunder Down Under. And they are back to just what is seemingly going to be a couple of pistol upgrades here. And that was, again, if you go a second later, if he's a second too late pushing past that smoke there, Keen was dead. Dexter was about to close in on him. An absolutely massive round from Addict. He's up to 9. Semperfi have tied us up as we get rolling in round number 7 here. And, well, you're hoping here. I mean, Ali's got the most amount of cash. He's going to get the AWP into the next round most likely because he needs to start winning some fights possibly against Keen. A double boost here. If that smoke dissipates it, Dexter's going to actually get a good chance to get a shot in here, but Keen is locked in, not having it, as he drops down the former IGL of Mouse.
That's cold. That's actually just cold. He drops the former IGL Mouse. I like that.
Well, he's not the IGL for this one anymore, so I can't really... No. I was going to say IGL, I was like, no, hang on. Ali does that.
Yeah, Ali does that now. And it's still nice, slow and steady. I like the pace that Thunder Down Under are playing with, right? We've seen them go pretty quick. We've seen them try to manipulate a lot of these rotations with their util mainly. but slowing everything down, looking to try and isolate the fights with the pistols. It's not working at the moment, but I do like that they're trying it. Because they're keeping Semperfi honest. They're keeping them on their toes. The B hit will start to come through, but between you and me, I think Savage and Hazza have this. Just between you and me.
The only way they're going to get caught out here, because there's no util to back this up, so if you manage to find Hazza and then if you can isolate the back of the site there where Savage is, there is an opportunity that maybe they just find their shots and it all works together, but Hazza's having none of it. Shuts down Leaz, ASAP, all that remains. Dodging back and forth, but it will happen eventually that he does fall, and Semperfi will take the lead here. And off that dropped round and what is coming into a pretty pivotal gun round for both teams will be Semperfi to take a little bit of a tactical timeout.
This is a little bit more pivotal, not only because Semperfi have just taken the lead, but look at the money for Semperfi. The money is good for at least 2 rounds, potentially a 3 if we get there. They're going to have rifles consistently. No matter what Thunder Down Under do, they need to be able to take away a few guns and win a few rounds.
And that all really comes back to that third round. They didn't win it, but the amount of financial damage they did to TDU has just wrecked them.
Yeah.
Since then, you've had the one full buy back in. After that, it wasn't really the massive one there. It's taken now 5 rounds just to finally get that orb into Alistair's hands.
Yeah.
Can he find presence with it? He's going to be up against Keen, possibly in mid. As we get rolling, a massive gun round for both teams here in number 8.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Just to expand on that economic damage, right? You force the Galils to come out the round following, then you force into a double save. You know, finally we see the rifles coming out, but there isn't any momentum. Keen's getting aggressive here. I love it when Keen gets aggressive.
I remember a certain individual playing this all position way back when. Doesn't really work out that time for Keen. ASAP finds Shady, and this is a 4v4, but now he's repositioned himself perfectly. ASAP has dropped, and he's pushing up in towards top mid-side, but Alistair ready for it. Shuts that down, and now the push in coming from Leaz. Maybe thinking Addict's playing a different spot. He's under pressure now. Dexter has to push forward and find this kill. We spotted the head. He knocks him down. Ali, what can you do on the AWP? He's already been spotted. Trying to find a shot. Trying to find anything. Gets the first. No, Savage was close, but not that close. Savage gets it. Semperfi make it 5 on the trot, and Thunder Down Under have problems.
They really do. And for Semperfi, right? Keen getting aggressive with that AWP, in my personal opinion right now, Keen is one of the best combat AWPers that we have in OCE. And that's where, in my mind, we see a massive disparagement between Semperfi and Thunder Down Under, is that Keen is your combat AWPer. He gets aggressive, he gets in the face, he commands a lot of space. For Thunder Down Under, we're seeing Ali a little bit more lean towards being a support AWPer. He wants to be able to throw that util, but then have impact with that AWP once that side take comes in. For Keen, I mean, yet again, that's his 5th or 6th opening pick with the AWP. He's had it for 6 rounds.
He's just absolutely dominating right now. Shady, ooh, the spray's not there for him, and Leaz finds Keen, and just as you think Semperfi are really starting to take control of this map, Thunder Down Under jumps straight back at them. Addict, he's doing damage but hasn't got those kills yet. Savage gets Alistair. They can still recover this. Hazza joining in as well. And Dexter and ASAP, they're just so low on HP. They're still doing work. Dexter with the AWP, almost the second. But Addict will shut it down. It ain't pretty, but it's a 6 that'll be put on the board. Semperfi starting to push this one a little in their favour.
If Addict didn't win that 1v1, I would have been so upset if I was Semperfi, because he's just team flashed both of the short retakes that have come through into that site. I would have been fuming at him. But no, very well done there by Addict to be able to isolate those duels, force Dexter into a very uncomfortable position. I think for Semperfi as well, having Keen with those opening picks is doing so much damage. It doesn't make you immune to pistols getting aggressive and getting into your face. But for Semperfi, Keen is their main guy at the moment. Let him get to work. Let him do what he needs to do. Let him isolate space. He will be the guiding star here for Semperfi.
Shady, aggressive, knocks down Ali, the AWP out of the round, and Keen knocks down TJP. He's loud and proud outside the server, but right now it's not happening in it. Just the 1 kill. Keen's up to 10. Ripping them to shreds right now as Leaz, Dexter and ASAP. Plenty of time still to bring this round back, but they just can't win these opening duels. They're under pressure. 24-7 the moment they get to start these rounds.
I think that's like the 4th pick on TJP to open up these rounds for Keen. Like, TJP is just not having fun. He's just being Keen's punching bag. But the rifles here for Thunder Down Under, they look to have made the right read. Hazard will have a fair bit of work to do, but with 50 seconds left on this clock, smoke going up, that means you're going to have about 25 seconds for that smoke to fade to see if they want to test this B-side. But they don't care about the smoke. Hazard is going to take advantage of their lack of due diligence, find himself 1, make it 2. Hazard, go on, make it 3, son. He's got ASAP to deal with. He's got ASAP to find. There's ASAP in the 1v4. It'll be a fair bit of work. It'll be an ace for him if he does do it.
Trying to do something. Keen might just walk out of nose. Go, that wasn't pretty, but it will still leave with Hazard getting the kill. Well, it won't make the highlight reel, but Semperfi will not care. 7 in a row. Thunder Down Under finally actually called their first tactical timeout and desperately needed. What has Viridian got for the boys here? Because they just seem lost at sea right now.
It's time to consult the big book. Time to consult the big book here. I imagine for Thunder Down Under, what's their money looking like? Hold up, give me a second.
There you go.
Oh, it's not looking great.
It's a score worm in the AFL. I think everyone's gone home by this point.
Yeah, this sort of looks like my grades through high school, that yellow line. That one's not any better. But for Thunder Down Under, I'm expecting something quick, right? They're trying to be slow. They're trying to take a little bit of time and a little bit of pace in this game. Do the old classic pug strat of just wait for the nades to hit down banana and just rush it. Something like that, something simple like that will work. They haven't won a lot of their banana control. They haven't been able to take control of it. They haven't been able to take control of mid. They haven't been able to take control of bracket. Semperfi are dominating them in the map control game, in the map control battle in this matchup, and, you know, they're paying dividends for it because they're 4 rounds ahead.
And I think that's the sort of strange thing as well, because you noted how well Thunder Down Under have actually been, at least presence-wise, just moving well in the sense of, like, traditional CS-wise, the pace has been good. But Semperfi, theirs has just been so much quicker. But when you have Ali and when you have maybe just a player this quicker B-rush, when you get an opening, perhaps this is what they need. Savage is not going to hang around. Ooh, it almost got a little bit crazy there with Addict, and perhaps they will just keep this one together. Thunder Down Under, keep the presence around, but they're not going to commit to it. And now 60 seconds remaining, going to actually put this presence more in towards mid. TJP will remain on banana just to keep those players around. And now Shady, what does he have in store for us here? Because there is no way in hell you would think he's going to get more than at least 2 here. And he's the only one on this A side.
This is where Shady shines. Unfortunately, this is where Shady is at his best. When he is solo in a site, he's got 2 or 3 that he has to deal with. Him being able to deal with them accordingly, cut off angles with the limited util that he does have as an anchor, wait for the rotations to get there. And who else but his Latvian brother Keen to get over.
Oh, that smoke.
This orb
is in front of it.
Oh, Keen can't do that.
He can and he will, and he just did. Shady now, he needs more here. He gets the dink, but not the kill. He looked away almost like he thought it converted. Doesn't happen with an M4, son. You should know that by now. And Liaz activating on the Savage as well. And finally, Thunder Down Under will stop the rot. 7 rounds in a row. Seemingly all Semperfi will get on this run here, but it has been a fantastic one. Addict and Keen hanging around. At the very least, they'd like to take away some rifles, because, I mean, Thunder Down Under, the money, it's been shocking throughout, and it's not going to get much better if they lose more here. And again, presence is keeping them around, but it should read 7-4 when all is said and done here.
I mean, for Semperfi, go down with the bomb here. That's
no.
Addict funny.
No!
Addict! No! No! It could have been on. Dexter is just going to have to dance around the bomb. He's going to go down with it. He goes down with the ship. Thunder Down Under, they win the round, but at what cost? Because their money is absolutely fried. That, from memory, will also take their loss bonus back down, which means they're going to have less money if this wasn't the end of the half.
I mean, that's crazy worth there from Addict. I mean, it doesn't win the round. But again, that is the second time in this first half. Just the kills on the T side or put upon the T side that has just damaged their economy is absolutely ridiculous. And you can see it in the Galils that have had to come out. It's basically all of them. There is just one AK. It's on Liaz. Keen for the first time or what seems forever, doesn't get a kill in the opening in mid, but Shady, he's waiting on the other side, and Keenan only takes 3 more seconds to find it. Dexter gets one in mid, make it a double. And just like that, the round has swung, and they have the site to take, so this will be 3v3 on the retake here.
I love that sort of setup that we just had at a Semplify. You have Keen taking on that first line with the orb, Shady to come in, be that support, and then Keen instantly leaving apartments to go support up through short. It doesn't work out for Semplify there, especially in that second half of the piece, but they do get themselves 2. They make it a 3v3. They make it expensive for Thunder Down Under.
Well, money doesn't matter now. Last round of this first half, so they are going to go for this. TJP, just the 1 kill. Can he find something here to get himself going? Yes, he can! The double there, and he might be left in a 1v1, but Ali finds Addix, shuts it down, and Thunder Down Under, they recover it well. 7-5, and they have plenty to work with as we switch sides here. Once again, this series and map delivering. Addict and Keen absolutely looking the goods, but Dexter's not far behind. He needs his teammates to get going, and maybe we'll see that Alistair on the AWP, if he gets the chance to use it on CT side, Inferno can have a lot more presence.
Yeah, I think for Semplify, what they've done so well in that first half, get aggressive, right? Get in their face, get aggressive, use that AWP of Keen to be able to win your opening duels. TJP has not had fun this first map. He has been a lot quieter than he usually is. We usually hear him yelling, screaming, being loud, being funny. We hear him getting in people's heads. We hear him being loud and getting, you know, a couple chuckles, but also a little bit of rage baiting. We're just not seeing that, right? He's in a bit of a slump at the moment. Someone on Thunder Down Under has to pick it up. ASAP isn't necessarily playing to the level that we expect from him. Alistair has been a little bit quieter on that T side. Dexter is sort of the only person who's shown up here on Inferno. For Semplify, you know, they've got to continue to take advantage of this here. And it's just going to be a quick... Ooh, it looked as if it may have been a quick rotation over towards A for TJP, but he's gone back and it's the right read because it looks as if Semplify are gearing up for a B hit.
Well, every single member of Semplify is positive, and they want to keep it that way as this B hit is coming through. TJP delivered in that last round of the first half. He needs more here. He hears the presence. The utility starts to fly in. He starts maybe to shoot through the smoke. He's waiting on the other end. It's not pretty. No one's found anything so far. Crazy on the side, but it's Dexter who comes through with 2. TJP helps him out perfectly. Ali coming in on a key, and just like that, Shady is all that remains. Semplify, a disaster to start this second half. We asked for loudness, we asked for performances from a few players of TDU, and they deliver to start this one here. A flawless pistol. And now Semplify with no plan. It's not going to be any buy on that T side.
That is a fantastic start here to this second half for Thunder Down Under. I will say as well for Thunder Down Under, their T sides have been a little bit suspect on Inferno. Like, their T sides just aren't great. I think is the best way to put it, right? They've been really inconsistent in being able to find rounds. I think where they do shine is that CT side. So for Thunder Down Under, it may have been a bit of a rag fest on them in the first half, but I mean, this is where they do show up, this is where they do show out. And for Semplify, how do they combat that? You know, is their T side on Inferno sort of equal to Thunder Down Under's T side, maybe even slightly better? Can they beat out this CT side of Thunder Down Under?
It's a tough one. I mean, you're playing a team that has an 89% win rate on this map in the last 3 months in officials. They've just been so dominant. The TDU boys, Semplify, will have to reach into their bag of tricks and play to the 110% of their potential to make this one work. It's just the Glocks this round. Some jumping around top mid side, but nothing activated just yet. Presence here for TDU. 3 numbers. Dexter is just starting to head to B, but he can rotate straight back in, and Liaz has some aim training coming in here. Ali ASAP, Dexter down, all Semplify 4. 2 flawless rounds back to back to get this one started for TDU, and we are all tied up at 7 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, 7-7, this is going to be the first rifle round. For Semplify, it'll be the first time rifles go against rifles. Thunder Down Under right now, they're in this weird little spot where they've got SMGs against the AKs, even though they've won 2 rounds in a row. So let those SMGs get up close, let those rifles do some early damage, the SMGs to finish them off, you get a little bit extra cash. we're just going to have to wait and see exactly how Thunder Down Under do want to play it. And it looks as if an early three-man stack over towards A. Oh, sorry, B, my apologies. I don't mind that call out of them. Semperfi have been liking that B site recently.
So Semperfi did what you were sort of asking TDU to do a bit of, which was out just waiting that utility to fly in before really pushing, and Dexter is down low, but TJP in the presence they've got here, it doesn't matter if they've got bits of utility here and there, numbers should win out, and it does. Addict falls, Savage is incredibly low, and they tuck their tails and they are running away from that B side. It means that presence needs to be quicker in towards A here, but that Molotov, beautifully timed there from Alistair, just stops them in their tracks. 60 seconds still left in this round, but Semperfi not liking their chances right now.
They really aren't. Alistair will be shot off his line. He will at least escape with his life. That nade will go in. It'll do some good damage, and that's a chonker of a nade. Ali holds his line for 2. Absolute perfection out of the IGL there for Thunder Down Under. Lee has to get one in the meanwhile, but Hazza has himself the opportunity. Gets one, no more than that, and that's going to be Thunder Down Under taking the lead for the first time in this map.
7-3, it was Semperfi's way. Thunder Down Under worked this perfectly, and Semperfi not a bad time to call this timeout, considering you're probably not going to be forcing into this round here for TDU. You get the chance to really start to gain more momentum. Alistair's got the AWP out for the first time on that CT side. TJP's getting some kills. Everyone's just starting to get a bit more active. This is the TDU we know can play this really competitive, feisty, and passionate CS. Starting to come together. Of course, trying to force this to a third. They're in the box seat right now. They're seemingly doing everything right, Flam, but Semperfi has gone for the AK. And that could absolutely do a bit of damage here. We've seen the hero AKs, even in that first map, cause a lot of mischief.
Yeah, I mean, they are trouble. You know, they are a fair bit of trouble to deal with. That one-shot headshot potential is known to cause a bit of headaches. That's not because you're getting shot in the head, it's just because they're annoying to deal with, some would claim. I mean, Ali on his AWP, if he's able to get himself an opening pick, if he's able to consistently get opening picks here, that's going to be one of the keys for Thunder Down Under. Just being able to manage and do a fair bit of crowd control here against Semperfi. That's where they're at their best. And Dexter, crowd controlling at its best.
Presence they've had so far on Banana has been fantastic for Thunder Down Under. Once again, Semperfi left in a very tough situation. 5v3 just like that. Savage recovers that AK. But Shady and Keen just a couple of shots away from death themselves. That smoke will delay even further. So they've got to somehow just isolate Dexter and TJP in fights. TJP is just on a FAMAS, so maybe there's something to work with there. But Dexter, 17 kills. He has absolutely locked in. Not on that IGL role anymore. He's looking for frags, and he might have a few more coming his way here.
Yeah, the side take will start to come in. It looks as if those mollies now look to play a bit of a part, but Savage has removed the danger man in Dexter. TJP has to hold his line. He's tagged up. Hasn't necessarily found tags himself, but the retake is coming through. Keen does enough to at least get that plant down, and that's going to be a little bit of extra cash here for Semperfi. It doesn't really matter what happens from here on out. Thunder Down Under will get 9 off the back of Alistair. Blind with the AWP. He doesn't even need to see, mate. He doesn't need to see it.
Finds that kill, and Thunder Down Under find themselves 9. Sally on that AWP on the CT side, already delivering a bit, but now Semperfi finally get that full buy in for the first real time here. Question remains, what can they do with it, because it just hasn't happened. And as it stands, this is now 7 rounds in a row from Thunder Down Under. It doesn't really feel like that's happened, but you know, it's just almost blink and you miss it. The momentum, the switch, and Semperfi just don't seem to have the answers right now.
Yeah, I think for Thunder Down Under, they've sort of focused on not getting as loud. And they've just focused on locking in, you know? Just focused on locking in, which I kind of respect it. They're not yelling at each other, they're not getting in people's faces, they're saying, boys, this is our map, can we lock in and just get through this, please? I want to get to Dust 2.
That's what they're trying to find and get to. Semperfi once again losing the opener. Ali dealing with Keen. The presence towards this A site. They've got the numbers. Shady has already got in towards that top mid side, so he's holding that angle if they decide to push up. But right now it is just ASAP. I've seen a few times this position hasn't been cleared. It's caused mischief. TJP coming over at the right time, it seems. But just as I actually start to think that, Addict has got himself up Banana side, and all of a sudden
they're leaving. They're
gone. They've got Banana. TJP's going to be back, but out of position, needs to rush towards Coffin. He might not have a time for it. It's Dexter. The smoke, he fires through. He does find one. Can he get out? Not quite, but TJP's back when he needs to be. Locks down the double. Shady comes on through, and TJP deals with it.
Beautiful.
He is starting to come alive now.
Beautiful three-piece out of TJP there. That is where he is at his best. He's that Shady type figure on that Thunder Down Under roster. He's able to hold those sides by himself. He's able to do it by himself. And for Thunder Down Under, that is a huge round for them to win, especially now that we're seeing Alistair pop off a little bit. We're seeing Dexter continue to have impact. We're seeing TJP continue to grow a little bit in this game. You know, didn't necessarily have the best start, but he's continuing to play off of that. You know, Liaz is continuing to do Liaz things alongside that. And for Thunder Down Under, you know, they're on a great run here. They'll be coming up against a few Galils, that MP5 of Hazard, which he has been loving. You know, one round here, and we could be heading over to Anubis.
Yeah, Semperfi just have not looked likely to get that bomb plant. The only one they've had was off an eco round. It was just Keen getting it down for that extra cash. It just has not worked out for them at all. It's just like that. All of a sudden, 7-3 lead, a 10-7 deficit for them. And the force into this round with enough being there, but short on util, an MP5 there on Hazard. They've got top mid. ASAP's going to be hearing this. He needs to lock in with a couple here. He can't find anything. And finally, Semperfi. It looks like they've got the presence. Liaz actually does get a kill on Shady, but it's only the one. Sight is lost. And a 4v3 required for Thunder Down Under. They've got the money. They've got the util to do it. Can they make this happen, though?
I mean, it was just a misread from Thunder Down Under that's given up the site. The retake potential for Thunder Down Under, it's limited, especially as another Moto Smoke goes out, but there's just no more util here for Semperfi. They've got a single molly, a nade, a flash, that's it. And they're all separated from in that site. There's a chance that if Keen falls, this retake's on.
Might not even be at the retake, it's just forcing them to stay around site. So now the T's, they desperately need to save these weapons because they've got no cash behind them. They'll get nothing, and now they realistically could get this defuse. It's got to be too late for it, unfortunately. But we've seen it on both ends now. While it's not a round win for Thunder Down Under, the money that is taken away from Semperfi there, the force of the rebuys, it was already a half sort of buy-ish round, and it's going to be maybe even worse now.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I just ran out of words.
You started yawning there, mate.
No, I'm not yawning.
Getting a bit bored of this one.
Not yawning, mate. Just having a bit of fun, mate. No, I think you're right. For Semperfi, this will be a bit of an awkward round for them, but it's not too different from the round the bye they had last round. You're right, I might be tired. But yeah, for Thunder Down Under, getting that damage in, being able to keep some rifles up and around, being able to put some consistent pressure. That's when they're at their best, and Keen is clinical. That's another opener for him. He has been fantastic today.
Just what they needed, because Thunder Down Under have been dominating this banana control. But Keen delivering. TJP, not for the first time, dies without really seeing anything, unfortunately. Still, plenty still to work with for the TDU squad. Dexter Lowe is starting to make his way towards A, but hasn't quite committed. Ali, meantime, waiting top banana, and he gets out as well after getting that kill. Savage will fall away. Semperfi are split here. They want to get this presence up towards top A now and begin this short and long push. But they just have to delay a little, and it allows ASAP to get in a really nice position here.
You have to see exactly what he can do out of it. Because this long push coming in, as you mentioned, has Semperfi. Will be spotted out, and that's going to be ASAP. Yeah, alright, mate. Alright. He's not going to be able to find anything. He's in a little bit of a slump this map. Liaz can't fare any better. And that's Keen finding that kill. That bomb will go down. So for Thunder Down Under, this retake is going to be real difficult. But if there's two people in this server who can do it, it's Dexter and Ali.
Yeah, they can, but do they bother? I mean, again, it's the money's there for it. And again, they're just going to hang around, be that presence to try and force Semperfi to, take the fights, lose as many rifles as possible. But, man, TDU, this is not the time. Two massive fights, and they get nothing from them. ASAP, it's seemingly ahead everything there. They'll still make it expensive for the T's to get out. Ali now is in a bit of danger. He's trying to keep this orb, and wow, this man is completely locked in CT side right now. Might even get a 20th. Oh, he misses it, but still gets the kill onto Hazard, who's going to be annoyed by that one. That was the chance to get rid of that orb, but he keeps it. Couple of high fives. It's not a round win, but it's a very pivotal piece of equipment to keep that orb, and a tactical pause coming out. Once again, just as it seems one team has the edge, they're getting away, reeled back in. What a series this is being.
This is one of those series that keeps you on the edge of your seat. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I said this is being, it's not how you talk in the English language side of things.
I thought you were making fun of me and doing the crazy thing. All right.
Banana Watch, it's still there, the peel.
It's still there. Thank God it is, because what would we do without our grounding peel?
I don't know, but what does Semperfi do now? I mean, 2 rounds won, very, good. You're back into this map here, but the problem has been you haven't really been able to save the one. Again, look at this. You got 2 MAC-10s and MP5 and only 2 rifles. Thunder Down Under. Their third opportunity now to sort of really break this one through completely, because the cash is there. The rifles are still present. But this B hit is coming quickly. Dexter, what have you got?
Well, it'll need to be a miracle for Dexter. He's getting ran down, and we know how difficult those SMGs are here in CS2. The SMGs take B site. They make it look easy, ASAP to at least get one back through the smoke, but this retake, it's gonna be trouble. Thunder Down Under might just save these rifles.
If they got one more through the smoke there, maybe, but they've got to call it. And man, that is absolute tragedy. Just unfortunate for Dexter and Ted. They've just got caught out of position.
Yeah.
And again, they weren't ready for that B presence hit of that quick, so it hasn't happened. And again, they've been able to control Banana really nicely so far, but they just get caught with their pants down, and just like that, we are all tied up. It's going to be 10 apiece. And Semperfi, now they'll believe they have this real chance to make this a 2-0 series victory.
They really do. And I mean, that would be the upset of the tournament, in my opinion. This series being a 2-0,
yeah,
that's the upset of the tournament. Don't give me this, if Skelly were able to take 6 rounds instead of 5 over Semperfi. This Semperfi TDU, this is the headliner that everyone was waiting for. Everyone was waiting to see these two teams duke it out. We've never seen it before in OCE. This is a matchup that's been decades in the making in terms of OCE Counter-Strike history. And it is delivering, It really is.
Could very well be going all the way in regulation again as Ali hides in the smoke. Top Banana. He is being spammed down though, and Keen deletes him. Orp gone. And once again, Semperfi are finding openers. And the B site, this Banana control, the Thunder Down Under had, it's just disappearing. And Dexter, he's not ready for this one yet. TJP falls with a big Dex man. He needs more than one. It's not happening. And once again, you're in Save Simulator if you're TDU. There's nothing you can do about this. Completely disconnectedly as an ASAP, and all they can think about is how on earth have we let this lead slip, and possibly this series, Semperfi are going to retake the lead.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous, 2 kills in each of these 2 rounds have given Semperfi the lead. And on top of that, Thunder Down Under aren't even sticking around to try and do economic damage like they were previously. They're now sort of aware that this Semperfi train is rolling. And for Semperfi, I mean, this is a fantastic showing out of them. They've been playing great Counter-Strike this entire event. But this game had something special to it, had something special behind it. This was the only team that we had for Semperfi that Addict or Hazard didn't shit talk. For good reason.
For good reason.
For good reason. I had this discussion with who was it? I think it was Taffy at some point yesterday. That was that Semperfi and TDU are a cut above the rest of the competition. So when they do fight, it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top. And we're getting to the pointy end of it here, Harry. We need to see this Orb of Alistair get an opener, otherwise it's going to be very, very dangerous for TDU.
He's been doing his job. He's finding the kills that are required. It's the others. Himself and Dexter are finding it. Liaz, ASAP, TJP. They need something. Impact frags. We saw it from ASAP back on Ancient. It almost got them the map. It didn't quite work out. Needs to happen again, but who's it going to be? As Ali trained in the position, the flash doesn't hit, and Savage is gone. Molotov down. And they want to still attack this Semperfi. But do you want to walk into that AWP presence? It's a tough one to get through. Liaz is left on site around his lonesome with ASAP, but he is absolutely locking in right now. Just the one. Keen shuts it down. They've still got numbers, and Dexter in the smoke. Can he find Shady here? This could possibly decide the round. This kill, ASAP's got Addict. This will be all but she said and done. And now Shady. ASAP's low, but the flash from Dexter is perfection. TDU, stop the rot. We're tied once again.
It's going to be a timeout to be called here for TDU as well. TJP getting loud. He's letting people know about it. For Semperfi, a big round to drop, but a big reason they've dropped that round is Alistair, is that IGL, is that AWP, who's able to dance around on that A side. He's able to dance like a ballerina, doing spins and everything to avoid any bullets hitting him. Does get himself the 2-piece. Continues in through that round to be able to find consistent impact, through this game to find consistent impact. I don't want to say that, you know, he's hard carrying at the moment. It's him and Dexter mainly. Yep. But they're the two that have showed up so far. And for TDU, they've got to be absolutely glad they've got 5 of the best players in OCE. Otherwise, this map could be very, very different.
Oh, once again, we are going every single round of regulation.
Oh,
it's exactly what this series calls for. And also maybe even a technical little pause, you know? Let's just all take a nice deep breath, shall we?
She'll have a bit of a cheeky. I think we all need the rest. I think we need the break. This has been a lot on our hearts, a lot to think about. It looks like we're back live again. The match medic helps out. It's all good, man. It's okay, man.
So here we go. Round number 23. One team a chance to take Inferno in regulation. Who is going to have that map point? Is it Thunder Down Under or Semperfi? It wouldn't just be a map point, it'd be series point and a spot in the DFRAG grand final here. This wildcard LAN. Everything delivering here on our first day of the playoffs, and now Semperfi, they've had good B presence in the second half of this T side, and once again there's numbers hanging around. Are they going to commit anything though?
Well, we're going to have to wait and see. Addict, he wants to charge straight in. Dexter, TJP, they're going to be hiding around angles. It'll be clean 1-for-1 trades. Ooh. Make it a 2v2. 2-for-2 on that B site. Keen leaves. Doesn't want a bar of it. Gonna wait for that Alistair rotation to come through on that AWP. And with a minute here, everything has slowed. Semperfi, they're not aggressing instantly. They're trying to play with Thunder Down Under at the moment.
You don't want to play with your food. Perhaps they've waited just a little too long. The molly, though, perfect onto Ali. Forces him back, and it will be a 3v3 retake. Keen. Oh, the molly, though, stops that plant. 40 seconds. Now there's issues. They don't have a huge amount of utility. In fact, it's just a flash to work with. Another molly again. Here they come in for Thunder Down Under. ASAP behind this smoke. Another one goes up. Stops the planter. King gets ASAP. It becomes scrappy. 25 seconds. You've got to get that bomb down. And Keen finally will. Ali, close. Can't quite connect. And now finally, it is that retake. 2v2. Liaz waiting as that one dissipates. Hazza, who's quicker? Who reacts better? Keen's looking towards that angle. Needs to worry about the other end. Oh, the timing they've spotted. Ali, Liaz misses. Keen will find it. Ali needs something miraculous. Jumping up. Hits the first. Can't find the next. Hazza locks it in. And Simplify. Savage up and about. He's clapping. He's smiling. But it's not done yet. One more round required to take a 2-0 series victory. And Thunder Down Under, have they fallen once again at the final hurdle?
Gonna have to start calling Hazza the jailer, mate. He continues to lock these rounds in. He's giving them sentences, mate.
Not at a time like this, lads. Come on.
Another tech pause to come through. But for Simplify, confidence has to be at an all-time high. I've never seen TJP not smiling. This is one of the few times where he is not.
Everyone has what they could ask for in this final round of regulation. CT and T side. Who can deliver? Who can be that match winner or saviour for both ends here? Again, presence taken early from the T's up towards Banana. Dexter close, firing through the nades. They go a little deep beyond him. He will fall away. Give top Banana control to Simplify. But this time, they seem a bit more cautious, a bit more steady. And now Ali, that AWP train did nothing towards him yet, but it's a split. And it seems like this one actually could end up towards the A side, Flam.
Really could. I mean, I love the pace that Simplify have at the moment. They've slowed everything down. They haven't given a lot away. They're waiting for the util of Thunder Down Under to slowly dissipate. I mean, we've got 2-1 smoke left here for Thunder Down Under, and that's on Liaz. But with Simplify gearing up, they leave apartments. Oh no, that's a little bit of noise made. Is anyone around to hear that for Thunder Down Under? I don't think there is. But it doesn't matter. Because Liaz falls instantly. ASAP has to hold his line, has to hold his mark.
Ali looking for a shot, delivers onto Savage perfectly, spots the hand. If he peeks on up, there's a chance. Keen gets ASAP. And now he just has to wait. As Shady the nade! Oh, it's perfect! Addict runs up into apartments, and all of a sudden Dexter and TJP, the men that have been trying to hold that B side, need to perform a miraculous retake. Dexter has some utility. The nade, the flash, perhaps there is a setup for TJP to swing in first. Simplify, they can almost taste it. They're so close. Keen waiting on the aggression. It doesn't really hit that flash. TJP, the first spray, not there. He's missing shots. They need to connect. Time continues to tick. They're playing with them. And now Dexter is done. And so are TDU. Simplify, get the job done. 2-0. They are your first team into the grand final.
Who would have expected that, Harry? Absolute shell shock of a performance from Simplify. And speaking of shell shocks, we've got 3 of them on the analyst desk. We'll take you over there now.
What an absolute belter of an upper bracket final, guys. Ooh. You know, we're talking about all this energy. We're talking about all these moments leading in with VRS points, opportunities at majors round the bend, and that is the electricity that you want to be seeing. And Simplify, man, I think they've definitely really stood into their position well in that game.
Yeah, certainly the game of the tournament so far, and if that's a taste tester for the grand final, it's going to be a good one. But look, a disappointing result in the end, I think, for Thunder Down Under. Obviously, they go down 2-0, but man, I mean, it's about as close to a 2-0 as you can potentially have. I think they'll come back tomorrow and they'll obviously recuperate, and I still think we're going to be in for an absolute barn burner when we do get to the crucial final. But man, you know, like those points slipping away from Thunder Down Under, and that's not what you want to be seeing. So they've got some recovering to do, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Keane put his money where his mouth was. We heard in the interview that every game has to be earned. He prepares for every opponent equally. 27 kills for him in that one. 10-1 in opening duels. Absolutely ridiculous. He really was the spearhead there for Semperfi to get that win across the board in such a narrow, tight series. Like, what massive impact from this man who I'm sure has just really been through his hard yards. He's bloody playing in a foreign country. He's going across the other side of the world. He's going over to Europe. He's prepping for every opponent. He's doing 14-hour work days. And in the pivotal game to put his team into the grand final, to take one step ahead in the VRS race, he's put in a clinic like that.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I was talking to him downstairs and he was telling me just how tired he has been, you know,
Didn't look like
over
it, bro.
in Europe. He said he's been pulling these days and then they come back, and obviously you're still just kind of getting acclimatized back in Australia, but exactly what you need from your captain. And actually, I have to say, on the other side of the coin, I thought Alistair had a very good series as well as a leader. So both of the AWPing in-game leaders stepping up and delivering. It might have even been the riflers that kind of let Thunder Down Under a little bit down, unfortunately.
Yeah, so look, Dexter, I think, had a good performance for himself as well. Was really, really good to see that. Addict, I think, was consistent across both maps. So, look, I think for Thunder Down Under, well deserving of pushing their opponents so close, but they will have to fall down into that lower bracket final. We don't have an opponent for them just yet. I'd probably put my money on Ground Zero at this point, to be honest. But Semperfi, I think, deservedly making their way into the grand final. But with how tight that upper bracket final was, I think, yeah, we're in for another good couple of games here at DFRAG Wildcard.
Yeah, no, incredible stuff, man. You know, exactly as you guys are sort of leaning on. It's like when we get to this point in the competition, when it gets to this level of excitement, we really, really need to be seeing every single player put on their A game, and we were able to see everyone dig pretty deep into it. So we've actually got, you know, whilst the highlights are still wrapping up, we've got one of the big man from down there into it. We've got Savage. James, first of all, like, you know, before we actually do get in some more nitty gritty, how are you feeling coming back? You know, we heard from Keane, he was telling us about how the days have been super long, but we know you guys live quite a regimented structure. You know, you're all in the gym, you're all really trying to live the healthy sort of game as well. You know, has that been making you guys feel a little bit better throughout the games that you've been playing over the last couple of months?
Yeah, I mean, for me, health matters a lot, because I feel like I can feel the impact when I'm unhealthy when I play in the game. So for me, it's really important. I think it was really hard to be healthy because we were playing like 6 scrims a day in EU, and we're just playing all day, and we're doing like 3 hours of theory, sometimes 4. So we're just playing so much. There's actually not that much time to do it, so it's just kind of finding a balance of sometimes you have to sacrifice a little bit, but we were still, we had our diet plan, we had everything planned. So
awesome. I'd love to get your thoughts on, you know, I mean, again, before we go into this game, you know, we've got the opportunity to kind of get some of, you know, where you guys have been at, and just pick your brain on what that EU run was like for you guys, because obviously, you know, we look at it, and I think you might have seen, like, we were sort of critical, I guess, of how things went. You know, it was like not the greatest win rate or like this or that, but ultimately you come away with VRS points, and I suppose that's the ultimate goal long term. So were you guys actually happy with how things went over there? Did you expect more? Did you want more? Do you come back feeling good? Like, where's the vibe at?
Yeah, I remember when we first got there, we expected a lot. I think we got a little bit humbled in the first LAN, when we played in Riga. And we expected a lot because we came from AU, and this always happens. You feel confident.
Definitely.
And then you verse the guys over there, and they're so sharp. Even mixers are just so strong in every way. So we got a bit humbled, but what happens is you kind of like get humbled, and then you bounce back up always, and you go a little bit higher each time. So that's kind of what happened to us. So we're kind of at our peak, it feels like now, in terms of playing. We're still making mistakes. Our new coach, Swedish guy, Samuel, he's really hard on us about everything. Getting him was a big impact on us, because we were a little bit lost, to be honest, like after like 2 of those LANs, and we met him, and it was just like, we need this is like our missing piece. So he's been putting in, like, the way he understands the game is like unreal. Like the amount that I'm learning now is just unbelievable, like compared to anything. So
fantastic.
Awesome. Well, I'll just ask about the elephant in the room. That was a very hotly anticipated match for many people. Everybody was waiting for Semperfi to come back domestically and play this new Thunder Down Under roster. That was a very, very tight match. Really could have gone either way, but you guys grounded it out across the line. How did you feel about the match? Does it feel really good to win? Do you feel even more confident that you're going to win the grand final, or do you feel like that that was as sketchy as it looked from an objective perspective?
I think I'm not sure how the rounds looked. I have to watch it back, but we lost all pistols, like every single pistol round. So like, at the end of the day, like if you lose that many pistol rounds, it's like it's so hard to like win.
Yeah.
So for me, like if we'd had have won like at least 2 of them, it probably would have been more like 13-8, 13-9 or something. So it felt like we were ahead. Like we understand how they were playing. We had anti, so we kind of knew what was happening. I think it was just coming down to the some micro mistakes, but it's high pressure. Those guys are so experienced, right? So they won't make as many mistakes as probably us. We're a young team. So we felt good. Just kind of all got it together at the end. Keen has this thing where like sometimes he'll be a little bit like lost, as all IGLs are, but then it kind of clicks for him and he like works out what the fuck's happening. He works out what's happening and it kind of clicks in his brain and he's like, okay, bang, and then he called like that last round, like 12-11, like fake and go like apps and just shift out apps, and it was just like, yeah, it was just perfect. It was just really nice.
I mean, he looked locked in that. I mean, look at that. Look, 10-1 opening duels, 27 kills. That's not a bad day at the office for Keen. He was locked in that last map.
Yeah, he was farming. I didn't even know. He just kept killing them on A. Me and Jared were just chilling on B. Dead mid. So, yeah.
He loves to get very proactive, and I guess that's my final question too. It's like, you know, Keen has been mentioning he's really been trying to prepare each game, and have you been doing that leading into this competition as well?
Yeah, every game we prepare. And with Samuel, it's the same. It's like them two working together. Sometimes them two working on each map together, like or separate. So because we don't always have that much time in between the matches as well, and we don't have much computer time, so we just have laptops. So they'll work. Both of them will work on anti on separate maps, sometimes together, and it seems to just combine really well. And just it kind of creates like a really nice understanding of the map. It's not too complicated, because that's the thing. If you anti too hard, I'll do this nade, triple nade, then you overthink. Because they can always change how they play. They're good players. So it's the anti is like simple, easy to understand, but it's so effective.
Fantastic. All right. Well, we'll let you go. Thank you so much for hanging out. That was obviously Savage from Semperfi. A massive win, mate.
Pleasure.
Rest up, because these guys are going to be obviously coming back for the big one tomorrow, which is going to be, I believe, around 1 p.m.
It depends on how the first match goes.
So they're the first team to lock themselves a seat into the grand final, which I guess lots of people would have expected, but they needed to come and deliver on the eye test.
I mean, much deserved. Yeah, that was a fantastic game of Counter-Strike. If we get anything like that in the grand final, then we'll be in for a bloody treat. The only thing we didn't get was a third map, or even an overtime, because either one of those maps definitely could have been an OT on the cards. So that's got me G'd up. Like, I'm so excited for the rest of the games in this event.
I think you give 1 or 2 sort of, not even rounds, but like moments almost to Thunder, and then all of a sudden this is a 2-0 favouring Thunder Down Under. So yeah, it's a nice win. It's a 2-0 obviously, but I don't think that Semperfi are going to be resting on their laurels going into that game tomorrow. Obviously gives them a little bit of extra time to have a chat about what they're going to do in that grand final. But like I said, I think Thunder Down Under do come back and they're going to be competitive, and obviously we'll have to see how that lower bracket run does go for, you know, whoever ends up playing against Thunder Down Under as well. But realistically speaking, I would not be coming into this one feeling like, we're guaranteed to win this. They've still got work to do.
No, for sure. Well, look, you know, we've still got some more time. Obviously, there's another series that is going on at this point in time. So walk me through that a little bit, guys. You know, like, what are you expecting for Thunder Down Under into the next potential game? You know, obviously, they're going to be dropping down into that lower bracket. They're going to be the team that is joining us tomorrow morning.
Yes.
You know, how do they reset? You know, what are they? They're going to watch the rest of the games, I would assume, and go from there, or...
Well, I don't think it necessarily matters which team it actually is for Thunder Down Under, right? Going into a Ground Zero or a Mindfreak game, they'll feel pretty confident about things, and at this stage, you know, again, they've got a lot of time still. It's only, you know, just about hitting 5 p.m. in the afternoon here in Brisbane, so they've actually got quite a lot of time tonight to kind of go over what they need to go over. That's needed because they're going to have to play 2 series against multiple different opponents, so there's quite a lot to sort of figure out. But realistically speaking, I mean, again, even listening to what Alistair said in the interview, I think it's kind of, to an extent, less about their opponents and more about Thunder themselves. There's been a couple of moments where they maybe just don't seem like they're 100% on the same page. They're not reacting as quickly in the same way as maybe Semperfi are. You see Semperfi get like an opening kill and they're like straight away into a side or whatever. Thunder takes a little bit longer to kind of like get the troops together, and that's obviously just, they're still a bit of a fresher team. You've got a fresher IGL. Some of these fundamentals maybe aren't coming together quite as quickly and as naturally for Thunder Down Under. So going over those kinds of things, I think, is probably more so what they're going to be figuring out. They're going to try and sort out their own play rather than really focus on what their opponent's doing. But yeah, they've got a lot of time over the sort of the next evening to figure all that out. And like I said, I don't think it matters too much. It should be another Thunder versus Semperfi Grand Final?
Yeah, I'd imagine the same. I think, look, you might get a little bit more production out of the other three. That was Dexter and Alice there going crazy across both maps there, pretty consistent on both Ancient as well as the second map. I think that there's more ceiling you can get from the rest of the team. I think Semperfi, for the most part, firing on all cylinders. So I think for Thunder Down Under, there's a few things that they can tweak, but there's not much of a gap in the series anyway, so I really don't think that they need to kind of over-obsess about changing anything hugely. I really think that this is a very 50-50 matchup at the moment, and that gets me really excited, especially because this core of Thunder Down Under in the past just used to bash every team, every event. I watched them win bloody 10 tournaments in a row, so it's good to see someone being competitive with them.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's the question mark that so many people have had, right? And I loved hearing it from Savage saying that, you know, you go over to Europe, you get humbled again. You know, it's like a reset for you, I suppose, in a way. Take it a little bit more serious. They did kind of scratch a few at that second LAN. EPL, there was a couple of maps, you know, which looked really, really competitive. So they've come through and they haven't kind of dropped the ball since. You know, they've still kept that pace. And yeah, as you sort of said, you know, they were able to exploit on some of those weaknesses that did come through from Thunder Down Under. So I guess for us guys, you know, we're probably going to look at the remainder of what's coming up for the rest of the tournament. As we sort of said, you know, on that B stream, we still do have the other game. I think it's 6-4 at this point in time. Mind Freak dragging that one through. It was Ground Zero that took the opening map, I do believe there.
Yep.
So you know they're going very, very well. So
close maps though.
Yeah. Anything can sort of happen. So obviously we're going to encourage you guys to head over towards that B stream and give that a watch for the rest of it. But from us, I suppose, you know, we're going to be back at the same time tomorrow. It'll be 10 a.m. Brisbane time.
Big day.
Make sure you guys do tune in. Once again, a massive shout out obviously to our sponsors in Logitech Z, Zowie, Omen, HyperX, Intel, and of course DFRAG, the GOATs, for putting this one on. So guys, for now, from us, it's been an awesome day. We've had a fantastic time, and all I can say is I hope we get the exact same as what we did today in tomorrow's matches. We'll see you then.
The DFRAG Wildcard LAN is brought to you by Logitech, Zowie, Omen, HyperX, Intel, and DFRAG Media Group.